Well, it's day 3, and we hope it's going to be a wonderful Wednesday, or God forbid, a windy and wet Wednesday. Yes, we saw some of the concerns with wind yesterday. The forecast for today is that it could go all the way up to 28 kilometers per hour. Doesn't matter to us though. We've got an exciting quintuple header of games today, starting off with that massive matchup between the Napa Royal Kings and the Nicosia Tigers, two undefeated sides who've been absolutely stellar so far this tournament. Something has to give, and we're about to find out as live action is up next.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Well, we're starting off with a big one. It's the Napa Royal Kings against the Nicosia Tigers. Two undefeated sides are going to clash this morning. I'm looking forward to this. And the weather for today, well, we predict it's going to vary between 14 to 19 degrees Celsius. Wind speed should go up to 28 kilometers per hour. And it's rather overcast right now, so this could be some very interesting conditions for seamers. Both these sides are gifted with some quality bowlers. And if I was them, I'd bowl first if I won the toss.
Your call. It is head.
Yeah, full ball first.
So unsurprisingly, the Napa Royal Kings win the toss and elect to bowl first. This is a very interesting development since the Napa Royal Kings are the only team to successfully defend totals so far this tournament. It's been an interesting tournament so far. Of course, on day 1, we had a lot of concerns with extras. We were critical of the way some of these teams bowled. Well, we saw 177 runs given up in extras on day 1. And granted, yesterday we had one less game, but that figure came down to 72. Although it was these very Nicosia Tigers who we're going to see today who were guilty of 36 of them. Yes, they were guilty of half of them. And that for me is going to be the key to victory for them in this first game. Cut those extras down to as low as possible. For the Napa Royal Kings, it's simple. Everything goes through Sehran Ahmed. He's the big hitter. He's the big scorer. They go as far as he can take them. He's been batting with a strike rate of above 200 all tournament, and he's made 2 half centuries already. Other than that, the other big piece of news was the fact that both these sides have improved their over rate. Back on day 1, we saw 4 out of 5 matches end with penalty runs. Yesterday, we saw none. Every single team was well ahead of the over rate. I think this is because we've never seen a match before in Cyprus with these over rate rules. Now with these rules implemented here in this country, all these teams are adjusting, and I'm glad they've improved. Of course, I'm also looking forward to seeing how teams cope with this changing weather. That should be an interesting development. We saw yesterday how the wind played a major factor. I think this should be some very interesting stuff. Well, I'm excited, and without further ado, let's head over to Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Nishbat, and a great introduction as we go straight into some of the action that we saw yesterday. Everest were up against the Nicosia Tigers, looking to get their first win, but it weren't going to happen with a low score. 69 there posted. Yasser Mahmood was on fire with the ball, and that was a player match performance from him. 2 for 8. Nicosia Tigers winning by 2 wickets with 4 balls to go. That was the first match. Match number 8 saw the Limassol Galandas in action. And once again, as you heard from Nish out there, it was a low-scoring game. They put 89 on the board, 7 wickets down. The Nicosia Tigers continued their dominance in this group so far. They won that one by 9 wickets with 8 balls to go. Zishan Mahmood was in good form once again, 42 not out of 25, which earned him the Player of the Match award. And good news for the Tigers is those extras that Nish was talking about. Well, they were much better. They managed to have better control with the ball. Going on to the next match, the match number 3 in the day, match number 9. Everest were back in action, still desperate for that victory, and once again it eluded them. They batted first, 81, another low pass score. Only Ram Jaishwal, 23 of 24, was made any real contribution with the captain chipping in with 21 of 16. But there was a player of match performance from Gurab Sagwan as we saw the Amdocs for the first time, 53 not out of 20 deliveries, giving them the win by 10 wickets. with 22 balls to go. And Dogs, well, we wanted to see if they could keep that form going. We wanted to see if the batting could click once more. But unfortunately for them, it didn't. We're with both the men that did so well in their last match with Prijit Diol and Gurav Sagwan going early. They really couldn't get their innings going. Only Vimal Kundari put on 26 of 19, the captain of Amdoc, which meant they got to 75 for 9. And that was because of a great performance really from Naveed Akhtar with the ball 3 for 9. Limassol Qalandars finishing the day with a victory, winning by 4 wickets with 4 balls to go. That left the standings looking like this. So the Tigers sitting pretty on the top, 8 points. Qalandars with that victory moving to second place. But you can see just why this match is so important. The Napa Royal Kings just played 1-1 so far. Remember the matches that they and the result that Everest, the forfeit that they got against the Cyprus Super Kings now is void, because unfortunately the Super Kings we will see no more. So you'll have to really imagine that they're not there in the table. So the Napa Royal Kings had those points taken away from them. So this is the big match for them, but they're a team that really did excite me with the bat. And the toss result there is that the Royal Kings elected to take the field first. So that surprises me slightly, but I think that might have a lot to do with the conditions, and also I think they believe that the strength that they have with the bat, that they're better off chasing. So it's going to be an interesting one, because the Tigers, I think Muzamdat has been in great form along with Zishan Mahmood. They're the two men that the Napa Royal Kings will want to remove early, and if they can do that, they have a good chance. But just remember that the Nicosia Tigers showed yesterday in that sensational match against Everest that they ended up winning, but when they were really up against the wall, that you got still the likes of Bikesh Shestra, who comes in at number 10, and he can hit the ball pretty well. So I just get the feeling that we haven't seen the best of the batting from the Nicosia Tigers, and they're probably bat deeper than what we think. Good morning to everybody on the chat, nice and early this morning. A few people saying good morning already. Hello to Rob Thompson. He's saying good morning to myself and Nish, and he's saying another exciting day, evening for him ahead. Well, I hope so, and I think this match really could set the tone. Hopefully we're not going to have too many issues with the weather. There is a slight forecast of rain. We've had a little drizzle this morning. There's some dark clouds around, but you know us, if we can play, we'll play, and as long as it's safe to do so. The umpires are ready. Taranga is out there with Sujit. Here's the first ball, bat versus ball, and it's played down the ground and will be fielded. They've got a man back there on that shorter boundary. Just to remind you, here at the beautiful Ipsona cricket ground, the straighter boundaries are pretty short. I mean, I would say at a guess, allowing for the boundary rope and where the fence is, allowing for safety for the fielders, I'm guessing it's around about 44 meters. So we normally go with a 50-meter boundary all the way around, so the boundaries towards point and square leg are longer. So the short ones are the ones that batters will be looking to go for. Next delivery, and it's a good one. There's Sai Tanvir. He's looking to continue the good bowling that we saw from him the other day. You mentioned that they made a good start, the Napa Royal Kings. Well, they'd had that victory by 75 runs against the Cyprus Super Kings, which set them up well. This is a slower delivery, it's another dot. One thing I'm liking about this, they look like they've done a bit of homework. I think they know that they want to try and keep Zishan outside the off stump. He's not particularly a very good cutter of the ball, and I'll try to get him driving, but you give him width, then he does punish you. Edge gone, beautifully bowled, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Don't give him width. They tucked him up, they kept it right at him, and they get a big wicket straight away. Well bowled by Tanvir, and Zishan will have to depart. Just watch this delivery. It follows him beautifully, and he just guides it into the gloves of the keeper. And Ikram Mohammed making no mistakes at all. Really good catch and very well bowled. So good start. So new batter will have to make his way out, and I think it's a toss which saw Napa Royal Kings winning and electing the field, and I think it's a good one to win. I think probably the captain probably would have thought about having a bat first. Hardeep Singh, who's acting as a captain in this one, but looking at the conditions, he basically must have put it to his side, and the side said, look, in these conditions we'd rather have a bowl first and really try and turn the screw on their opponents. They've done just that. They get that early wicket, so Tanvir gets the breakthrough. Oh, that could be another. No, he just gets enough to get it over the keeper. You got a man, the fielder in the catching position as well. Gundeep Singh, he can't get to this, so scratchy runs as Ifitaka Jamon swings at this one, gets lucky, gets runs. Tanvir, you can see he's disappointed that hasn't gone to hand. They'll keep the pressure on. Oh, this is well hit, and nobody's stopping that. That's a beautiful shot. He pitches up, but he gives him too much room. And Jamon hits this through the covers. Delightful shot. So he puts that away. Just going for the pace-off delivery there. Tanvir. Apologies, folks, for the scoreline being down at the moment. We'll try and rectify that as quick as we can. And there seems to be a few issues on our website as well. So we'll get that up for you as soon as we can. The score, we can tell you, is at the moment is 9 for 1. It's 2 boundaries to go along with the single that was taken. So going to just change his approach. Tanvir wants to come round. Hangs it in, catching opportunity, gone, and it works. Well, that's fantastic bit of bowling. They get the breakthrough, and he's right on the money. Here's the new bowler, Ali Khan. Gets the ball up there, and they get another wicket. Well, that is big. So, under pressure, because 2 men that we know can really cause you lots of problems are gone already. So big wickets that you need to get early, they come, and it's a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position to Nish. Nish, well, what a start this is for the boys from the party town, Iron Appa.
No, this is a brilliant start for the Napa Royal Kings. They've managed to get both of the big fish out. I mean, we were talking about how dangerous this opening partnership is for the Tigers, and got both of them. This one, I think it's just come off either his ribs, hopefully not his elbow. That would have been very painful. And Iftikhar Jaman has responded well to his teammates getting dismissed. He's struck a couple of boundaries, but a lot of pressure on both these batsmen. A little bit of width on offer. That struck well, as that's the 3rd boundary this morning for the Nicosia Tigers. They're not having any issues striking boundaries, but they're having issues preserving wickets. Similar game plan, but a bit too much width offered there by the bowler.
Yeah, a little bit too short and wide. The thing is here for the Napa Royal Kings, they don't want to let them off the hook here. You've got 2 big wickets already. Well, they're taking it on. It's gone to the wrong end. If you could have picked this up and gone to the bowler's end, there was a chance there. So, 2 openers already back in the shed. And you just feel that Iftikhar Jaman is going to be pretty key here. He's out there at the moment with a man who was instrumental yesterday as well. So these 2, the captain, who's at the non-strikers end, and Jaman, got to make things happen. Remember, they've still got the likes of Yasser Mahmood to come out there. So Nicosia Tigers, as I said at the beginning, I think they've got more depth than what we think. But, well, this is a cracking start. We're winning the toss. You're wanting the field first. This is exactly what you want to do, is have the team under pressure. They're using the conditions fairly well. Ali the left armour. This one just gets dug out. They'll take the single. So a bit of pressure on here. Once again, apologies for the score. We'll give you updates as we can. So end of the over. And we'll just give you the score there at the moment, but it's pretty tight at the moment. And what we can tell you is what our computer thinks about this one. The bat versus ball wall. As the score at the end of 2 is 15 for 2. So here we go. Well, what are you thinking of this, Nish? So the Napa Royal Kings 105 to 96. So they're looking to restrict Nicosia Tigers to that score of 96. Tigers, of course, 4-0 so far in the series.
Yeah, and of course, as we mentioned at the start of the broadcast, yesterday was a very low-scoring day. Just 80 runs on average scored by batting sides. That's a wild swing there by Jamani. Showed some composure so far, but not on that delivery.
Yeah, big swing and a miss.
Really, so far, only the Napa Royal Kings have been convincing with the bat in hand. They've averaged about 150 runs, largely thanks to their talisman, Saran Ahmed, who we will see in action in the second innings. It's a good delivery, but it's popped up in the air. This should clear the boundary rope, and for the first time this morning, we found those olive groves.
Smashed, hit big, boom, shakalagia. That is sweet out the middle. And this is one thing that I like about Ifita Jaman. No matter what the situation, I mean, those 2 wickets have gone early. He came out there, played 2 shots to the boundary through the covers. He got a bit lucky with one of them as well, though, but it doesn't matter. He's there, he plays attackingly, and he's trying to basically get his team up and going and get a good start in here. This is right up at him. They think about taking the run, decide against it. Pressure certainly on the Tigers, but can the Napa Royal Kings keep that pressure on them? Looking to get another breakthrough. Very tense out there. Ali, Manzoor Ali this time. Oh, this one, he's out. He's out, hit wicket. The bails have come off. This is out. I'm sure this is out. I mean, the bails are off. He's hit his own wicket. This will go down as out, hit wicket. And that is a huge moment. I think he knocks him out twice. He knocks him out with the ball as it clonks onto his lid, I reckon. That knocks him down. He falls onto his wickets. What a bizarre way to get out. Have a look at this. Ball on the head. The bat hits the stumps. Out. Out, hit wicket. Look at this. He says, well, okay, I'm going to knock you out, and I'm also going to send you back to the shed. Bang, on the lid, and the bat, as he swings round, hits the stumps. Nish, what a bizarre way to get out.
What a bizarre way to get out, and this is a bit of a boxer's wicket, isn't it? He's knocked down the batsman, and as he takes the tumble, that's a TKO for the bowler. The bails go flying as well, so this is some heavyweight cricket by Napa Royal Kings side, who we know have that ability to deliver the knockout punch with both bat and ball in hand. And this is a bit of an alarming situation developing for the Nicosia Tigers. 3 really proficient batsmen have already been dismissed now. We do know this side has a bit more batting depth than most teams. Of course, they are the defending champions. They won the domestic T10 league at least. They never won an ECS series. So this is going to be a real test of their ability.
Well, it certainly is, and it's going to be a real test for the new batter that comes out, Yasin Mahmood. He was instrumental in the victory against Everest yesterday when he just stuck around and, well, he did things like this, played beautiful shots, all about timing. So whereas we saw Iftika Jaman come out there and he wanted to blast his way and his team out of trouble, this man will stick around. He'll play shots like this. Yesterday, remember, it was a fine knock from him when he was under pressure. He went out there and he scored important runs for his side. And he scored 28 when he batted through the innings and really made the difference in getting his team that very important victory against Everest. And also took 2 for 8 in the same match, 28 of 20. So that's the sort of performance he needs to put in here. And then, of course, Bikash Shestra was the hero that came in and hit the winning runs in that victory in that close, tense, dramatic game against Everest. So end of the over, 26 for 3. The score, probably not the issue. The 3 wickets are these 2, the captain and Mahmood really have to put a good performance in here.
Yeah, Napa Royal Kings having just featured in that one game so far, getting a couple of points off it in that 75-run win against Everest. As Nicosia Tigers, they might be sitting pretty with 4 wins out of 4, but I don't think all those wins have been extremely convincing, but they'll take the wins however they come, as we're going to see a bowling change. It's going to be Hardeep Singh introduced for the first time into the attack today. Since it's the end of the power play, we can now see some fielding restrictions lifted. So, interestingly enough, they've decided to bring third man back into the ring, and they're protecting all those straight boundaries: long off, long on, cow corner, deep extra cover, and deep point. The umpire just asks Singh to stop and return to his mark, as not everyone was quite ready. The batsman still examining the field.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rain around, nothing too heavy. You can just hear a bit of pitter-patter on the roof of the marquee that we're under at the moment. But there is a few dark clouds, but I can see a lot of brightness around us as well. The sun is trying to come out, but I'm told it's going to be this kind of day. The wind may also pick up at some point. I think once again it may be a day that the bowling and the fielding side become more dominant as Hardeep comes in. And it's good areas, good line. He's bowling a bit of pace. The one thing that the bowlers have to watch, of course, is going to be their footing here. It might start to get just a little bit slippery as they transfer some of the loose topsoil from the soles of their footwear onto the carpet, if you like, onto the pitch. So just got to watch out for that. I'm sure the umpires will keep an eye on it as well. Oh, well, this one is a real Gandhi ball, no ball. You can see him apologising straight away. So this is some of the issues that perhaps some of the bowlers will have with the moisture and the wetness. I mean, the pitch was covered before the start of the match, so the pitch itself at the moment will be fine. But of course, the more we play and the more bowlers and batters run on it, it will start to get a little bit slippery. That one just slipped straight out. So free hit. And he hits it well. Fielder's got work to do. And deals with it well. I was going to say deals with it well, but unfortunately it ricochets off Sarabjit Singh and makes his way to the boundary. 4 runs.
4 runs, and of course these slippery conditions don't just affect the bowler, they also affect the fielders. It's like a bar of soap out there if you're one of these men fielding in those deep boundaries.
But look at here, us. Not the easiest fields to be fielding on, but you've got to try and get everything behind it. It just gets played out, 1 bounce, no run. So Yasir Mahmood looking to continue in the good form that he's been in with the bat. But what a big match this is. Nicosia Tigers, remember, unbeaten in the group so far, Group A. There will be 5 teams in this group now, with Nicosia Super Kings playing no further part in the series. Good shot, and this time the boundary does get saved. That's nicely done by the fielder out there. And that's Ganveer Singh. As that rain just starting to get just a little bit heavier here at the moment. You can see that now on your screens. A very good morning to everybody on our chat. And of course, namaste, assalamu alaikum, sat sri akal, Aibo1 to everybody that's watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. It's another high full toss, but a wide, but the height not an issue with it. It's a slower ball that he attempts. Thing with it is I think it's a little bit predictable from Hardeep. And the only thing, the captain couldn't get to that one because of the width on it. So I think he's far better just sticking to his normal line, because every time he goes for the slow ball, he gets it wrong.
Yeah, these are not easy conditions to try that back of a hand slower ball.
Nicely played by Yasir. He's got a boundary with this one before, but this time with the power play now out of the equation, you can spread the field a bit more. Not a bad over from Singh. It goes for 8. And you can see the Tigers looking to rebuild. 34 for free after 4.
Yeah, that rain is continuing to pick up, and we're starting to get some comments about the rain as well on our YouTube chat. Of course, as long as these conditions are safe to play, and we'll continue playing. Of course, we see wickets have been picked up in each of the first 3 overs, and previous over, despite not getting a wicket, I think went really well for the Napa Royal Kings, who are just got a very tight control of this game so far. Got a real grip on the Nicosia Tigers scoring. They've not let them get away.
It's going to be interesting here now. So as that rain does get heavier, as the tournament referee at the ground today is Nilkesh Patel. We'll keep an eye on proceedings here and be talking with his umpires constantly. Of course, this one is just called a wide. It's a tough call. Of course, nobody wants to see play suspended for whatever period of time, but you've got to take into consideration player safety. Is that one maybe just touches the line, and according to the umpire. Once again, Hamza, who was pretty impressive when we saw him first up. He's guided away, and he's going to get 4 runs, and this one will also be a goal. So 4 and a goal first thing in the morning. He tucks his away nicely in that left-hand corner to 4 runs. And also a goal, the first of the day. Yeah, the rain not easing up at the moment. I'm just wondering whether how soon before the umpires decide it's probably worth getting the covers on for 15-20 minutes and just letting this bit of dark cloud pass us. It's a bit of bat on this, I think. So it's a good delivery though. And the other thing I'd like to see, and I think Napa Royal Kings should need to have a look at the way that these batters are playing. We've seen a couple of times, Nish, that the ball's been guided to that backward point area. I'd be inclined to move the sweeper across, or maybe bring the sweeper into the regular point and push a player back at the backward point area just for that little dab.
Yeah, they certainly shouldn't. Of course, Jahid Hassan has thrown a couple of boundaries. Both of them have been in very similar fashion, so these two men showing that depth stroke as Yasir Mahmood goes for a wilder swing this time.
Yeah, shot was certainly on. I think he's looking the area where we are, so that deep extra cover where there's nobody protecting it is because you got the long off is very straight because of these short boundaries, so it means that the long off and the cover, big gap between them, so certainly an opportunity to go this way. And there's that little dab again. This is what we're talking about, and that's going to be 4 more. They've got to be a little bit smart about this. I reckon that's well now 12 to 16 runs that have come in that area, and they've got to plug that gap, and it's a simple fix. The man who's at the sweeping on the offside boundary comes in and goes to the point, and then have a man put at backward point. Now they've moved another man across on the offside, but that doesn't help with the area where the ball's been guided at the moment. Into the 40s here now, so at that more or less at that 10 runs apace and over. So looking to get the 100, but I think on these conditions, maybe 100 is actually not a bad score at all, because not easy for the batters out there. And also find that it's interesting to see, we'll see just how the ball behaves when this pitch just gets a little bit damp as well, whether it starts to pop. It's a good delivery, well pitched up, and that is making its way towards us, and well, that's going to be 4 runs, and Richards, it's all yours. Well, there it is. Richards is right in front of us here, getting ready to do a bit of recording for the comscam, and he gets a nice look at that delivery as well. There's that shot again, and let's see if Richards does his thing here. Is Richards on it? No, he's not on the ball, but he's on us, because it's an opportunity for us to say good morning to you for the first time. And I hope you're looking forward to day 3. Well, I certainly am. It's a little bit wet and damp at the moment. Nish, what do you reckon? I suspect that this is going to favour the bowlers once more.
No, it certainly will. That was something we discussed at the opening of this match. Of course, you've mentioned a few times on this broadcast, 300 days of sunshine in Cyprus. We were unfortunate enough to find one of those 65.
Back to the action, as this one is going to be 4 more. Well, that's clonked somebody on the head there, and well, he's given a naughty little, oh dear. Well, sometimes in the morning, well, you need to be woken up. He's woken up, and then he shows us a little bit of cheekiness as well. Wait for it. So, it's unfortunate that's going to the boundary. Ali Khan. Place it out in the off, they'll take a single. So once again, that area where the balls keep going, they finally, I think, have got a man out there after 16 to 20 runs have been scored.
Yeah, 18 runs through that region so far, as you mentioned. It's been very productive for the Nicosia Tigers, and they've reacted just a little too late, Napa Royal Kings. So this is going to be the tactical match. Every time the Royal Kings make one adjustment, the Tigers will poke another hole. This one is struck hard and firm and straight to the fielder, but it goes straight through his hands. That's really disappointed by Karanveer Singh, and these two are starting to find a few weaknesses in this Napa Royal Kings side.
Not easy to deal with because he's bobbling around, but you see there Karanveer Well, nice close-up of him, but he's got to get his body behind it. I mean, you don't need to be told that on this surface. If you're just relying on just your hands without anything backing you up, well, you're not going to get lucky. And that's exactly what happens there. So the 50 now has come up with a couple of boundaries in this over from Khan. And, he was very disappointed to see another one that goes to the boundary. Ali Khan gone for 15 in his spell. And yes, Mahmood continuing to impress. And they go even wider here. That will be called a wide. Thing is here, now they started really well, the Napa Royal Kings, but all of a sudden, both these batters have shown they can play out on the offside and they can play, if they're given width, they'll punish you. But they're bowling that. They started the day bowling at the stumps, aiming at the stumps, bowling full. Just look at the wickets that fell. And all of a sudden, they're going wider and wider. And, that's better. That's where you have to be. And that's the reason. Thank you very much. Well, that's the wicket. The ball that was bowled that got Zishan out. It was right at his body, gave him no room. And the same ball here, Yasin Mahmood, after being getting all the width that he likes and getting a few boundaries to his name outside the off. Well, this one is right at him, and he's going to have to go. And it's a good delivery. He's got 5 boundaries, 5 fours before he's departed for 22 of 14 deliveries. All of those have gone in one area. It took him an age to put a fielder out there, that backward point area, but also they kept bowling to his strength, and finally you get one that's right into his body. Well bowled, well taken, and that's a wicket taken, and a good catch once again from Ikram Mohammed.
Yeah, you were spot on. I mean, the bowler this time around tries to suffocate the batsman, bowls very close, was almost a body line kind of line and length, and the batsman just didn't have any room, and in the end he just pokes and prods one straight to the keeper. This time Ikram Mohammed with the gloves on for the Napa Royal Kings. So nice stuff there. They managed to break that partnership which was developing, and it's really been the Tigers' problem in this innings. Anytime somebody gets going, the Napa Royal Kings get him. And we're going to see Ashish Baum facing his first ball. And it's that similar line and length. They've gone up for an appeal, but I'm pretty sure that's just come off the top of his arm.
Well, this is a feisty delivery. And Ali Khan thinks, well, okay, that's where I need to be. He bangs this in right at the batter. Let's see what it catches here, right off the arm. And it's probably a good idea that he's got that arm guard there. Certainly does take off from it. So Khan looking to finish his spell with another. I'd go for the Yorker here. But he goes for the shorter one, and this has to be more evasive action taken. Now, I'm just wondering here if that's 2 that are over the shoulder. I think it might be okay. This one probably was just under the shoulder. He's a little guy, though, so maybe he's got away with one. Let's see this, because the one that the ball he got before, yeah, it's just below the shoulder, but a very good delivery. It's well, it was a case of hello, good morning, and have a sniff of this. Ashish Baum. Well, that's the scorecard. 58 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, that was a fiery spell there by Ali Khan, who really showed what the strength of this Napa Royal Kings side is, of course. So we didn't mention that this could be a good day for the Seamers with these conditions, and they're taking full advantage of it. Napa, we get straight into this over. That's just knocked down, and it's going to be a quick single here. So nice work there by the skipper Jahid Hassan, and now Ashish Baum, who's looked a bit uncomfortable his first couple of deliveries, is going to have to find a way to settle into this innings.
Yeah, Tanvir, of course, made the perfect start. Got a wicket in the very first over, and it was a key wicket as well. Got the likes of Zishan. This is nicely played out into the offside, and well, it fielded us really well because he loses his footing as he slips, but keeps his hands nice and straight.
This is brilliant stuff so far by the Napa Royal Kings. I really like the way they bowled. They pitched it back of a length and really tried to test the technique of these Nicosia Tigers batsmen. So we've seen a very high level of competition between bat and ball, as this one is struck away by Ashish Baum, who picks out the gap. And once again, this technically very gifted batsman just uses his nous to navigate this one away for 4.
Yeah, the captain has to be at his best. Looks focused, doesn't he? And after they've seemed to have plugged the gap outside the offside, now he's looking to go through other areas, and he's gone for that onside. Tanvir taking a moment to dry that ball up. And He's on leg side, and the fielder, he can't grab it. And if you can't grab it when the first opportunity you get, you're going to have to fetch it. It goes all the way down to the boundary. Not the best of deliveries, but the fielder has to do better. And he's not able to pick it up, Hardeep Singh, and it races away to the boundary.
Yeah, terrible ball with fine leg inside the ring. You're only asking to get hit for a boundary. All the batsman needs is just a little bit of bat. And again, these straight boundaries are very, very short. So that's going to be easy pickings for the captain, who's really playing a captain's knock over here. 25 of 11. He's just helped dig his side out of the hole.
Yeah, he has, and what he and at that time, that partnership between Mahmood, what they were able to do is he goes for another one, and fielder does well, keeps his eye on it, watches the bounce, gets it through Manzoor Ali. Yeah, what they managed to do, well, they're looking to take an extra here. He could be in trouble. No, he can't pick the ball up, so unfortunate. The fielder does well, gets the throw in, but unfortunately hits the stumps. The ball ricochets away, and they're going to take another. So unfortunate. Does pretty well, the fielder. Gets a good throw in, Manzoor Ali on the stumps. And then Tanveer chases after it. If he's able to pick it up straight away, it was an opportunity, but that ball maybe at the moment. Bit of a bar. So, well, this one he should take. Will he take it? Yes, he will. So he gets the breakthrough, and it's a biggie. And sometimes things like that, you know, we said they were lucky when the ball hit the stumps and they took the extra. Well, sometimes that luck works against you, and maybe he was hoping that it never happened, because what happened is that Jahid Hassan goes back on strike as a result of that bit of luck. But that bit of luck turns out to be unfortunate and unlucky, because the very next ball he gets done. He takes his eye off it, doesn't he? It's a shorter delivery from Tanveer. Takes his eye off it. He's got no idea where the ball is, just pops it up. And Tanveer, well, he's taken 2 very crucial wickets today.
No, he certainly hasn't. That's a little bit of a soft dismissal for Jahid Hassan. It was going along very nicely. As we just take a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Cyprus until Sunday, the 23rd of April, and then head over to Milan. That should be a very nice end of the month over in Italy. And then, of course, some very exciting international cricket coming to you from Gibraltar between the 4th of May and the 7th of May. Should be a fun weekend. And then alongside that, there'll be some excellent cricket in Milan. And then we head up north over to Austria, as of course the weather gets warmer in Central and Northern Europe. Of course, we're going to see Ali come back here.
Yeah, he's the man who will take full credit for that last wicket, and he'll take full credit for this one as well, as the new batter, Ashish Bam. Well, there's no bam bam coming from him, because his stumps have been knocked over. The castle has been raided, and he will have to go jug their foot their style, as Manzoor Ali gets this one right on the money. Adios, Bam.
Yeah, this is actually just a perfect textbook ball, isn't it? It's just aimed top of that middle and off stump. Have a look at this. That is perfect. That is pretty much what every coach wants. Just moves a touch, and it's the top of the stumps. Ashish Bam, well, he's just left squatting and staring at his stumps. It's a bit of a mess back there, and he has to depart having made just 1 run of 4 deliveries. Not quite capitalizing on this opportunity that was provided to him. And the Nicosia Tigers, after just getting back into the game thanks to Jahid Hassan, their skipper's fine batting, are once again in a tough spot here with 2 completely new batsmen out there. Of course, neither of them have faced the ball, so it's going to take them a little bit of time to settle in, and that's going to waste valuable balls.
Yep, you're absolutely right. 2 new batters, haven't faced, score 170. They've managed to stay at the 10 and over mark, but the question is now, with 6 wickets down and batters that, well, 2 Rahmans out there at the moment. So you've got Munna Rahman and Sagur Rahman, but haven't really made any contributions as yet for their side. So I think this is where, if you bowl well and bowl at the stumps, you could really cause all sorts of problems here now for the Nicosia Tigers, and try and restrict them to a score of under 90. That's what they'll be thinking here. Tanveer has been great. Manzoor Ali has bowled really well as well. 2 for 11. When he starts with not a good delivery to the left-hander, they hesitate and don't take a run. That was probably there if 2 batters were on the same hymn sheet. Well, they're not. Well, they might be both Rahmans, but they're not thinking the same. So gets away with that one to the left-hander. Wants to try and get it on the stumps, or at least outside the off. He goes out to the off. Oh, it's a spicy chance, but look how quickly this goes to the boundary. It is catchable, but it goes so quickly. Just watch the fielder that's in that catching position. I often say that to me, and I reckon, Nish, what are your thoughts? I reckon if you're in that position fielding there, the chances of you taking a catch has got to be, I reckon it's 1 in 10. You're far better off being a little bit back and saving those runs. I mean, they're going to go to him so quickly. I just think that's a wasted fielding position. If you're on the circle there, all right, I'm not saying you're catching it, but you're stopping it.
Yeah, certainly. He's almost in a fourth slip kind of position. That was going to be a sharp chance. If he had managed to take it, a bit of a one-handed blinder, I think we'd have had a catch to compete with that brilliant one we saw from Shahi on the first day. This one was popped up in the air. Is this going to beat the fielders? I think it will, and it's going to trickle over the boundary rope. So Sagar Rahman is finding a way to string together some boundaries early in his innings.
Oh, Hardeep Singh and Kanveer Singh, I think it's time to give each other a few jappies, because it is cold out there. But they're not able to stop the ball. It's 4 runs, so again, look, I'm not going to be too critical of the bowlers because it can't be easy. But just bowling a little bit with, that's where you want to be. And this one cuts him in half. This one is too good for Rahman, the Sagar Rahman. And that's what you got to be. You got to be trying to be at the stumps, because you know these batters are going to try and swing hard.
And I love the back and forth I've seen so far this innings. You can see these are both quality sides. One responds and the other counters. This one's going to take a top edge and go for a boundary. So Sagar Rahman, by hook or by crook, is finding a way to string together 4s. This is a good one there. It takes a top edge. He has no clue where that's going. He was aiming for somewhere out in the deep square boundary. And it's just gone over for a 4. So a nice end to the over, despite maybe not some of the most convincing batting at times in that over. The Nicosia Tigers do string together a productive 12-run over, just what they needed. And they're hanging in this game despite the 6 wickets they've lost. This is some proper cricket. It's 2 teams that are very, very strong. You know, every punch is responded to with a counter punch. I like this. It's a good back and forth. And there's going to be some interesting tactics here. So the captain has decided to go with Hardeep Singh for this penultimate over. That might mean he's holding back Hamza for the final one. Fuller ball takes an inside edge, and the keeper does well to get a glove to it, and he's denied a certain run.
Well, all counts. You can see Hardeep making all sorts of suggestions here. I mean, full credit to Napa Royal Kings. I mean, it's not easy fielding and bowling out there, as I'm sure it's probably not easy batting too. This rain, the angle of it. And well, what's happened here? The batter, has he... Well, he's walking off.
I just wonder if that inside edge managed to hurt him. And
but they were, I mean, the bails had come down, so I get the feeling, I think that's what Hardeep was saying. Hardeep was actually saying, well, look, the stumps have come off. So it was definitely, he must have played it onto his stumps. Well, yeah, he was bowled. I'm just looking at it again. We don't, unfortunately, we don't have not able to have a replay of this, but this one, we get the inside edge, and nobody's realised, apart from the bowler, Hardeep Singh, that the ball's actually gone off. Well, the ball, not only is the ball gone off, looks like the players with that wicket going down are gone off as well. And I think it stayed pretty persistent like this for a while, but they just decided that it doesn't seem to be getting any better, and that is probably worthwhile to protect the pitch a little bit and get the covers on. I think it's a shame. I mean, we're pretty close to the end of the innings. And one thing that will be, I think Napa Royal Kings will probably be thinking, well, we've spent all of this time out there. If only we could have just finished off the innings, because it's going to be difficult to go out there again. You'll see the players now working well as a team. Well, this is where both sets of players become a team, because you'll see right to the left of your screen that they run on now with the covers. So working well together, the 2 teams getting those covers on, because of course they want to try and protect that pitch as much as they can, and hopefully get on as soon as possible.
yeah, this is a real shame, of course, because the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings had a nice little back and forth, of course, so hopefully we can continue the action shortly. But very, very interesting innings. A bit of a mixed bag. We saw some good batting and also some good bowling. There was a good bit of competition. So this big match, which we talked about, living up to its hype in terms of the quality of the action. But the weather, unfortunately, just not playing ball this morning. And excellent work there by the players as well as the ECN ground crew. All credit to them, of course. Without their wonderful work, we wouldn't be able to bring you any of this beautiful action here in Cyprus.
Yeah, beautiful action. 300 days of sunshine, Nish, is what I was told. 300 days of sunshine. Where's the sunshine? I've been here 3 days and it's rained every day.
Yeah, I mean, we have a 1 in 6 chance of finding a cloudy day, and I guess that's just been our fortune so far this tournament.
Yeah, what I do think, though, I'm having a look around me. I reckon maybe we're just getting perhaps the worst of it for the next 5 minutes, because I do think, and I can see, clearer, brighter skies around us. So I think at the time, about a few minutes ago, I was saying that maybe it's a good idea perhaps just to come off at this point, let this dark cloud pass us by and then come back on. You can see that it is really heavy, but look, well done to the two sides. They've got together, got those covers on pretty quickly. And I don't mind. Look, the one thing you have to really think about is we've got 5 matches here today. So there's no point carrying on when conditions like this and just making the pitch worse and more slipperier, and then having a long-term impact on those other matches. It's much better just for the players to come off now. Also, the umpires have to take into consideration the safety of those players. So I think between the two umpires, they're regularly informing Nilkesh Patel, the tournament referee for today, what the conditions are like. And I think Nilkesh, I think for me, made the correct call at that point to say, look, okay guys, it's getting pretty bad. You can see that the bowlers were starting to have a few problems holding on to the ball. The batters probably, because of the angle of the rain, is pretty uncomfortable, not seeing it too well. So the right call made for me.
Yeah, certainly the right call made, and of course that is one thing about rain in Cyprus. You tend to get a very heavy downpour for a short period of time, and then usually the sky's clear and the sun is out, of course. This isn't really a country like Northern Europe where you tend to see long drizzles that last most of the day. It's usually a quick downpour and then a resumption of action. Of course, this should have, of course, an impact on the play as well. Of course, this ground's taken quite a beating with rain. Of course, it rained in the morning today, rained last night as well. So, of course, should be a fairly slow outfield, and we'll see how that plays into today. Could this be another fairly low-scoring day? It looks likely right now.
Yeah, it looks likely that now. I know that Mohammed Hussain, when he was here this morning, obviously he works very hard for the Federation of Cricket here in Cyprus and getting this series together. He was telling me that today that there's snow on the forecast, and when we heard that, we looked at him and saying, what? But he said not here. But I remember yesterday we were talking about the weather here in Cyprus, that some parts of Cyprus do get snow. There's a lot of skiers around, so there's going to be snow in some parts of Cyprus. And he said that here we'll have a bit of rain. It could get quite windy, and I'm just looking at some of the stats that I have, that today is National Big Wind Day, and this is observed every year, particularly in the United States, on the 12th of April. This is the day that commemorates the recording of the highest natural wind gusts measured on the Earth's surface, and so that was in 1934. And on that day, winds blowing 231 miles per hour were recorded by the Mount Washington Observatory. So hopefully that's not a sign. I know it was pretty windy here yesterday, but not winds of that strength. But I'll tell you what we can do. I mean, we're probably maybe working on getting some highlights for you. But why don't we talk a little bit about some of the results that we saw yesterday? Because certainly that match, match number 7, Everest against the Nicosia Tigers. What a match that was.
That was one of the best matches we've seen so far this tournament. I really love the spirit of this Everest side. They've taken a bit of a beating throughout this tournament, losing game after game, but that certainly hasn't dampened their spirit like this weather. I love the courage they fought with. I mean, they could easily have downed tools, having made just 69 runs in the first innings, but they fought to the very end and were in it. And then, unfortunately, the skipper himself was the victim of a couple of big shots by the number 10, Vikas Shrestha, who's, of course, interestingly enough, been promoted for this Nicosia Tiger side, coming up at least one spot in the batting order, which is certainly a well-earned one-position move up the Nicosia Tigers batting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it was Nicosia Tigers, they're a team we've seen before. They're a team that have got plenty of depth. And we've seen that even here. And one thing I said today is, though, they've got the likes of Mazumdar and also Zishan, who are key players for them, and the captain and Yassir as well. I don't think we've seen the best of them. I think a lot of people are talking about those two and saying, well, if those two, the big two in the front at the top, the openers go early, that they could be in trouble. I think what they've shown here and also yesterday, that even when the big guns go early, you can't write them off. They're a winning side. They're a championship side. They always find a way to get the runs on the board.
Yeah, they certainly have. Of course, they did win the domestic league, as we mentioned earlier, and I think that's just allowed them to add that winning DNA to their side's makeup. Of course, in previous ECSs that we've broadcasted from here in Cyprus, we've seen the Nicosia Tigers. They've, just for a lack of a better word, kind of choked or slipped up near the end of the tournament, but I think now they're finding a way to win. And one thing about the great teams is they don't peak early in tournaments, they peak near the end. They find a way to win early, and then they leave their best cricket for the knockout stages.
Absolutely, and I think they're showing that. And also, I think the top championship sides, they also find a way to get a result, perhaps when they don't play at their best, or even when some of the top players don't perform. Remember, it is a team game. Well, folks, if you are tuning in, unfortunately, we've got a few showers around at the moment, a few dark clouds that are bringing some of the wet stuff down on us, but we're hoping that they'll pass pretty soon and we can get back to this match between the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings. And I hope you've had your breakfast this morning as well, because today is having breakfast at your desk day, because it's all something that people have realised that though people have busy lifestyles, it's always time to have your breakfast. A very important part of the day. So whether it's a sandwich, a breakfast movie or cereal, the first meal of the day becomes your body's very first source of nourishment. So have you had your breakfast this morning?
Oh, certainly. We enjoyed a wonderful breakfast over at Harmony Bay Hotel. Shout out to the crew over there, getting up at 6:30 and having our breakfast for us 30 minutes earlier than everyone else. So certainly had a nice breakfast before coming to the ground today.
Yeah, you know what I liked? They actually have porridge, hot porridge. Now, I love me porridge. Takes me back to the days in the UK. And you get up in those cold mornings and you want something nice and warm. So a bit of porridge this morning for me and a few fried eggs. So that was nice. Hey, other days to worth mentioning is International Day for Human Spaceflight. And that's celebrated today. The day celebrates the first space flight that humans being in space. So it's a big day there as well. I know there's a lot of talk about that. And also, well, if you like your little cuddly friends, it's also Hamster Day today as well, dedicated to those cute little rodents who are among the favorite pets in countries like the United States. So yeah, they are adorable and very easy to raise as well. So there's some of the international days that we have here, but at the moment we have a lot of rain, heavy rain, which is taking its while to go. With this match though, evenly poised with Nicosia Tigers 83 for 7, and it was in that the penultimate over that we had to take a break after we saw quite a strange wicket. We've seen two strange wickets. What about that one of Ramon when he was a short bouncer hits him on the head, and as he goes down trying to take evasive action, swings down and knocks his stumps over. That's quite a bizarre one. I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, that was very unique, and as we did mention, a bit of a boxer's look at that one. Really knocked him out. And Iftikhar Jaman, who is a big, tough, strong guy, was sent flying to the ground and unfortunately clattered into his stumps. And that was a very unfortunate way to get out after he hit some nice boundaries. Of course, one feature of this Nicosia Tigers innings has been just how many runs they've scored through the offside. Almost 45 of their runs coming through there. When typically in T10 cricket, we tend to see batsmen go for those big heaves to cow corner, but not the Nicosia Tigers. They've actually been very happy to open up the offside, which is something that has, I think, really pleased a lot of us cricket purists.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Nish, I think that we're going to have to maybe just take a little break ourselves. We've got a few leaky problems that we have to see to. So that's not personally. I'm talking about our roof. I haven't got to that stage yet, people. But anyway, I think we're going to take a short break here, maybe get a nice cup of coffee or tea, and we'll be back with some more information as soon as we have it. And hopefully the news will be that after this shower, which will hopefully pass us by in the next 5 minutes or so, we'll be right back. So we're just going to say goodbye for now. We're going to leave you with a few shots of the ground, and maybe if this weather continues, we'll organise some highlights for you, so you've got some cricket to be watching while we are off air. But we'll be back with some more news, and keep a lookout on the chat as well. We'll try and keep you updated with the way things are happening. But at the moment, unfortunately, because of the rain, where play's just been suspended for a while, and if there are any updates in terms of Whether the match has been shortened, we will let you know. But I believe when we come back, we may be telling you that this match, probably the innings of the Nicosia Tigers probably have been concluded, and the Napa Royal Kings will probably use the DLS system to give you a further update on what the target is and how many overs they've got to get it in. So we'll be back with more information, hopefully sooner than later. See you then.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And well, welcome back to a bit of sunshine. That's what we want to be talking about here in Cyprus at this Ipsona cricket ground in Limassol. Well, we've got an update for you. Of course, we went off here while it was chucking it down. The rain has stopped. The covers, as you can see, are off. The umpires are back out there in the middle. And the news is that this match will continue with a revised target. So we are using the DLS method. And so the first innings comes to an end. And the calculation made is that the new target will be 75. That will be required of 7 overs. So a few people are asking that on the chat. So just clarify that 75 of 7 overs. And that means that there'll still be the power play, which will be 2 overs. And in terms of the bowlers, 2 bowlers will be allowed to bowl 2 overs. The rest will be bowling 1. So 5 different bowlers will have to be used. So welcome back. And just to clarify, this match versus the Nicosia Tigers taken on the Napa Royal Kings is going to be a reduced over match now. Nicosia Tigers were 83 for 7 after 8.1. So, and then the rain came. So that's now the target has been revised. That was the end of their innings. And the new target will be 75. So welcome back, everybody. So we are now going to see the Napa Royal Kings having a bat. Rico Fool here alongside me is Nish Bhatt. Nish, it's good to have the sunshine back, and I think it's probably a fair target. I think based on the way that Nicosia Tigers were going, it looked like they were probably going to get to that score of about 100 plus. So I think it's fair enough, and I don't think either teams will have any complaints about it. Here we go for the first delivery.
So just nudge to the skipper, Jai Hassan, and indeed it is quite a fair target. They have to go at just under 11 and over. I think they should make a good challenge. And so far this game, I've really enjoyed the back and forth between this side. Nobody's really been able to get out on top. Anytime one team has managed to get just ahead, the other one's pulled them back. So I think, again, this is just about that par score region. So let's see how this match progresses.
It's a swing and a miss. The bowler is Fahad Mahmood.
Yeah, this is good stuff here by Mahmood. Of course, the main all eyes are going to be on the man at the non-strikers and Saran Ahmed. He's been in an electric form, of course, his first couple of appearances in this tournament. Have given him 2 half centuries, scored 143 runs, strike rate of just under 250. Bowler takes a bit of pace off that ball, and he deceives Muhammad, who has seen off 3 dot balls to start this innings. Of course, remember, it's a shortened match, and each dot ball is going to matter just a little bit more now.
Ikram Mohammed did play in the European Cricket League, and he was there, and he wasn't able to score any runs. In fact, he's coming into this match with 3 ducks on the spin, and he hasn't got off the mark yet, but just as I mentioned that, he will do just that. And it's the first time that he's played since he was at the European Cricket League. Of course, there he represented the Nicosia Lions, the Punjab Nicosia Lions. So he'd be happy to get off the mark. And there's one statistic that he can now sort of brush away. He didn't want 4 on the spin, thanks to Mohammed Hassan, who passed on that information to me. So to get the first runs on the board is a nice tidy start from Mahmood. And now this guy, Saran Ahmed, has been in sensational form. He's just played 2 innings and he's already at the top of the batting stats. Made back-to-back half centuries the last time we saw him. Let's see how he gets on here. He's really batted beautifully on day 1. Well, they're asking the question straight away for LBW. The umpire shakes his head. It'll be interesting to see this again. It's a very full delivery. Let's have a look at this. I mean, the only thing is could probably have been drifting down leg. Let's get a better look at this. And, oh, that's a really close call. But I think the umpire is right. It is just outside the line of leg stick. Close call, though.
Yeah, just pitching outside off as well. So leg, beg your pardon. Not much going there for Mahmood. Once again, he's targeting at similar line and length. So this is an interesting tactic to Saran Ahmed. We know Saran Ahmed really targets that leg side. He is so strong there. I mean, at points in his innings, he's made it up to 70 to 80% of his runs in that region, as this first over is a miserly one. As of course we take a look at some of the details of this match, it's going to be a 7-over match with a target of 75. Just a couple overs power play, and only 2 bowlers may bowl 2 overs. So this is going to be a real dilemma for the skipper. Who's he going to pick? Who are the 2 men who he's going to decide to give 2 overs to?
Well, Farhan Mahmood will be one of them for sure, because that first over only goes for just 1. So the rate is now going to jump up to about 12. So it's almost like they're chasing 120 here. So not the best of starts from the batters. You saw Ikram swing and miss at a few. It was quite strange that he took the first ball. I mean, why don't you have some of this? A lot of teams do this. You've got a guy who's batting so well as in Ahmed. Ahmed's got to surely take the first ball. Okay, Ikram back on strike. And he swings wildly at this, and once again, there's an opportunity there to take the run. You can see that Seren Ahmed is not even backing up. Not a good start this at all from Napa Royal Kings.
No, this is not the way they would have started. A bit lackluster. I mean, so far this tournament, we've seen them get off the flyers of a start, largely thanks to that man, Seren Ahmed. They've been scoring it up to 15 and over in the power play, and looking a bit lackluster here, but hey, tons of credit to this Nicosia Tigers side. They've been on the money to start off.
It will be. Here's the next delivery. Well, this one should be put away, and it has. It's short. It's in the slot. It would go all the way. Balle, kinna sona shaka lagya. And well, I don't know if this is Rahman bowling. I think this might be Yasser Mahmood, but it's been absolutely walloped away.
Yeah, the first balle of this morning, and also the first commentator's curse as soon as I praised the Nicosia Tigers. One of the poorest balls we've seen so far this innings by these Tigers bowlers. And speaking of the sparrows we mentioned yesterday, we just had a very low flying one go past our commentary tent. It's a wider ball, and keeper's not going to do much about that. So they had a little bit of worries there for Nicosia Tigers. Of course, yesterday when we were on commentary, we discussed how Yasser Mahmood, Zishan Mahmood, had the gloves, and he had some of his struggles. Well, today they've got Sagar Rahman back, their normal keeper, but that was a difficult one for him.
Yeah, it was difficult. What it does do is after hitting a big 6, Ikram will go to the non-strikers, and then it gives an opportunity for Ahmed to get going. Missed it last time round. It's another swing and miss. Good areas this time, and gets the line right straight away to the left-hander, liking that. So good stuff this from Yasser. Unless my eyes are deceiving me, that is Yasser Mahmood bowling, right?
Certainly looks to me as well. Mahmoud Rahman, a much bigger guy, quite hard to miss. Really, currently fielding a cover by what I see, as this one's once again a heave by Ahmed. And I like this plan by the Nicosia Tigers, and it shows you these sides are watching one another very closely. Nicosia Tigers, I'm sure last night they were going over the YouTube footage on the European Cricket Network's official YouTube channel, looking at how Seren Ahmed played in his first couple of appearances, and they've come up with a plan here. They're really choking him and not allowing him to hit it to his favorite areas, which is really that cow corner mid-wicket region. And that's a wider delivery. Just gets a bit too eager there, Yasser Mahmood, and just has a word with the fielder in mid-on, a bit of frustration, but he just needs to keep himself calm. He's done all right so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how we always mention this, how form can change so quickly. This man was on song the other day. Here he is, he's faced 4 deliveries and he hasn't got bat on ball yet. And he misses out on another one. These are all the areas he was putting away the other day, so he's not helping his team at all here. So ball to go in this the second. He's only got that one maxima to show for.
And he could easily just leave this. This is definitely going wide.
Yeah.
And they've had a concerted plan so far to try to just bowl at his pads, and he should simply respond by just moving out of the way and letting every single one of these go for a wide. But he's just been too eager and played out 5 dot balls.
Yeah, not good, as they see. Player comes along to give the ball a bit of a wipe. So, yeah, it looks like we have got the bowler now on the screen. It was, of course, Yasser Mahmood. Bowled very well. Now, what can Ahmed do here? Ahmed has got to go after this one. He's got to get something from it. Oh, he get something is not what he wanted in terms of the contact and not the area he was looking to go, but he gets a reward. He gets 4 runs, and that's going to be crucial. Had to get something from this, but he just looks at all sorts at the moment. But Cuatro Carreras come off that delivery. That's also the end of the over. So it gets them going a little bit better, but still they're way behind where they need to be. That's a 6 and 4. That's all we've seen in this inning so far. As the score moves on to, let's just score to 14. As we have a look at this group at the moment, Nicosia Tigers 4 from 4. You can see Napa Royal Kings looking to get the victory here, which take them into second space, and they've got such a good net run rate as well in their favour.
Indeed, and now the captain, Jai Hassan, has inserted himself straight into the attack. As of course, do keep in mind it's a shortened game, so the power play has come to an end at the end of this second over, and the captain just taking his time to have his field setting precise. He has a long off. Doesn't look like he's just decided to change his mind and send a man out to long on. He's got a deep backward point, and well, after sending Bikash Shrestha out to deep third man, he just called him back in again, so looks like he's really protecting those straight hits now. And he goes for a wider delivery, and that's a bit too wide, according to the umpire, who will spread his arms for the first time this over.
Jahid Hassan, when he's bowled well, wicket to wicket, he's been quite difficult to get away, but has had a few issues, a few wides. Now this one has been called a no ball. Now no ball called, and he called. The thing about this is the umpire's calling this before the bowler's even bowled, which is quite, well, it's quite crazy. Have a look at this again. I wonder if you can see that the deliveries the bowler's running in. So he's not even waited for the bowler to bowl it. Oh, this is quite crazy. I think that's Taranga, the umpire. So just watch this. Watch the umpire here. So keep it on the umpire. As the bowler's coming to bowl, look, he's calling the no ball before it's even bowled. And this is all because there's too many gone for. I see too many men out now. I'm assuming the umpire is aware of the fact that the power play is already over, but they still must have had too many outs. A free hit, he goes big, and it will go all the way. Bolle. Well, that is the way to deal with a free hit. He go big, he gives this a full Monty, and it goes all the way. 6 runs.
Yeah, huge shot there. He did a couple of Curtly Ambroses sitting on top of each other to try to catch that. That one's another heave. Is this going to split the long on and deep mid-wicket fielders? Certainly will, so that's a boundary. Ikram Muhammad this time around leading the charge for the Napa Royal Kings, with Ahmed trying to find his form at the other end. Yeah,
well, he's back, folks. Ikram Muhammad may have had those 3 ducks at the European Cricket League at the Cartama Oval in Spain, in Malaga, but he's back to doing what he does best, and that's hitting the ball big. 17 of 8 deliveries now. It's a good job that he is going, because at the other end, Saran Ahmed just is struggling, getting going. Only runs to his name is that edge that went for 4. So Jahid Hassan, the captain, under attack. Full toss, hit hard. The fielder, oh no, he cooks it, and it's going to go for 4 runs. If Jamon gets this all wrong, he charges at it. You just knew you got to wait for the bounce on the pitch like this. Just watch this move. Watch it. And, well, he gets done. Hook, line, and sinker. Cuatro Carreras. This is the over that they needed. They're up and running now.
Yeah, they're really exploiting some of these errors that Jai Hassan's doing. A little bit of width there by Hassan, and not cleanly taken by the wicketkeeper. And just going back to the point that you made, of course, Iftikhar Jaman, you can't diss him for his enthusiasm. He really attacked that ball with real eagerness, and then he just took almost a nasty bit of leg spin, and he was left diving to his right. So the captain, Jai Hassan, inserts himself into the attack, and this hasn't paid dividends. Bottom edge, a nasty one, and Sagar Rahman just about gets a glove to it as he just shakes that left wrist. I think it might be in a little bit of pain. This is good stuff by Muhammad, and of course, remember, that big discussion we had back on day 1 was that, can Napa Royal Kings find runs outside of Saran Ahmed? And so far, they have. Goes towards the leg side. That's a poor ball by Jai Hassan, and the captain really letting his side down here, unfortunately. That one is straight onto the pads. Fine leg is inside the ring. That's going to be easy pickings. And Ikram Muhammad really bludgeoning this Nicosia Tigers side as he moves on to 25 runs. He struck 3 4s and 2 6s, so not looking good for the Nicosia Tigers as the Napa Royal Kings going perfectly along the run rate at 11.
Well, it took a while to get going, didn't they? That first over from Fahim Mahmood only went for just 1. And then thanks to Ikram, they get a few more in the second. But that one, that's the important one. 19 come of that from the captain. That hurt you. There's a score 33 without lock. And just to clarify, the ball before that we were talking about, no ball, wasn't actually recorded as a no ball. What the umpire wanted to signal and what is going down was actually a dead ball, because he was calling it because there was some talking happening as the bowler was coming to the ball. So that is why if you're looking at the score and you're thinking, hang on, what happened to the no ball? Well, that's why you see that 1 run has not been recorded. Back to the action. The man that's had all sorts of trouble with his bowling comes into the attack, Jaman, and he also had trouble trying to catch up with the ball as he went for 4. And he could be in trouble with his bowling anyway because he's running right in front of the umpire. And it's one thing that I really want to see ironed out in this series. Too many bowlers are doing this, coming around the wicket and going in front of the umpire. And see where he is there. It shouldn't be there. It's another wide. So 2 balls, 2 wides. And Ivitika Jaman is having those issues again with his line, Nish.
Yeah, we've always highlighted the issues that Nicosia Tigers had at the extras. 4 matches so far, 29, 34, 19, 17. That's how many runs they've given of extras. And we did say that the key to winning this game for them would be to cut those down. Not a good start to this over.
This is hit firmly, and it will go all the way despite the efforts from the fielder. He sticks one hand out there, hoping that he could take an incredible jalebi catch. You can see Jaman saying, why didn't he use 2 hands? I don't think it matters here, you know. I think it's been hit so well. I think the fielder, by the time he's even touching this, is already touching the rope. Let's have a look at that. So, once again, the olive tree, I forgot to bring me cutters, Nish. I forgot to bring me cutters. The olive tree just in the way there on the boundary. Big hit, 6 runs. Smashed hard. And it goes. Adios, Bolota. Manos arriba, Vidro. Porque eso es 6 más. And, well, it looks like Ahmed has finally woken up as he smashes this one big. And it goes all the way. So, Ahmed, we know what he can do when he's up and running. And it looks like he's now with it again. He looked at all sorts when he went out there, and he was swinging and missing, couldn't get bat onto ball. And now he's on song. 47 with that loss. High in the air. Will it go to hand? No, it won't. Will it go to the boundary? Yes, it will. And even our great fielder there in the back, and that's Bikram, even Bikash rather, even Bikram Shistra can't get to this. Once again gets lucky, and you can see they had to find it and try and stop it, and the bounce, once it hits that deck, it's away from him.
Yeah, we can hear an angry Bikash Shrestha on the mic over there. It's just frustration creeping into the Nicosia Tigers side, and as they say, batting form seems to be infectious. Saran Ahmed's had the best seat in the house to watch Ikram Muhammad bat, and now it seems some of that form has found his way as well, and difficult time for Jaman.
Firmly struck, trying to get it in the gap. I think this could be yours, Nish. No, Fielder gets there and does really well. And, well, full credit to Rahman Mazumdar. I'm quite surprised, though, Mazumdar is, well, maybe he's going to bowl the next. I don't know, but you would have thought that he certainly would be one of the bowlers that you're going to give your 2 overs to.
Yeah, and Rahman Mazumdar, though, I don't know, at this stage of the game, if you could even have much of an impact, considering this required has fallen down to well below 7. It's reached a stage now where we can almost begin to say that it's turning into Napa's game to lose.
Goes for another shot. This is going to be away from the field as well. And I think we could have another goal. Yes, we will. Goal! And 4 carreras as well. They're racing away. But I do think that is a mistake that they haven't used Mazumdar earlier. He's been so economical all the way through this series for the Nicosia Tigers. It's a mistake that they'll regret, because this match is, well, going in the way of Napa Royal Kings pretty quickly. Good delivery, finally gets one straight at the stumps. It gets blocked out. It's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over, and also maybe a good time to, as we said, question some of the decisions that the captain has gone with. We know some of the struggles Jaman has had, and of course, in such a tight game, you'd probably want to go with some of your most accomplished bowlers right up front. We know how economical Mazumdar has been, as of course, we reiterate that this is a shortened match, a 7-over game, a target of 75 needed for the Napa Royal Kings. They're not too far away from it now. They just need to go at a little over 6 and over to accomplish that. And of course, only 2 bowlers are allowed to bowl 2 overs, and it's going to be quite a decision here for the skipper to decide what he is going to do, because this is a real dilemma. And wow, it looks like he might be giving Zishan Mahmood a chance to bowl. So this is not something we've seen at any point so far this tournament. A bit of a gamble, but maybe this is a time to go to the blackjack table. And
he bowled once. Remember, he bowled in the match that he was playing, the match earlier on, when he took 2 wickets as well and scored runs. So, and then after that, as you said, he was behind the stumps yesterday. But again, I mean, why are they not giving the ball to Mazumdar? I mean, this is over number 5. So if Mazumdar bowled this one, he then could bowl 2. Yeah, I mean, they are allowed to have 2 bowlers that bowl 2. So this is well, I'm really confused here. I mean, okay, they're going with Zishan because he's one of the key players. He starts with a wide. So I get it, but it's a risk. Bearing in mind he didn't bowl yesterday. Now I wonder if that was a technical reason, because they're probably thinking, well, maybe if he was slightly injured and they were resting him. So a big moment this.
yeah, and it's interesting that they haven't brought Fahad Mahmood back into the attack. The man who gave up just 1 run in the opening over of the match. So some very bizarre tactical decisions.
Edge, and chance gets put down. Oh, well, that could be important, couldn't it? Saran Ahmed gets put down on 21. And just keep a note on that, because when you drop a player of his stature, that you normally will regret that decision. He gets 2 chances, 2 bites at the cherry as well. That's the keeper. Sagar Rahman puts him down. Zishan goes in the same areas. This is hit hard, and watch out as it gets past the the commentator's cube, just a fraction wide from us. This is motoring. Big hit.
Big hit, and how often is this a sight in cricket? A batsman's just been dropped, the bowler's frustrated. Next ball, he gets struck for a boundary. This is a cruel sport for bowlers.
And that's the way the cookie crumbles. We know that. Well, that's just rubbing salt into the wound now. And Zishan, slower delivery, hit well. The fielder gets down. They keep it to 1. They think about the 2. You can see that Ikram has put the hand up, said, nah, that'll do, Ikram. These 2 took a while to get going, but now they're going. They're motoring along pretty nicely. 26 of 13, Ahmed. Remember, it took him 4 deliveries just to get off the mark, and when he did, he was a bit lucky. It was an edge that went for 4. Ikram, though, no issues for him. We've already seen him hit 1 big 6. And in this innings now, both batters, 2 and 2 and 6s. 4 fours to Ikram and 3 to Saran. You've got to get a breakthrough here. It's got to happen now. Otherwise, this match is more or less done. 13 in 15 deliveries. Zishan coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Ikram plays it well, and they'll take the single. It's a good cricket from these 2. So Nicosia Tigers facing a battle here. Remember, they've been here before. They were here yesterday against Everest. But they managed to hold on and managed to get the victory when they were batting and they were really under the cosh. Well, now they're under the cosh with ball in hand. Can they find a way to keep that winning run intact, or are they going to be toppled by the Napa Royal Kings here?
No, and of course, going back to how much the Napa Royal Kings favor that leg side already, just over 70% of their runs coming on that side. So this team, they know their strengths and they play to it.
And he just sneaks this one in. You see Saran Ahmed going for the big shot down the ground. Just misses out on it. So he gets a valuable dot ball in there, Zishan. So ball to go in this, the 5th over. After this, of course, 2 overs left, 12 balls left. But certainly, they're going to get less than run a ball at the moment. Surely the Napa Royal Kings are going to make it 2 and 2 for them. Zishan goes wide. It will be called a wide. He tries to sneak another one in, but the umpire is on it like a flash. So just another run that goes onto the board. 11 off 13. Interesting field positionings. Got a man sort of almost like a... Well, it's another wide. Zishan just can't get it right. But yeah, going back to the field position, you can see that on your screen. They've got a man who's sort of almost like a leg slip. And then you've got a man who's in the catching position there, a sort of fly slip. So you could probably think that those fielders could be probably used in better areas. So you have a look at the field there very quickly as Zishan comes back in. And he gets this one on the money, gets past the fielder in the inner circle. A bit of foot fielding, which will allow the batters to take two. Zishan not happy about it at all. He's shrugging his shoulders, all kinds of gestures being made there. He'll go for 11 off his over. Too many extras in it. Extras have always been the problem for the Nicosia Tigers. And looks like it will be the extras. Extras that will be pretty important in this one as well, as the score moves to 67 without loss at the end of 5 overs.
Yeah, as we now see the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game, of course, these Nicosia Tigers not going to get too much rest after what is looking like a loss for them. They're going to be right back against the Limassol Calunders, who are 2-2, dead set on 500 so far. We can see that, of course, Shah Khalid is up there with 131 runs. He's been very impressive so far. Navi Doctor, solid bowler, and we saw him, what a weapon he was in the death overs yesterday, as back comes Mahmood.
Well, gets worked away. Well, that fielder we were just talking about, well, that's what he's there for. He's a genuine backstop. He makes the stop, as Sagan Rahman not able to deal with this one.
So this might mean we might not even see Roman Mazumdar bowl at all this innings, because surely he's going to give Fahad Mahmood the last over, having given up just one run.
If it goes to the last over, Nish, if it goes to the last over, because this one, we know where this goes. This goes to the part of the ground where fortunately there's no youngsters playing football today. That is a biggie, and that will go all the way. Shaba, 6 carreras. And that is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowler. Rasmalai. They're almost there. They one big hit. And well, this will do it. Where's this going? Somewhere near us. And well, I'll find it now. Well, that is going to be 4. And where are we now? I think that's it. That's match done, because the big 6 and the boundary seals it. It is going to be a fantastic victory for the Napa Royal Kings in this shortened match. And they do it in style. And, well, it was a shortened match. They needed to get 77, pardon me, off just the 7 overs. And they do it, and they do it in style. What a victory this is. And fantastically well done. And all credit to them. I mean, they had such a slow start, didn't they? It was a slow start. Things weren't happening, but they get there. And, yeah, the target, pardon me, it was 75, and they do it with that boundary. Beautifully done. And I just get the feeling, though, that we know they're a strong batting unit. When we saw them, when they played the first games, the way they batted, we saw how they destroyed the teams that they played against, and they got victories, which made us had us thinking that this team can play. I mean, they beat not only the Cyprus Super Kings by 75 runs, they did the same also to Everest, and now they get a very comprehensive victory here as well. And it's good to see, and that's a good sign for them as well, that really Ikram Mohammed, after his 3 a hat-trick of ducks in the ECL, and he's back to form. It's the first time he's playing since then, and didn't he bat well? He's the one who started things off, 40 of 18. And then Saran Ahmed, though he took him a while to get going, he played the perfect supporting role, 28 of 15 for him. A victory for the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, and of course, the Nicosia Tigers, let's not remember, they actually started this game off pretty well. Gave up just 1 run in the first over. We were praising them for their tactics, how well they were bowling, but the game very quickly got away from them, of course, because power hitting can power through any kind of bowling attack, as we start seeing here. Saran Ahmed, as you mentioned, got better and better as the innings progressed. We see some of these deliveries. Zishan Mahmood was thrown into bowl just for the 2nd time there. There's some good footwork by Munna Rahman. Of course, some of these Nicosia Tigers showing their footballing skills on a Champions League midweek. Look at that gorgeous stroke by Ikram Mohammed. Finds his form again. It's home sweet home for him as he's back in Cyprus and back in form. So a thoroughly convincing victory for the Napa Royal Kings, as of course not much to cheer about for the Nicosia Tigers on this scorecard. It's just that one opening partnership that deals a blow. They win by 10 wickets, but more importantly, with 9 balls to spare. Of course, keep in mind this is a shortened 7-over match, so that means 21% of the balls were still left in this innings, and they've managed to win this game. That is extremely dominant and a huge statement to a side that were undefeated so far this tournament.
Yeah, so Napa Royal Kings now, but so be it, they've only played 2 matches. They are a team that are unbeaten into Nicosia Tigers. They do face their first defeat. I'm liking the way that the batters were going off there, and you can see how much it meant to Ikram. He did the chuck the footy celebrations to you guys. The bowling here, I have to say, I am totally gobsmacked by what I've seen out there. Farhan Mahmood just one off the very first over. They don't bring him back because they're relying on him to bowl the last, but the last was never needed. And then when you got somebody like Rahman Mazumdar in your side, a guy that every team has had difficulty to try and get runs off him, you don't use him. It makes no sense to me at all, and I really think the Nicosia Tigers, they lost the way and lost the plot in that one.
No, they certainly did, and there's some baffling decisions on the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, they don't really have long to rethink their plan, because they're going to be out here very shortly playing the Limassol Qalandars.
Yeah, and the Qalandars, remember, they're coming back into the play, having won against Amdocs yesterday. It was a really good victory. Amdocs turned on the style with their win against Everest, and we're looking forward to seeing them being strong against the Qalandars. But the Qalandars, well, they had their own. I mean, Naveed Akhtar was in great form, 3 from 9 he took, and the Qalandars winning that by 4 wickets with 4 balls to go. So they're going to be up for this. Remember, these two teams have played each other already, and the Nicosia Tigers hold the upper hand. They've beaten them on both occasions, but I think the Qalandars will be hoping that today is a new day and it's a new start for them. The Tigers have been toppled once already, and the Qalandars are looking to do it again. That match coming up in just under 20 minutes time. So join me, Rika Fall and Nishbak, when we return for the start of match number 12.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to the second match of today's game. It's the Limassol Colunders taking on the Nicosia Tigers, who've not had much time to lick their wounds after that crushing defeat at the hands of the Napa Royal Kings. They're getting ready to take the field with a bat in hand. Of course, the Limassol Colunders won the toss, elected to field first. This really is a bowl first day with the conditions, but it's a lot brighter and sunnier right now as we take a quick look at our fantasy dashboard. Of course, no surprise right there. Naveed Akhtar leading the way for the Limassol Colunders with 136 points. Might say that he's a batsman, but trust me, he's made a big impact with the ball in hand, turned himself into a good death over specialist. Shah Khalid, a solid all-rounder, in second place for them with 131 points. And then, of course, the big man, Zishan Mahmood, with 289 for the Nicosia Tigers. And a solid all-rounder, Yasir Mahmood, with just one shy of 300 for his fantasy scoreboard. As it's going to be interesting for the Limassol Colunders, of course. They're 2-2, both their losses coming at the hands of these Nicosia Tigers. And, of course, with the triple round-robin format, this means we get a nice third helping of this match. And hopefully for the Limassol Colunders, it will be third time lucky. And, well, the Nicosia Tigers might be happy to see the side they've beaten a couple of times after that walloping they just received. It's Roman Mazumdar who's going to face the first delivery, and no surprise, it's his opening partner Zishan Mahmood at the non-striker's end. Of course, he's a very classy batsman, Roman Mazumdar. We've been extremely impressed with his technique, but a couple of rash shots in his last two innings means his innings has ended prematurely. He's just going to scan the field right now. Of course, the first 3 overs are a power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, and the captain has opted for a long off and a deep backward square leg. Mohammad Mohsin, a left-arm quick bowler, very exciting bowler, and this is going to be a good contest. Let's see how it fares. And it's a very wide, loose one. I think he just held onto it a bit too long, and oh God, hope he hasn't done anything to his hamstring, as once again I'm joined by Rico Full in the commentary box.
Yeah, just watching this again, it's almost like he plants that foot and he gets, you know, sometimes the foot just sticks and it doesn't move. He's expecting a little bit of movement. He says, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, it looked awkward. Interesting match this for me. I think a good toss to win from the Columbus, because I think they've been put in the bat on 2 occasions by their opponents, and on both those occasions they ended up being the losing side. Well, this one will be a, well, no ball, because that's the second one that goes over the shoulder. So free hit now coming. The one before was short. This one's even shorter. We don't even see it on the screen. So no ball. It's a good way to try and get off the mark here for Mazumdar, who we still are shocked that we didn't even see him have a bowl in that last match.
Yeah, that was a baffling decision. And Mohsin, of course, juice is flowing. He really wants to bang it in, but been a bit overexcited to start. And this one's not a clean stroke by Roman Mazumdar, but you have to say, Mohsin, very clear plan from here. He's trying to bang everything in.
Yeah, well, this one is right off the toe end of the bat. I don't think you can play this again if you try. But yeah, he's going very short. Let's see this again. This is right at the toe end. Watch this. Yeah, right off the toe, and you can see that the batter and examining it. Yeah, he's going to get fuller here, Mohsin.
Doesn't go fuller, but he instead presents a catch straight to that man, a short fine leg. So the plan works. He's gone with that old Neil Wagner style strategy for New Zealand, and it's worked perfectly. So it's the left armer. He keeps going after the batsman, and Roman Mazumdar, once again, he falls prematurely.
Yeah, well, he does, and it's another short delivery. And the thing is, though, this one is just under the shoulder, hits it well, but straight to the fielder. That takes a really good sharp catch, and that is going to be a duck for the batter. So Mazumdar goes without scoring. So once again, are the openers not going to click here for the Tigers? Well, Zishan is still there. He's yet to face. And Roman Mazumdar will go as the new batter, Yasser Mahmood. Once again, coming out in a difficult situation to see if he can repair the damage of that early loss and get a partnership going with Zishan.
Yeah, and sometimes we talk about a bowler adapting after a couple of errors, but we have to credit Mohsin. He bowled a couple of poor deliveries to start off, but he stuck with the plan. He was adamant, he was stubborn, and it paid off. And he's going to continue that plan to the new batsman, Yasser Mahmood, who will just go for a back foot defense. A very high shot. I almost wonder how close that shot was to the handle. Let's take a look on this replay.
And he's going for the short stuff. And let's have a look at this. I mean, once again, you know, I can see the batter having a chat with the square leg. If I'm looking at it again, I think he's got a good call here. I mean, I think that ball, if it's continued to go up, is around about over the shoulder. He's going for the short stuff here. He's bringing players in. And he's pushed the man backwards, square back. But this one gets defended. But yeah, I mean, if that one, the ball before where was called a no ball, I wouldn't have been too disappointed to see that call, because I think you don't want to see a bowler just banging it in short and get away with it. But yeah, maybe it's a plan, or maybe it's a little bit of luck to get that wicket of Mazumdar.
Yeah, this is where the kind of bowlers union would compete with the batsman's union. Of course, let's see how Mohsin fares on this delivery. Goes a lot fuller this time. It's not cleanly struck, but it might go for a 4. And it's going to take a couple of hops, and it trickles over the boundary rope. So nice stuff there as Yasser Mahmood gets off the mark. He just takes full advantage of the power play. Knows the fielders are inside the ring, and that was always going to be a tough chase for Numan Munir, who was charging at that one. So gets it slightly wrong on this occasion, Mohsin. But of course, one thing with the fact that if you keep banging it in short, you know, the batsman can start to adjust and get a bit too predictable.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They can adjust, and I think that's what Yasser is already waiting for. He thinks it's going to be short. This time it's slightly fuller, but it's well directed as well. That's the end of the first over. It's 6 for 1, and a good catch taken by the captain, Mohamed Farouk. He's probably put himself in the one position which he thought, I don't have to run, because he's got that dodgy leg. And he didn't have to run because it was hit straight to him. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. saying he's predicting the Nicosia Tigers to be 102 to 95 favourites. And the one thing that the Qalandars have got against them is that their average runs for is less than the average runs against. So that's one thing they've got to work on. They've been conceding too many. Okay, big moment. Zishan to face his first ball. I just wonder how much the Qalandars have learnt about Zishan. I think one thing they should know, and it was highlighted, demonstrated very well in the last match by the Napa Royal Kings, is don't give him room. Keep him tucked up and bowl at him. Don't give him too much width. Prashant Patel.
Yeah,
That's
so
the line.
right on the money there by Prashant Patel, of course. Just hovering in and around the top of off stump and middle stump. And we've seen Prashant Patel, you know, he's had a very mixed tournament. At times he's gone for runs, but he's also shown the ability to get quick wickets. So I like it. Aggressive captaincy. Go for someone who can take wickets, because we've seen some of the frailties of this middle order for the Tigers. A little bit of width on offer there, and that's not struck cleanly by Zishan Mahmood. Of course, you mentioned a few times over these last few days that Zishan Mahmood is not the best cutter of the ball.
Yeah, if you give him a lot of width, he'll club it and he'll hit it hard and it will stay hit. He's a powerful unit. But you can look, see where he's standing and see exactly what he wants to do. So once again, he's going for outside the off, so he gets a single this time. But certainly for me, I mean, as opposed to some of the other batters, if I'm bowling to him, yeah, I'm going to have the field where you got a backward point and a cover out. I'm not going to be too worried about the leg side, because he's not very much a traditional sort of T10 player who's going to be hitting too many square leg and too many cow corner. He will still look to play shots on the offside. It's a bit of a wild swing and a miss there from Yasin Mahmood. He'll be disappointed with that effort. He's a much better player than that.
Yeah, I mean, one thing the Nicosia Tigers did very well was how well they opened up the offside in their loss. If they had to take a positive from it, of course, 68 runs came off their bat, 9 extras in their 77, but 44 of them coming through the offside. That's not a typical wagon wheel. This one's gone high up in the air. Could be a catching opportunity. Fielder coming underneath it. And goodness me, I thought he'd get it. And he somehow put it down. That was an absolute dolly. But he's rejected that one. As Rana Abdul will be very disappointed with himself. He goes for the reverse cup. Tries the Aussie style catch. But in the end, he's dropped it.
My mother in a Zimmer frame would have got to this and taken it. I'm telling you that. That is a real drop. A big time dolly. Mundiyo मैं कितनी बारी किया परोंठे खाया करो राज के खाया करो तो बात है ना अपने हाथ साफ करे करो बटन दे नाल बोल नहीं फर हुंदी. That is a shocker. And how important could that turn out to be? You don't drop a batter of the caliber of Mahmood like that.
No, they could be made to pay for that one, as Mahmood probably trudges along to the other end, and this over comes to an end. And you have to feel for Prashant Patel. We did mention the wicket-taking impact he has. Of course, we take a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, things are going very rosy for the Nicosia Tigers. They were 4-0 to start off this tournament. We did mention that not all those wins were completely convincing. And then, of course, the Napa Royal Kings came out and absolutely exposed some of those weaknesses in a crushing defeat for the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, the Royal Kings make it 2 wins in 2, both of them by enormous margins.
Yeah, now they've got a huge day ahead of them. The Napa Royal Kings, of course, we saw them. They've played already today, but they've got 4 matches. It's going to be a huge, huge day for them. I mean, they're playing the Limassol Qalandars, who stay on after this match in match number 13. So, and also the Napa Royal Kings feature against the Amdocs on 2 occasions. So, Amdocs and Napa Royal Kings playing match number 14 and 15 against each other. If results go their way, they can finish handsomely sitting at the top of the table. This is well played, it's powerfully hit, and it's 4 runs. There's a man who's at long on, has got a long way to go, and not able to catch up with it. Just see the length of this delivery, it's just a little bit short, but he plays this well, does Zishan. He actually rocks back and gives himself and creates a bit of room for himself and plays it away. So Mohsin pitches up and gets dealt with. I wonder if you go back to the short stuff.
Yeah, mostly just lacked a little bit of oomph in that delivery, and again, if you keep bowling it short, it starts to become predictable. Digs it in this time, but of course Zishan was expecting it, and he's starting to get predictable. Mohsin, that one's been struck away for 4. Zishan finding his groove.
Well, it's right in his swing zone, isn't it? And we keep saying this. If you're going to bowl to this man, He's always trying to give himself room to go on the offside. So if you bowl it short, he's already going that way. He's put it right where he wants it. He's got to go back. I mean, I don't mind that length. You want to go that length to Zishan, then you've got to be bowling it sort of around about, about 30 centimetres outside the off stump. Good reply, good delivery, Yorker length. Well dug out, good bit of cricket.
Yeah, that's just good cricket all around over there, as Mohsin responding well. And of course, that's kind of been the theme of today. Was so far we've seen is that, it's been a good contest. Anytime we see a boundary struck by a batsman, the bowlers are responding quite well. So it's good to see the competitive nature of these first couple of games. Now, Mahmood, as we just mentioned, was dropped in the previous over when he was on 4. So how's he going to fare here against charging Mohsin? Fuller delivery by Mohsin. That one just tweaks a little bit and goes towards the middle stump. Well defended by Mahmood.
Good delivery that. Very good morning to Mayor Patel, who's just making a comment about that drop catch. Yeah, it was an absolute sitter. And then he's also quite right. And he's saying, well, when Zishan is batting, bowl full to him and just get him cramped on with that Yorker. And you can see that's just what Mohsin did.
This one's just played away, a thickish edge, but I think he intended that shot, Mahmood, and it'll go away for a boundary. This is a nice response there, a bit of a risky shot, but he just about finds the gap.
Yeah, he's played that really well. And one thing about Mohsin is he's the complete opposite to a lot of bowlers who get the grunting when he's going to bowl the slower ball. Well, he's grunting, and he's putting a lot of effort into it. He bangs this one in, but nicely played by Yasin Mahmood, just guides it away, 4 runs. And of course, every time he scores runs, it's, Rana Abdul is going to feel it because he put him down on an absolute sitter. Wide ball. Rana Abdul, that will be going through his head. It's not a good moment for him. Of course, nobody deliberately goes out to drop catches. I think that was the one he's probably in his mind thinking, this is too easy, but then it takes a long time to get to him, and then he drops it not once, not twice, but 3 times. This one's okay. I think he just sneaks this one in, so he'll finish the over with a dot. And Mohsin gets his 2 overs in, and 20 come off it. A little bit short at times, but when he has executed it right, when he's got it short of a length outside the off stump, getting it going across the right-hander, he's been productive. 3 overs complete, power play done, 23 for 1. I think for me, this one is even Stevens at the moment. Though the Tigers would like a few more runs on the board. They have lost 1 key wicket, so it's a rebuild for them. And bearing in mind that Yasin Mahmood was dropped by an absolute sitter on 4, they'll take it at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly will. Slightly maybe leaning towards Limassol Calendars, as of course Jake Sweet chiming in on the chat saying that the fielder who dropped that catch needs to stop eating pies. We completely agree. He needs to eat some aloo paranthas instead.
He certainly does, but if you can eat those aloo paranthas, remember, have them with butter, have them with ghee, but wash your hands, because you can't take catches if you got buttery fingers. They're going to go with Rana, and Rana, well, I think this is the captain saying, you dropped him, now you try and get him out. And Rana says, all right, I'll have a go. So Rana Abdul gets the ball.
Yeah, a chance for him to make amends, and he's going up against Zishan Mahmood. He's the big one, and if he can get this wicket, that'll be huge. And you can see what he's trying here. That's not a bad game plan against Zishan Mahmood, going for that that wide Yorker, but a little bit of breeze here, and you can see that one. It just swung late, and it became a wide, a fairly easy decision for the umpire.
These two started things off in match number 1. Limassol Calendars 97, Nicosia Tigers 98, doing it with 7 balls to go, winning by 6 wickets. They also played yesterday. I'll give you the info about that in a moment after this ball.
This one's struck away by Zishan. It's going to be fielded at cover, so just keeping a lid on the scoring rate, the Calendars.
Yeah, so yesterday, match number 8, the Calendars batting first again, 89. And the Nicosia Tigers getting there with 8 balls to go, winning by 9 wickets. Zishan Mahmood, 42 of 25. They want to see the back of him. It's well bowled. I like the way he uses his crease here, the bowler. He goes really wide and angles it in. That's a good delivery. Just watch him go. Goes wide, really angles this in. But well played as well. by Yassin Mahmood. And the more I see Mahmood, the better he is. But I like him when he's playing strokes rather than swinging wild.
Again, a nice delivery, angled in, and this is no run over here, as of course you have to keep in mind the one disadvantage of having Zishan Mahmood at the non-striker's end is the fact that he's not the most fleet of foot. But this is just good stuff by the Kalundars. I think they're working very well as a unit here. Captain setting a plan, the bowlers sticking to it. Surely they deserve a wicket here for this good bowling. Comes across, and that one goes a bit too full. And well, this isn't a sport where bowlers get much joy. That one's been struck by Yasir Mahmood, and it goes down the ground towards the shortest boundary for 6.
Yeah, look, I don't mind this at all because I think this is the bowler, Rana Abdul, trying something different. He takes all the pace off this. It's a slow delivery, but Mahmood is waiting for it, and he absolutely clobbers it. That is a big hit. That is sweet out of the middle. And it goes all the way over into the olive trees down the other side of this ground. Lovely hit.
Just has to reach of that one, Yasir Mahmood. Might even have been a wide if he left it alone, but
yeah, you're right. His balls are wide there. That would have been a wide, but I think he's just drawn into the shot. And Zishan, now just trying Zishan on 12 of 8 deliveries, starting to nip away and get himself back into form.
that certainly looks like it was going wide. If he'd left it, would have had the extra ball as well.
Very well bowled.
Far outside his crease, Zishan Mahmood is batting.
That's good bowling. That's the area she bowled to Zishan. He tries to come out to it, but in that zone, there's not too many he gets to it. Look, he's a long way out anyway. And just have a look at this. Just getting back as the ball comes on back to the stumps. He has a long way to go, doesn't he, when you start that far out? So good finish from the bowler, Rana Abdul. He goes for 9. Limassol Kalundars, they've been pretty happy with their approach so far, though they'd love to get both of these two batters out. They know that as long as they're in there, that Nicosia Tigers will end up with a half-decent score. At the moment, after 4 overs, it's 32 for 1.
32 for 1, and the great point here by Mayur Patel is that there's nothing worse than when the guy you drop hits you for 6 later in the innings. Certainly ditto that sentiment, Mayur. That would have been very rough for Rana Abdul, but otherwise, fairly decent over. I think they'll take an over of 9 at this stage in the innings.
Naveed coming on to bowl. Naveed Akhtar was a pick of the bowlers yesterday. He played a very important part in that victory as well with the bat. Gets worked away, and so many times today we've seen boundaries in that area, and you can see the fielder changa bhajja par ball nahi far hui joka lag gaya, and I think they just need to patrol this boundary better. I think that's probably one thing that I'm noticing in as we're here in day 3, that some of the captains are not really set in the field to this ground, and you need to get used to it pretty quickly in that area, and also particularly when you've got batters that are looking to play in that zone. A lot of the ball is swinging away, so a lot of batters just rocking back and guiding it down. And I think you've got a lot of teams go for this traditional field where they get the 3 men on the leg side, then you've got long off straight and a sweeper at cover. I reckon, look, here we go again, go for the same area. This time takes a little bit of field. It does pretty well. Once again, it's Rana Abdul in the action. I think he needs to use every part of his body to stop that. But yeah, just going back to what I'm saying, I think you need to sort of say, right, on this ground, that sweeper on the offside probably needs to be more sort of sweeping and covering the man at point until you get a batter that's actually hitting in that area.
Yeah, that's certainly been a feature of the way the Nicosia Tigers have played throughout this day in both their games, and I think they've just responded to what you said. They've sent a man out there into that sweeper position. Yeah,
don't mind that. I wouldn't even mind having more on it after this delivery. If that one's okay, he's moving along, long way away. I wouldn't even mind bringing, if you have a look at the leg side field here, you've got a man on the boundary at behind square, and then you've also got somebody at mid-wicket. I don't think you need that many on the leg side. I would actually have, if this is up in the air, and he's worked this well. That's really good batting from Zishan Mahmood, and he brings back to the point that I was about to make with the field. I would have one of those men on the leg side, so maybe my man at behind square in the circle, and they're doing that now. They're listening. They're listening. Somebody's listening to me out there. Yeah, this is better for me. So you've got a square leg deep anyway. Behind square comes into the circle, and now you've got a sweeper out and also somebody at that backward point boundary. This makes a lot more sense. And this one is going to go even between those. Well, Zishan is saying, well, all right, if you want to bring a man there, fine. Well, who are you going to put here now? So liking the way he's toying around with the field. Sam Williams there, looking the business. Doing a little bit of fielding there. Sam Williams, of course, the project manager here. He's up on his feet pretty quick. And well, there you go. It's a long barrier. Somebody else that's been watching the Barry Eaton How to Field School video. We saw, of course, that Andy O'Connor was doing that yesterday. It's another one that's played that way. And in comes the throw. Oh, well, this is a spicy one. Well taken by the fielder as we get to the end of the over. 5 overs down, 47 for 1, evenly poised here, and a chance to welcome everybody into our commentary box. And Nish, I just feel at the moment, while these two are together, that Nicosia Tigers are looking to put a big score on the board.
Yeah, I thought the Kalandars bowled very well on the power play. They really kept that run rate as low as possible. But since then, I think these two Tigers batsmen have just started to settle into the game, find their groove, and they're setting up a platform for an explosive finish. Yeah,
a platform for a big day as well. Remember, 5 matches today, and well, we know that it's going to be a big day for the Napa Royal Kings. Well, they were victorious in the last match. They're the only team to beat the Tigers so far. Can the Limassol Kalandars also do that as well and carry on from a winning start that they made yesterday? This is going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. Action-packed cricket, a lot of cricket coming up. Stay with us all the way through as we get ready for the start of this next over. And they're going to go with another bowler. It's going to time for Khalid to come into the action. Khalid, that's really well played. That's a really nice shot. Take nothing away from Zishan Mahmood. Once he gets in flow, he's very, very difficult to set a field against him. And we've seen, and we've been talking about it, about moving the fielder from here to there, etc. Well, they seem to have done that. They seem to have covered all the angles, but still, now that he's in his groove, he's timing the ball beautifully. That was a lovely shot. And you can see the difference with that shot and some of the others he's tried. He's not running down the pitch. He's not losing his shape. He's allowing the ball to get to him. There's only one thing that they haven't tried yet. And Nish, you know what I'm going to say?
Go ahead.
Okay, what do you reckon? What's the one thing they haven't tried yet?
No, I'm
Give
honestly
you a clue.
not.
When he's batting, where's his stance? How far down the pitch?
It's quite far down the pitch.
Yeah, keeper come up.
Yeah.
Got to get the wicket keeper up. That's the only thing you do. Get the wicket keeper up and send either your fine leg or your third man back on the boundary. Just put pressure on him. Don't allow him to dictate. You see at the moment, swinging here big. And even on this delivery, so this is a fairly pitched up delivery. Be interesting where he's standing. Look where he is here. So he's outside the crease. He likes to bat outside the crease. He likes to bat. So he's basically saying to the bowler, well, you may be swinging it, but I'm going to get to it before you swing. So I think this is a gamble that you just have to take, and maybe other teams will be looking at this. This partnership at the moment worth 49.
This one's struck away by Zishan to mid-wicket, but indeed, a lot of sides have been reluctant to really bring the keeper up to the stumps because we've seen a lot of wicket-keeping struggles for pretty much every team that has featured so far this tournament as the 50 partnership comes up. Nice little stand here by the two Mahmoods.
Yeah, I mean, Varun Malhotra has probably been one of the better keepers that we've seen. I don't think we've seen, this one is well bowled, nice and full. I don't think we've seen an out-and-out real sort of, let's just say, I don't know the best way to say it, but somebody who's been a true skilled professional wicketkeeper that's done the role and done it for X amount of number of years, so is a classy keeper. So what I would say, like technically a proper good keeper. I think we've seen a lot of keepers that have done the role for a while. They may have not done it too long, so they're pretty good behind the stumps. They're good at catching. They're moving around well. But when it comes to those finer details, i.e. standing up, good glove work, good takes on the leg side, anticipation, we haven't seen all of those things combined. And I think this is where you get a good keeper here, come up here. I think it could make all the difference, especially to batters like Zishan. end of the over, so they're moving along nicely. This partnership now has passed the 51 mark. That's it. We expected Zishan and Yasir to be the key figures in this one. 53 for 1 after 6.
Yeah, this is encouraging stuff, and I think alarm bells have to be ringing in that Kalunder's camp. I mean, things started very well. Of course, this is a side that was already beaten them in the 2 previous occasions they faced each other, so we're going to have to start thinking of some sort of changes they might want to do. Maybe it'd be a good idea to bring Navid Akhtar back. I know he went for 15 runs in his first over, but he's proven an ability to get wickets. Prashant Patel, he should have had one. He had a catch drop. This might be a good chance to bring him in as a partnership breaker, but instead they go to Rana Abdul, the man who, of course, dropped the catch of Yasir Mahmood when he was only on 5. He must be feeling pretty guilty right now.
Yeah, it's again, nobody means to drop him, but of course, the thing is though, with ball in hand, he has opportunity to change it, and that ends up being a good start. We were just talking about wicket keepers, and I said that Varun Malhotra is by no means the worst, and he makes a good stop, an important stop. Otherwise, that was definitely going to the boundary.
And not too many only just 2 fielders on the offside inside the circle, a man at cover and then a short third man. They have that sweeper you asked them to bring up earlier. This one's been struck hard and straight to the fielder at long off, and it goes right through his hands. There is a wide gap in that net, and has this gone the distance? No, it hasn't. It's going to be a 4.
Yeah, it's very, very close, but you can see that's another reason why this is disappointing, because Numan Munir, I mean, if you're on the boundary, you got to be on the boundary. And when he's trying to take this, and he's, I reckon for me, about 1.5 meters off the boundary, which makes it difficult for him. And even worse still, he allows it to go through for 4. So half a chance.
Yeah, Munir almost ran at the ball rather than sort of waiting for the ball to come to him. He could have maybe just moved a little bit to the left. Of course, easier said than done, and it's easier to be an armchair fielder. But went straight at it, which made it a little bit more challenging for him. But it's these little moments that are just not breaking the Kalunder's way these last 5 overs.
Goes in the same area, and I just get the feeling here that both these batters now are probably thinking, okay, it was we had to weather a storm, we've weathered it, we now have laid a foundation, we have wickets in hand, so maybe that between them they've decided, okay, it's time to open up. And certainly saw that when Zishan was out there. He plays some lovely shots. Mahmood looking to do the same here. Zishan, he hits it hard, doesn't he, as the fielder. Deals with it well, nicely done out there. And the man who's now, because of all the extra bodies that have gone onto the offside, and sort of the lone ranger patrolling that square leg and behind square and square leg area, does really well. Abdul has to go a bit fuller. He's been too short. We've seen that he can bowl the Yorker delivery. Look at the difference between the 2 batters. This one gets hit down. We'll go for a single. Look at those birds as well. That seems to be almost like they're doing it. There's the extra fielder on the field of play. They're flying around really low, these swallows.
Yeah, they're barely a few inches off the actual surface itself.
Amazing. We're seeing them flying in front of us here. It's almost like they're patrolling the boundary. And, every so often you'll catch them in the background there. Short is not the answer. And is it interesting when every time Zishan is batting, he's coming out to bowlers, and yet bowlers still want to bang it in short to him.
Yeah, that's certainly, of course, he might have picked that up from Roman Mazumdar, because Mazumdar, we saw him back in the first couple of games. He would take 3 paces outside the popping crease when he faced a delivery.
So look at this. Look at where Yasir is. So he's well inside his crease. But this one is fired agonisingly down the leg side, so it's another extra. So Yasir bats well inside his crease. And then Zishan is well out of his crease. Now that is something that the bowler has to adjust to. So you can't bowl the same line that you're bowling to Yasir, to Zishan, because it's just not going to work. So the bowler's got to be pretty smart about this as well. But for me, I think it's very simple. If you've got a batter that's moving around so much and certainly coming out to you, pitch it up, aim for the stumps. Hits this well, and it's going to be 4 runs. hit too well, hit too straight. Nicely hit by Yasir, and it's all about the way he's looking here. Look, stay still. Slightly slower delivery once again from Abdul, but the slower ball for him doesn't seem to be working. In his previous over, the slower ball was smashed for a humongous 6, and this one, the slower one, goes for 4. Well, this is where we are. We are in Cyprus. We've got 2 weeks of action here with 11 teams taking part. And then from here, we move on to Italy in Milan. And while we're in Milan, there will also be that T20I in Gibraltar. And from Milan, we make our way to a lovely Seabarn cricket ground in Austria, where teams await to do battle once more. So stay with us. All the upcoming events. It's a very busy schedule to start to make a note of some of those places. And I'll take a short break in Milan. Danny Hudacek will be there with Vinny Sandu.
And the good thing about this partnership, coming back to this game, has been that this whole 65-run partnership, it's actually been a very quietly good partnership. They've only hit 1/6, these two, and there hasn't been one big explosive over, but what they've done really well is had a lot of very solid overs, 14, 9, 15, 6, 14. They're just chipping away and keep getting these runs. This one struck away by Zishan as a catching opportunity. That's a good catch out there by Motion. There was a low one, and the fast bowler getting a catch for his fellow seam bowling partner. So this partnership finally broken at 65, but I think they've set up an excellent platform for the remaining Tigers batsmen.
Yeah, I think I sensed from both batters that they had decided, right, okay, if we were going to get a big score, we really have to take on the bowlers now, and we've got other batters that can come out that can also make a good contribution. So Zishan goes for the big one. A really good partnership, though. It's a partnership that was worth over 50 runs. They needed it when they lost Mazumda for 0. He was only out there for 3 deliveries. What a nice catch that is from Mohsin. That's dipping. He gets down and he takes it just, well, centimetres off the ground. A good reward for Shah Khalid, who bowled a very good first over, and the first ball of his second over, he picks up that wicket.
And it looks like they're going to send Munna Rahman out here to bat. Of course, we have seen Munna Rahman appear in previous ECSs, but that was for the Nicosia Fighters, who are also a largely Bangladeshi expat built side. And well, his only appearance so far this tournament, he was out for a duck. Let's see if he can improve here. And goodness me, that was a fantastic delivery first up.
So look at this. It's pretty high, and the height is always the issue, and you can see it's an optimistic appeal, but it's a good delivery.
The thing with Rahman is he really looks to turn his back because he tries to slap everything to the leg side. That's his batting technique. So what's the bowler going to do here in response? Takes some pace off that one, Shah Khalid. So he's managed to get a couple of dot balls here, and of course they do have a lot of other weapons in the shed. The Nicosia Tigers, the skipper himself, Jahid Hassan is there, as well as the big hitter Iftikhar Jaman. We know Ashish Baum is a very technically gifted batsman too, but they have opted to go with Rahman. So let's see if this gamble pays off.
Yeah, interesting one. I think it's a case of sending a guy that they feel is able to give them more acceleration than probably one or two of the others. Well, this one will be a boundary. He's not able to stop it, the fielder. He doesn't have too much to do. That's disappointment. It wasn't the best of delivery, so Khalid, I know he's disappointed, but it was a bit of a rank delivery, and not only is it a boundary, I think he's got to make up his mind there. Do I take the catch or save the boundary? He does neither. But, okay, Rahman gets the boundary, though. He's a little bit lucky. But, yeah, I am surprised that it is he that comes out and not Jaman, for example. Jaman could do with an outing out there. He didn't quite click in the last one, but he's a talented and strong hitter of the ball.
Goes for the swipe again. It goes to the same fielder who put down the previous opportunity.
Well fielded on this occasion. A good arm is also right into the gloves of Varun Malhotra. That wind now just starting to pick up. And, nowhere near as strong as what it was yesterday, but the good news is that it has blown away the dark clouds and brought a bit of sunshine our way.
Just to charge down the wicket there, Yasir Mahmood, and all he manages to catch is the edge of his bat. So a good spell here for Shah Khalid. Gave up just 11 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, and got that all-important partnership-breaking wicket of Zishan Mahmood. So he's done the job as skipper asked of him, and he's developing into a really, really good bowler. As of course, we got a couple overs left here, and the Nicosia Tigers will try to propel themselves to that triple-digit mark. They need another 28 runs. As we take a look at their graph, of course, it's been even Stevens so far. No side's been able to really get away, and these next 12 balls are going to go some way in deciding the outcome of this match. So everything's going to have to be spot on here. The fielding changes, the bowling. And the captain goes with Prashant Patel for the penultimate over. The man gave up just 3 runs in his first over.
All happens in the 9th, we say. Well, this one could be out, and I think he's going to be pretty unlucky not to get this wicket unless there's bat on it. There's no signal from the umpire at the moment. So I reckon umpire Abdul has probably seen a bit of bat on this. Let's see this again. Is there any bat on this? It's the only thing I think that could save him. Let's have a look. And well, I certainly don't catch anything there myself. I don't think there's any issues with height. I don't know if this angle would help. I don't see any bat, but there must have been something because it's been given as runs. Now this one is high. How high is the delivery? It goes for 4. Well, the umpires have called it straight away on the field of play, and it was a full delivery. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's a good call. Well, good work from both the umpires. The umpires Hamad and Abdul working well together. So all happened in the 9th. We had a LBW scare that could have been. Mahmood gets on strike as a result of that. And he's, well, in the mood to go big maybe in this one. He latches out of this. There is a fielder there. Are they going to take him on? The yes here wants to go, but the fielder does really well. Nice, easy pick up and gentle underarm throw back to the bowler. Nicely done. I mean, if the Calendars can keep this under 100, they've done really well. They really have. And bearing in mind that they weathered this storm of those 2 men together, Yasir and Zishan, who couldn't really get them away. This is another full delivery. But I think this one is okay. The batter having a look at the umpire, but I think this one is okay. Let's keep an eye on it. Yeah, that's fine. Not a good delivery. He's very lucky to get away with it, is Prashant Patel.
Yeah, they're going to need to keep them under 100. Let's good slower ball there by Prashant Patel because, as you mentioned earlier, in their first 2 games, they've only managed to make 89 and 97 runs against this Nicosia Tigers side. So we failed to see the Calendars really excel with the bat in hand. So they're going to need this to be a low-scoring affair to keep themselves on the tie.
Yeah, they're gonna. That's why they want to keep it less than 100. Patel will go for the same delivery again, and this one, well, Farouk, who we know is injured, and that's why he's put himself in that area. He's already taken an absolute sizzler of a catch down there, and now, well, he goes through the pain barrier to stop this one as he hops and scotches all over the place and gets a hand to it. Well done from him. He goes down like a sack of potatoes once he throws it in, but he makes the stop. Rahman, he's been sent out there to do one thing, can he?
This one is battered down the ground, and it's going to be well taken by Numan Munir. We know this is a pretty tough surface to do fielding on because of the uneven bounce, but he kept his eye on it, got his body behind it, and make sure it's just a single. So another good bowling performance by Limassol Calendars bowler Prashant Patel, giving up just 11 runs. So this has been smart captaincy, keeping some of his better bowlers for this tight death over period. And unless we see a bowling change, we'll probably see Navid Akhtar bowl this final over. I know he went for 15 in his first one, but I think the captain might just back him considering his history. As of course, we have a quick look at this bowling card. The standout bowlers have to be Prashant Patel and Shah Khalid. Of course, Mohsin did get that all-important wicket despite going at 10 and over. This one is heaved towards cow corner, and that is a sitter. That is the second sitter they have dropped. Yasir Mahmood is a really lucky man. That's the second time he's been put down today, and he might just be feeling he has as many lives as a cat right now.
Well, Atik Mungul puts it down, hits his hands hard, can't take it. Yeah, I mean, Yasir, well, they've dropped him, and he's hurt them. This is high. How far? It will go all the way. And this is the problem when you put down good players. They do hurt you, and now we see this one, it goes all the way. He was dropped on 4, and now we just saw him drop there on 39 as well. He now moves to 46, eyeing up for 50. high up in the air. Will he get lucky this time? No. The third time he puts the chance up in the air, and it is Prashant Patel that takes the catch. So Yasir Mahmood trying to go big to bring up his 50. He falls. That's an important wicket because not only is it just a dot, it means that a new batter will come out on strike. So having had one chance in this over already and then smashing the ball for 6, he is finally out. But it's been a good innings. He has got to 46, but once again, the team that will be hurting from that is going to be the Limassol Qalandars because they know they had the opportunity to remove him early.
Yeah, he did say it was third time lucky, and of course, Qalandars will be hoping it is third time lucky in terms of the result for them against the Nicosia Tigers, because if they don't pull off this win, they're going to look back at those 2 dropped catches. As we see Jaman, who we were wondering if he was going to come in at number 4 instead of Munna Rahman, but now, just with 3 balls left in the inning, he's in. Charges down the wicket first up, absolutely drills it, and once again, Munir, full credit to him at long off. That is an excellent throw back as well. Don't think there's any run-out opportunity there, but he's really seen the ball well and hasn't let that bounce throw him off.
It's a really good bit of fielding because you never know what to expect, and you can see that he gets sent back. Asking the question, I get the feeling that the bails may have just been knocked off by the arm beforehand. This is hit pretty well. Same fielder comes in, deals to the throw. They're going to take him on, so big opportunity for a run out, but no, good running from the batters. It takes a while for the fielder to get to it. As a result of that, they take the run. Well done. They've got to hustle here.
And we just take a look at this ball just to emphasize how the outfield is behaving. Look at that ball. That ball just goes square after landing on the surface.
So the last ball of the innings gets put away. They will take the fielder on, I'm sure. In comes the throw. And, well, the bowler can't deal with it, and they will get 2. So, still though, I think the Limassol Qalandars will be very happy with this. They've managed to contain the Nicosia Tigers to a score under 100. And more importantly, I think the other remarkable thing about it is they've done that with them only losing just 3 wickets. Remember, 1 wicket, that one of Rahman Mazumdar, was very early on in the very first over when he smashed the ball straight to the captain, Farouk, who took a great catch. So they had wickets in hand. They had that rebuilding partnership, the Nicosia Tigers, with Zishan and Yasir batting beautifully to give them that almost a 60-run partnership together. But then after that, they just weren't able to capitalise. I think you said it midway through the innings. Though both those batters in that partnership were hitting boundaries, there weren't too many back-to-back boundaries. They never really accelerated to a point where they were blowing bowlers away. This is how it all started on the wicket front. What a good catch that was from the captain.
It was great stuff, and Mohammad Machine was on fire early, bowling like Neil Wagner from New Zealand, just banging it in short the left-hander. And goodness me, look away, Rana Abdul. That is a real dolly. That was a very, very costly drop as well. Of course, Yasir Mahmood was just on 4 when that catch was dropped. He ended up making 46 of 28. He'd be dropped later in the innings as well, but the damage was done by then, as then these 2 men, Zishan Mahmood and Yasir Mahmood, came together for a big 65-run partnership that just allowed the Tigers to control that middle overs period.
Yeah, I really like the way that Zishan batted. I mean, he's not the one who ended up being the main contributor, but what he did, he really played about with the field. He put pressure on the captain of the Qalandars, Mohamed Farouk, who had to really toy about with his field, and every time the field was moved, Zishan would find another part of the ground to deposit the boundaries too. But it took a good catch to remove him. You can see there was a fair bit of joy from the bowler as well, but a great catch from Mohsin.
Good stuff there, and of course, take a look at this one. It was a very nice spell there. Navid Akhtar, though, went for a bit more runs than he usually does. Look at some of these wild strokes. And that was a well-taken catch by Prashant Patel. That would finally bring the end of Yasir Mahmood, who had a very solid 46-run partnership as Munna Rahman and Iftikhar Jaman not quite able to get the big runs at the end. As we take a look at this Nicosia Tigers scorecard, of course, Roman Mazumdar had to depart for a duck. Couldn't trouble the scorers today. Of course, a very technically gifted batsman, but unfortunately he's played a couple of rash strokes, been at the wrong end of some unfortunate deliveries as well. And then that big partnership between Zishan Mahmood and Yasir Mahmoud, as we mentioned, 65 runs between the two of them. They weren't quite able to accelerate at an enormous rate, but they kept the Tigers in the game. But then unfortunately, what they needed was that strong close to the innings, and they simply didn't get it from Munna Rahman and Iftikhar Jaman, as they simply made 93 runs. And that looks like a pretty good bowling card if you're the Qalandars captain.
I think you'd be very happy, the captain, with that. Everybody bowled really well, and liking. Even the likes of Mohammed was saying, all right, he was banging it in short, but it worked. I think, and if you're going around about between 20 and 25, I think you've done a good job. But the 2 overs there from Prashant Patel was very impressed by him. And also Khalid, what about that for a spell? And don't forget, he did pick up the important wicket as well, 2 overs for 11. And I think for me, Khalid holds the key to victory here. I mean, I think when you look at the batting from the Limassol Qalandars, nobody really has shone. I mean, we've seen a little bit from Patel, but Khalid, if he can come good and if he can get to a score around about 50, I think if one batter from the Qalandars scores a 50 and stays there, they'll win this match. It's as simple as that. The question is, who is it going to be? And also, are they going to be able to deal with some of the good bowling from Nicosia Tigers? And I'm sure this time round that Mazumdar is going to play a big part, and he's going to then underline what we've been talking about. Where was he in that very close first match when they lost to the Napa Royal Kings? So that match coming up, or the innings coming up in just under 10 minutes time. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return for the conclusion of match number 12. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Oh, welcome back to Eeps and Us as we bring you the second innings of this match. The Limassol Colunders just put in a fine bowling performance against the Nicosia Tigers, restricting them to just 93 runs. And now, well, the Colunders have the best chance they've had so far in this three-game set against the Nicosia Tigers, are finally posting a win. They've gone 2-2 so far, and both their losses have come against this Tigers side. So here's an opportunity for them to get third time lucky and post a win. So no surprise, looks like the skipper has decided to take the first ball. I like this by the captain, taking authority. He's a very talented player, and he's been a little bit bothered by what seems to be an annoying hamstring injury. But, seems to be getting better by the day, and very interesting decision here. So it's Iftikhar Jaman bowling this first over for the Nicosia Tigers. We know he was a little bit wayward in their previous loss to the Napa Royal Kings, but the captain has faith in his experienced veteran bowler to turn things around. It's a power play. Let's see if there's going to be any power hitting. Farouk just gently dabs that one away for a single, and immediately my first impression is he just seems to be walking a little bit better than he was on day one. Still not the most brisk run, but he manages to make it to the other end and sneaks in a quick single. I don't know how many of those he'll want to try this innings. That would really test his hamstring. This one just nudged away by Ahmed, but Farouk is not even interested. He's got his bat parked firmly behind the crease at the other end, and showed no intent to go down to the other end.
It's all about getting a good start in, and I think though he's had a few issues with his line, I think Jaman, he is the bowler that they hope can get them the early breakthrough. This one is called a wide. It's a tight call, and also thing I'm not liking, and I'm going to start throwing my toys at me pram in a minute. I don't like the umpires not dealing with this. I don't like it. I want to see an umpire walking up to the bowler, and I want to see him talking to the bowler and then also telling the captain that he's had a chat with him. Now maybe that has happened because he now comes from over the wicket, so that could be the case. So I like that, because I think we've seen it now into day 3 here. I think we've seen that too many times. I think the umpires by now need to be telling the bowlers where they can be and where they shouldn't be. So that's a good move there. So you see there, if it's a cut, having to come now over the wicket.
Oh man, just nudged this once again to the same place where Farouk got a single, and that's a little bit of a limp. I'm just paying attention to Farouk, making sure how fit he is, because I think his fitness could go some way in determining how deep in this tournament the Limassol Colunders are capable of going. It's been a much better over by Iftikhar Jaman than what we saw by him against the Napa Royal Kings, so the captain's faith in his veteran bowler paying off so far. Wider delivery and a big grunt, and it's an even harder shot down the ground. Good stuff by Mohamed Farouk, who just slaps that down for 4.
Well, there's a massive grunt from the bowler. Well, that grunt was then followed by a beautiful sound, sounding like a bullet going off as that ball was cracked, hit hard to the boundary. What a lovely shot that was from Farouk. Absolutely walloped away. And it looks like that if Iftikhar wants to put a man batman, and having said that, I mean, the captain Hassan has gone back, but that was hit so hard and so straight, and I don't think anybody's going to stop it.
Yeah, they need a boundary and over with this required. They're calling for an appeal here. I'm not sure what it's come off. The umpire seems to think it might just have brushed the thigh pad. That's my initial inclination too, but we'll find out in this replay.
Well, I mean, it's obviously hit something because a wide hasn't been called. So let's have a look what this catch is. See if we can pick anything up here. I mean, if it's not a wide, then it's caught something on the way through. Is the end of the over. And well, it ends with a few question marks here. And it's pretty sure there's some contact. Looks like the umpire's decided it's brushing the side of the leg. So not out given. And the score at the end of the first over 7. But a good over there from Itivika. He's managed to avoid too many extras. 7 runs from it. And the next bowler looks like it's Muna who's going to come on and bowl this one. So Muna Rahman. Oh, this one is almost put into the glove of the keeper. And Umar Rahman doing the bowling, and Sagar Rahman almost catches it. Look, it's a difficult one. He goes the right way. You can see the bowler say, oh, yar, falla, falla. It's not as easy as that. That goes pretty quick off the bat. It's 4 runs.
Yeah, if he had left that alone, it would have been a wide, but in the end, he just gets a little bit of bat on it, which hurts it mere inches past the wicketkeeper's gloves. And in response now, we see they've moved Bikash to deep third. And that's well known, of course. Bikash Shrestha, he was a match-winning hero yesterday against Everest. Said he used to play for Everest, and then he comes back to bite his former team in the back with a beautiful 6. But he's really made a name for himself in this tournament, particularly with his fielding out at third man.
He's their super fielder, isn't he? And, well, that's a very interesting shot. I think this is a shot of a batter who's just keen to get to the other end, because rather, I mean, it's outside the off stump. Rather than cut, look what he does. It's just a gentle little paddle into a vacant space. He says, come on, Aja, let's take the single. And that's his carry to the fielder, no. And Chaman was the man who was eyeing it up. Comes in from the boundary, but feels it really well. Once he realises the catch is not on, just makes the stop, gets the ball in quickly.
This one again, a couple of shouts of out because some of the fielders thought it might have caught an edge, but it's just missed it. And Rahman is bowling a nice, very uncanny length, which is proving to be difficult for some of these Qalandars batsmen to face. This one's struck up in the air, should be a catching opportunity, and Ashish Bam will take that one. For a split second, you thought it might pop through his hands, but it doesn't. It's a solid catch. And Ahmed, who always looked a bit uncomfortable out there, has to depart having made just 6 runs.
Yeah, it doesn't look comfortable. You're absolutely right. And you can see that all he was trying to do was trying to give the strike back to Farouk. But I think Farouk is probably saying, look, as an opener, you want a bit more from him. I think if you're really honest about it, I think Nicosia Tarkas could probably have thought, well, if we left him out there, he would have chewed up a few deliveries and not hurt us too much. Because the next batter who comes in may do the complete opposite. But 13 on the board when the first wicket goes down. And that also was the end of a very good over there from Rahman. Just 6 runs from it in total. Some of those a bit lucky. So 13 for 1, 2 down. As we have a look at the standings. Nicosia Tigers, the team that we see out there, they are still sitting pretty at the top, though they had a defeat against the Napa Royal Kings in the very first match here in day 3. The Kings moved up to second. And the Qalandars are looking to inflict further defeat to the Tigers. This one goes all the way. What a hit this is. Balle, balle, balle. Shaka Lagia, the captain. Farouk looking to do it all by himself, but he'll need some help. And well, the man I was picking who could play a big part in this is out there with him now, Khalid. Hits this hard, and there's the throw. And oh, well, this is so unlucky for a number of counts. I think the fielder does really well, gets the throw in, but it doesn't bounce. It hits the deck and doesn't bounce. Let's watch this again. Just a good throw would have been in trouble. Hits the throw, it just doesn't bounce. And Khalid gets lucky. He could have been run out without even scoring.
Yeah, the bowler's a little bit frustrated at Yasir Mahmood, the fielder, but I don't think Mahmood did much wrong there.
Hard, high, goes to the boundary, 4 more.
Yeah, slapped away again by Mohamed Farouk. He's really showing his forehand abilities here. Look at that one. That's something which Roger Federer would be proud of.
I think he's made a choice, hasn't he, here, the captain, Mohamed Farouk, that I'm just, whatever comes my way, I'm swinging hard. I'm either going to get us to a victory pretty quickly, but I'm not going to hang around. And that's his choice. He reckons that attack is the only way forward.
And he strokes this one down the long on. That's certainly wouldn't be an unwise idea for him to be attacking. But of course, as he did mention back at the start of this match, that the Qalandars just need one man to hang in there for a 50, and that would probably see them over the finishing line. And I'd like Mohamed Farouk to probably try to be that player.
Okay, interesting to see how Khalid goes. He plays this one out pretty nicely. He chases on from the fielder. Under, Iba. Wamuna chases hard. Kafi कोशिश की थी अपनी finally, but चौका लग गया. That's a nice start from Khalid.
Yeah, you have to praise Munna Rahman's commitment, but he was never going to win that race. Very interesting running stance there with both his hands in front of him. Not quite sure Usain Bolt would teach you to sprint like that, but do appreciate the effort. As this over has been a very productive one for the Kalundars after a couple of quiet overs to start the power play, but they're really exploding near the end of it. Still one ball left. It's a fuller delivery. It's just dabbed away by Khalid, but it goes straight to Zishan Mahmoud, and that brings the power play to an end. So the Limassol Kalundars are 28 for 1. It's very even here in this early stage of the power play.
Yeah, even is the word. Mahmoud goes for 15 in the over, and you won't be too happy about that, Fahad Mahmoud.
Of course, the Nicosia Tigers were 24 for 1 at this stage, just a boundary shy, which shows you that these teams are going along at a fairly similar rate, so should be a very close game here. As the umpire does signal the power play has come to an end, so a few more fielders are allowed outside the ring. There's a deep third man, a deep point, long off, long on, and a deep back, and a deep backward square by the looks of it. And that one's probably the poorest stroke we've seen played so far by Omar Farouk, who's looked pretty handy. Just stares at the bottom edge of his bat as he kind of lost his shape trying to heave that one away.
Yes, yeah, it's been a big play, hasn't he, for the Tigers. And looking to see what he can do with the ball again. Good areas, good line. Not too many batters have been able to deal with this kind of delivery. It's short of a length, angled into the stumps, and playing and missing at the moment. Farouk not getting one in the slot where he likes it.
Slapped away by Farouk, and he just picks out the gap, hits it to the right of that fielder at mid-wicket, and he splits those two fielders. A few hands on hips by the captain, Jahid Hassan, out at long on. This is just smart cricket by Omar Farouk, really leading the Kalundars charge here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get pegged down, does he? He says, okay, he knows he's up against a good bowler, Yasser Mahmood, but he still wants to control. He still wants the upper hand for more. Mahmood won't like that at all. Let's see what his reply is going to be.
And this time he goes straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Didn't quite catch the meat of the bat, that one. It was off the inside edge. Not a very good sound off his bat.
Khalid got to be a little bit careful. He's got lucky already once. He tends to go without looking, and you just feel that he could end up halfway down the track and get stuck. Shah Khalid, he's got to watch his partner more. A little bit too eager. So it's good delivery there from Mahmood. He takes the pace off. This one is slightly slower. You can see that Hamid Farouk plays it very early. A ball to go in this. So a very good over so far. Just the 4 runs from it, and that was the one boundary hit.
That's a great ball again by Yasser Mahmood. So outside of that one boundary, it was a spectacular over by Mahmood, who's responded very well after that one good third over for the Kalundars. So the Tigers just pegged them back again. This is a little back and forth here that required creeps up to just above 10. And this is going to be a very interesting chess match here. Now, what's the captain going to do? He's got plenty of bowling options as we take a look at this graph here. The Limassol Kalundars now just dip below that required again after a quiet 4-run over, and I feel this is going to be a trend throughout this inning. It's going to be a bit of going above that line, coming back down again.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is they've got to keep an eye on is that the required rate at the moment is just gone now above the 10 mark. They don't want it to go too far ahead. Very good delivery, which gets blocked out by Khalid. And I suppose the one issue that the Kalundars could have here is that because of the running frailties, if you like, the skipper, maybe opportunities like that with some teams would have taken the one and not on. Khalid, just the one boundary to his name so far. Hits this nicely, and it's going to be a test for the fielder, and he's not going to get there. A good effort He slides to try and make the stop. Does Zishan Mahmood, but he can't. And that's a lovely shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, this was a good effort by the fielder. You have to commend him. It was always going to be a difficult stop. And yeah, this is just what they've done so well, the Kalundars, throughout this innings. They've not always felt the need to overhit the ball. They've just been picking the gaps, and I've been impressed by both sides doing that. A little bit of width here, very fleshy sound, and it goes straight to Bikash, who's been excellent out at third man, and just a single here.
Yeah, specialist fielder in that area. He's made that his zone. This is my territory, he says. You don't get past me, not unless you pay the toll. No run. Jaman bowling well.
Farouk absolutely middles this one, and he's clobbered it. It's gone the distance, and that's a 6. Fantastic hit by Mohammad Farouk.
What a hit this is. Boom, plastic, boom. Shaka lagya kinna sona. And once again, with the way the wind is blowing, it's blowing into our faces here, which means it's blowing coming from behind the batter. So anything hit straight down the ground, the wind is going to assist it as well. Great shot, big hit, 4 runs.
That really makes the straight boundary a bit of a cheat code, because it's already short enough. And now with that win, that's going to be a huge 8. And again, Mohammad Farouk targeting that boundary very wisely. Won't quite get a hold of this ball. And it's going to be a captain to captain as Jahid Hassan fields it out at long on.
Good battle developing here. Jaman. One thing I've noticed, which is good, is that the Nicosia Tigers are much quicker in between overs. So remember, they're a team which on day one, on both occasions they played, they ended up giving penalty runs to the opposition because they took too long to bowl their 10 overs. And we've already touched on the number of extras that they gave away as well on that day, 63 in just 2 matches. So they're starting to improve on that front. But at the moment, I think they've got other issues on their mind, and that's the batting of Mohammad Farouk, the captain of the Kalundars, who's got them to a good start. Halfway point, 45 for 1, and well, if you double that, that takes you to 90. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, the Nicosia Tigers, 17 runs of extras in the previous match, but so far just the 1 wide, which is almost atypical of them, because by this stage we're used to them having bowled almost an extra over due to all the wides. But I think they recognize what a tight match this is, and everyone's just wired in, locked in. They've just come off a tough defeat, and they're going to have to get back to winning ways. I mean, just because you've had a good start doesn't mean you can't have a bit of a mid-tournament slide. The Nicosia Tigers are aware of how momentum can swing in these sort of tournaments. Of course, they've been here before. They've been in these ECSs. They've fallen short in tournament after tournament, and that'll be playing in their mind.
Yeah, momentum can swing, and this man can swing it as well, as Zishan Mahmood comes into the attack. And that's a really quick delivery, and Khalid has to go. And look at Zishan, like a Bollywood star. He turns around and says to the batter, "You're gone, my buddy. Off you go." And well, he can turn things around, and he does. He gets a breakthrough. Khalid has to go.
That is a great ball there by Zishan Mahmood, and he was a Bollywood star. I'd be really interested in seeing what kind of film he'd be starring in. This is a good ball there. Shah Khalid just lost his shape a little bit there. It's a thin edge through to the keeper, and good stuff, of course, now that they've got their usual man, Mughal, behind the stumps, Sagar Rahman. So, important wicket here. This partnership was starting to develop into something a little bit concerning for the Nicosia Tigers. It was worth 32 runs, but it's come to an end as the new batsman is A. Mughal.
Well, Zishan just losing his run there as Atik Mughal comes out there. And yeah, evenly poised. And the thing is, though, I'll still stick by what I said. One batter goes and scores a 50, and Mohammad Farouk, he's that man. What a beaut this is. This one comes in and moves away. Cracking delivery from a very talented cricketer, Zishan Mahmood.
Just look at that ball. Look how it shapes away. That is gorgeous stuff. And he's just trying to draw them into the shot, and lack of foot movement by Atiq Mughal will just make it even harder for him. This one's played away towards cover, and he's going to bring his captain back on strike. And I think Skipper's really going to have to take charge here. He needs to face as many of these remaining deliveries in the 4.3 overs left.
Yeah, this is a big moment now. I don't see that Mohamed Farouk is going to shy away from this. He's still going to go for it. And he does, and he just gets beaten by the pace. And also, he's looking to play the shot once again out into that cow corner area. But these balls that he's getting here from Zishan are coming into him and moving away. So he's not going to get the right amount of power in the shot. I think he needs to change his tactic here. Maybe start to look to try and play over the man that's just moved into the cover area. See how he goes. Well, this one was probably in the zone for him to play that shot. And yeah, I think you said it earlier. Whatever his injury is, he seems to be moving around a little bit better than when he was the other day.
Yeah, and of course, going back to the point you made about the fact that they should be looking to open up that offside. I mean, we were really complimentary of both the Royal Kings and this Nicosia Tigers side regarding their ability to open up the offside. They found a lot of runs through that third man region, and with the ball swinging away the way it is, that might be what the Kalundars need to do. And this is just choked Mughal with suffocating him there. It's a back of a length delivery, just below shoulder height. Top stuff here, and Zishan, he's come in, his captain made the bowling change, and he's really done the job. I mean, this was a terrific over, just 2 runs off it, and he gets the wicket, and I think he's just put the Nicosia Tigers back in front in this tie as that current run rate dips to below 8. A little bit concerning for the Kalundars.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, which means that the required rate now is almost at 12 and over, and that's going to take some doing, but 1 over can change everything. And well, they now go back to Munna. See what Munna can do here. Munna Rahman bowled a good over. Over number 2 was nice and tidy. Picked up a wicket as well. And edge. Oh, and again the chance goes down. It's Sakar Rahman once more. Nothing seems to be sticking in those gloves.
Yeah, and he could have easily have left this one alone. This was a very wide delivery, and Umar Farouk, the captain, you'd expect him to show a little bit more experience there. If he just leaves that alone, it's a wide, but very interesting tactical development, which I'll continue on after this ball, as this one's popped up in the air. Could this be a catching chance? No, it isn't. It just falls behind Munna Rahman. So he's living dangerously here, Umar Farouk, and I can see he's had a wry smile, but Munna Rahman's now the 5th bowler in the Nicosia Tigers of views, which means that we might not see Roman Mazumdar in this match either. Yeah,
and that tells me that there's got to be an issue. There's no way that you wouldn't use him in 2 matches in a row. I mean, you really needed him to bowl in the last one. He didn't. We didn't see him at all, so we were puzzled. Well, maybe we now know the reason. It's got to be an injury. Short, he's got to go after it. He does, but he finds the fielder, and that is a big wicket. As another one bites the dust, and Rahman comes. He's unlucky not to have picked up the captain already, Farouk, who was dropped. But it's a wicket, nonetheless. Not the man that they really want, though, you have to say. The man that's doing all the damage at the moment for them is Mohamed Farouk. He's still there. But Atiq Mughal, he comes and he goes. He chews up 5 deliveries and goes for 1.
Yeah, Atiq Mughal was not at all convincing during his very brief stint at the crease. But literally, as long as Mohamed Farouk is there, these Kalundars are still in the game. But it's familiar issues again for the Limassol Kalundars. They always seem to do very well with the ball in hand, but as soon as they've got the bat in hand, they just stutter and stumble. They really fail to get runs in the middle overs. And it's their same Achilles heel coming back to bite them. And maybe this man Hussein can turn their fortunes around and finally get them a win against their nemesis, the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah, just nothing's happened. I mean, the only batters that we know that have performed, Shaq Ali, we know he scored 30 yesterday, or 20 deliveries. This one should be stopped on the boundary. Sohail Ahmed made 21 of 14. These are all good scores that they made against the Nicosia Tigers, and of course their captain. But nobody else has really got any runs, and that's going to be an issue for them. You can't be relying on just 1 or 2 players. Short. This one really creeps up onto Mohamed Farouk. Can't do anything about it. And it's another very good over. And just with those 2 overs, they really have put the squeeze on. What a spell this has been, really, for Munir Rahman as well. He's picked up 2 wickets, only conceded 8 runs, and that really now puts the Nicosia Tigers in the driving seat, as that rate has quickly accelerated to 15. This is what's coming up next. Well, Limassol Qalandars will be hoping that they can go into this match against the Napa Royal Kings with a victory, but it seems unlikely. They've got to go some here now. Napa Royal Kings, though, they got their victory early today. They were the one team that were able to get a victory over the Nicosia Tigers, and they'll be looking to, well, it's a big day for them today with 4 matches. They've won 1, looking to make it 2 out of 2 in the day, and really make their march up towards the top of the standings.
Yeah, this should be a very exciting match coming up. But of course, the most important stat over here is ever since that good 13-run over in the 5th over, just 4 runs of the last 2 overs, and they've lost 2 wickets. That's really not something you want to see at this stage. It's pretty grim right now for the Qalandars. Fuller delivery takes an edge, and it's going to go to that man, Bikash Reza. Nothing will pass him right now, as having a little bit of a Gandalf performance back at 3rd man. So it's Mahmood who comes in for his 2nd over. His first one was rather pricey, and we saw how Umar Farouk really went after him, and maybe he'll do the same here again. He certainly has to, as he just found something in Mahmood's game which suits his. Fuller delivery, quicker delivery. This one is well taken by the keeper.
Yeah, well taken. It almost takes the off stump as well. This is very close. And see, he's not been able to execute those shots very well. Anything that's been a swing that's on the leg side, that's pretty full on the stumps, he's got onto. But anything in that zone, he hasn't really been able to get anything going. You see that this one is in the stumps, in the area. He does make good contact. And the fielder says, it's out. You can come and check. I'm not moving. I won't move. If you want to come and check where my foot is, come and have a look. He says, anybody want to come and have a look? No? Okay, fine. I'll move. Good catch. But you can see that's the zone where he has been hitting. But this time, unfortunately, he finds a fielder who takes a really good catch. And with that, Nish, I think that's it. This match is done.
Yeah, that might just be game, set, and match. And I think Munir Rahman isn't just raising the finger. He's probably called game as well. That's, look at him. He keeps indicating that I've managed to get this wicket. There was a fair bit of a gap there. You could see a few blades of grass between his shoe and the boundary rope, as Umar Farouk, who was pretty much the last hope for this Qalandar side, has to depart, and hope's really fading for them, and they'd really struggle to find light at the end of this tunnel, as it might just be a 3rd loss for the Limassol Qalandars against the Nicosia Tigers. So Mahmood, this time around, he gets the better of Umar Farouk. He has the last laugh, and probably the Nicosia Tigers will have the last laugh as well.
Well, they've got to swing here and see what they can get to. Patel, he's made some little performances, has he? Not a big score, but he knows, and we know that he can handle a bat. And he's out there now with Amir Hussain. Gets off the mark straight away. So what can these two do? And another thing is, and we've focused on this before, and maybe on this group, as we see this one, swing and a miss, may not be as important, but I think it's still important to try and get as close as you can, because net run rate could be key. I mean, we know that from each group, 4 teams will progress to the quarterfinals. With this group, as we won't see the Cyprus Super Kings anymore, that means that only 1 team will miss out. Well, the bowler's not missing out here. Farhan Mahmood is right on the money, and Amir Hassan plays a bad shot, plays all around this one, and CC stumps knocked over. Shot Maria Ganda Bapas Agya Banda. I suppose you can understand it a little bit as we get to the end of the over. 51 for 5, 8 overs complete. He needs to get big shots going, and there's no point just sticking around and not trying to clobber the ball. Misses out on it. Down go the stumps, and that's the end of his innings.
That's the end of his innings, and probably the end of any hope the Qalandars had. This inning has completely fizzled out from them. One that started with so much hope. It's become pretty grim viewing for their fans, as it's a bit of a familiar tale from them at this stage, and it looks like they'll even fail to get the 80-run mark, which they've at least managed to reach in previous games. And look at that. That is an enormous dip for them below that required run rate. Of course, we were discussing how it might just be back and forth from amongst that red line, but look at that, the gap just gets wider and wider.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed, of course they will, because at the power play they were ahead, and at the 4 overs mark they were on exactly what the Nicosia Tigers were, 32 and 32. But then they got into the 40s, the runs dried up, the wicket started to fall. This man came on and he made a huge difference. Look at that over he bowled, and then he was followed up by a great one that was bowled by Munir Rahman as well. So those two have been absolutely superb with the bowling. And Zishan Mahmood coming back onto bowl here again. This man, he likes picking up player of the match performances. I think he's got 3 to his name already. And well, a good bowling spell here to go with the 28 of 19 he scored could ensure him another.
Yeah, certainly a must-have for your fantasy team, isn't he, Zishan Mahmood? That is, the batsman doesn't get anywhere close to that shot. Although the umpire does signal that's a wide.
Yeah, wide ball called here by the umpire. Let's have a look at this. I think that's a tough call. I don't think this ball hits the wide line until it gets after. And Zishan, well, credit to him. He just raises his eyebrows and goes back to his mark.
Similar game plan here as well. He's just keeping it away from Prashant Patel, who just seems to want to slap everything out to square leg. And I'd like to actually see him try to get close to the ball. His head's pretty much nowhere near it, you know. He's got to look to attack it, try to play some shots on the offside. Of course, there's just one fielder out on the boundary on the offside.
And once again, it's a play and miss, not using his feet at all, like you say, Nish. And it's going to be a very disappointing end to this match, because I think Limassol Qalandars, to keep Nicosia Tigers to a score of 93, did really well. They hustled, they battled hard, they performed well. But with the bat, other than their captain, who made 30 runs, nobody really has got going at all. And there's been too much of this. And the figures here from Zishan are just exceptional. Just 3 runs from the 9 deliveries that he's bowled so far. And, certainly is a man on a mission, isn't he? And also, it just goes to show, Nish, how important it is to have him out there in the field. I mean, he performed well, didn't he, on day one? And then yesterday they had him behind the stumps. I just don't think that was the right move. Now, whether that was because he's got a bit of an injury and that was a good place for him to be, and he's recovered from that, I'm not so sure. But when you've got a guy who can bowl this well, and he can certainly make a lot of things happen in the field, you've got to have him out there, you've got to have him bowling. And he's a good catcher of the ball as well. He's a good all-round player, and he's shown that once again in this match.
This one's popped up in the air. Is this going to be a catching opportunity? No, it won't. It goes to Mahmood out at long off, who takes this one fairly comfortably. Of course, that also emphasizes the value of Sagar Rahman, the wicketkeeper. I mean, he's a good keeper himself, but the fact that he's got the gloves also, exactly as you point out, means that Zishan Mahmood can play to his full potential and be used to his full potential. As of course, we're reaching a stage now where the Qalandars pretty much need a 6 off every single ball. Goes for the big shot. Is this going to split the fielders? It certainly will. That's a nice strike by Prashant Patel, who so far hasn't been able to even get close to a ball. Well struck by him. Mahmood goes just a little bit too full. He's in the slot for him, but unfortunately it's reached a stage where even 4s aren't enough, as that's a pretty simple equation for the Qalandars. They need to hit a 6 on every single ball in the final over.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Patel. But the other stat here is that since the halfway point, and in the last 4 overs, they've only scored just 13 runs. I mean, you can't, if you go through phases like that, you cannot win matches. So, 6 sixes could do it. Well, this is high in the air, but he's not going for 6. He's going to the fielder. The catch is taken, and Akhtar, that's the end of his innings. He'll go for 1 of the 2 balls that he faces. And Yasir Mahmood picks up his first wicket.
Yeah, well taken catch by Roman Mazumdar. We're a bit surprised to not see him bowl, but still makes it his impact known with his catching ability. That's a fairly simple catch, but of course, still a bit of a breeze out here today. Maybe not as bad as yesterday. So these aren't the easiest conditions to catch in, and that will pretty much put the last nail in the coffin for this Kalandar side, who it seems will succumb to a third defeat against this Nicosia Tigers team. Of course, you just wonder if these two teams do face each other in the knockout stage, you know, what that would do to the Kalandar's confidence if they see them again. This will be a huge psychological dent for them.
Well, Yasser Mahmood is probably saying, hang on a minute, Rika, as that's a very clever slow delivery. He said, don't be going giving the player of the match award to me teammate, Zishan. Don't forget me. I played an important role in this match as well. 46 of 28. Now he picks up his first wicket as well. So we're certainly giving the tournament referee something to think about. High up in the air. Well, if this is taken, he's going to put his name right in the hat. Well, maybe he does. And maybe with that wicket, he's probably taking away that player of the match performance from Zishan Mahmood. And it could be another player from the Nicosia Tigers that has the honour of being the player of the match. And listen, I wouldn't take it away from Yasser Mahmood, because that was a very important innings for him. Remember, he came in when they lost Muzamda very early without scoring, and a very good partnership was put together by those two. They were out there for a while, and well, I can tell you exactly how many they put on. It was 65 runs, which made all the difference in the match. And though they didn't go at lightning pace, it just goes to show maybe that out there today, with the conditions, the wind blowing, and with some of the cloud cover, that perhaps it's not so easy to bat. Well, certainly the Kalandars have had their issues, and if they've had the issues in this one, Nish, it's not going to get any easier for them, because they've got to stay right out there. I mean, they're going to have about 25 minutes to recuperate, because they've got a tough match coming up against the Napa Royal Kings, as this one is hit pretty well, and it's going to be 4 runs, 4 carreras más. So nicely played. Hits it well, the left-hander. Look, we've seen him come out and do this before, as Mohsin. It's when you think of the frailties that they have in their side, I mean, surely it's worth having a guy like this in the power play. He can give you a better start.
Yeah, they're going to just seriously need to reconsider reshuffling their batting lineup. As we see, Mahmood here goes for the slower delivery. This one's somehow Mohsin managed to get it away. He's really eager to get that second run, and it's nice to see him show that excitement, but it's all going to be in vain, as Prashant Patel is going to be run out at the other end. So not a little bit of lackluster running. I think Prashant Patel wasn't quite aware of the fact that a second run was on, and if he just run that first run harder and been a bit more awake, I think Mohsin would have had this second run, and it's really symbolizes what this Kalandar's performance has been like in this second half of the innings. Very lackluster, and they're going out without a whimper as the third wicket falls in this final over.
Yeah, I think you said it. I think it's disappointing probably for a lot of the viewers as well, and particularly if you are a Kalandar, because they've let you down, haven't they, with the bat. You thought they've given themselves a real fighting chance to get a victory over a top team here in Cyprus, the Nicosia Tigers, and having lost to them on 2 occasions already, I think they had a possibility of getting some sweet revenge, but it's not to be. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this again, and I'm just thinking, you've got to have guys like this. This guy, Mohammed Mohsin, not for the first time, has shown that he can hit the ball pretty well, and when other batters are not performing, when not a lot else is happening, you got to go with him higher up the order. He'll finish with another boundary, so he'll finish with 9 to his name. But that would conclude the innings, and you have to say that for the Kalandars, it's disappointment. They'll finish on 67 for 8, so 26 runs short of where they need to be. But for the Nicosia Tigers, I think it was a good, important match for them. They just suffered a defeat for the first time from the Napa Royal Kings. They wanted to come back with a bang, and I wouldn't say it was too much of a bang, and but it was a very comprehensive victory.
It certainly was, and of course, I'm sure the Nicosia Tigers were glad that the schedulers gave them the Kalunders, a side they've now beaten 3 out of 3 times during their 3-game set in this triple round robin. As we take a look at some of the highlights, and Iftikhar Jaman came out to bowl the first over. He went for a few runs, and things at this point were looking very bright for the Limassol Kalunders. Of course, keep in mind they started off quite well thanks to their skipper, Umar Farouk, who made 30 of 23, hit 3 boundaries and 2 sixes. That was a big appeal, but that was given not out. And then Sohail Ahmed, who never really looked comfortable, never really looked capable of opening the batting, was dismissed rather softly there. Look at some of these nice strokes by Shah Khalid and Farouk, who had a very little partnership. And when that was going on, at that stage we thought that the Kalunders were well in this game.
Yeah, they were. We were saying at that time if Farouk could go on to score a 45-50, things would be important for them and he could take them to victory. But then that one, Zishan comes on the bowl. He gets the wicket of Khalid, who made double figures 10 before he went. It could have been a few more wickets, and that's one thing that the Nicosia Tigers will be thinking that they could have taken, if they had taken all their catches. Well, I reckon that the Kalunders may not even have got to 50. And another thing I want to point out here, and this is a huge credit, I think, to the Nicosia Tigers, is that the way they went about things in the field. Only 2 extras, and that from a team that have all the problems with extras. Only 2 extras, only 2 wides. The way that they bowled their overs, they were quick, they were fast, they didn't waste any time. So they certainly have improved tremendously in this match in the field.
No, that was a very exciting sign for Tigers fans, of course. So far, they've given up at least a minimum of 19 extras in all their games, but to see them improve this much is a very positive sign for the tournament ahead, as we see Mohammad Mohsin club a couple of nice shots. Of course, we're all calling for him to be pushed up the batting order. He's been one of their more exciting batsmen in the batting lineup. Really is starved for runs. I think he's certainly earned himself a promotion, and hopefully we'll see him batting higher up the order against the Napa Royal Kings. As we take a look at this scorecard for the Limassol Kalunders, there's not too much to cheer for outside of the captain's pretty decent innings. Farouk made 30 of 23, striking 3 boundaries, 2 sixes. He was didn't really have much support from most of his teammates. You see a little bit of a telephone number right there at the end, 12610. The most alarming and startling statistic is the fact that they made just 22 runs in the second half of the innings. That is criminal.
Yeah, big time criminal. And that was, I mean, that 22 only because thankful to Mohammad Mohsin, who came in towards the end and hit 2 boundaries. He shouldn't be there. That boy has to be further up the order. He's also a left-hander, which means that he'll create problems, other problems as well as he's hitting. So they really have to look at their batting here, the Kalunders. You just think, even in a match like that, when they're losing that one by, in the end, 26 runs, if Mohsin is up there, he scores you 20 runs quick fire in the power play, you go on and you win the match. So they've got work to do, but look at the bowling figures there. I think Rahman, 2 for 8, Fahad Mahmood, 2 for 17, but then Yasir Mahmood, 2 for 13 as well. And I think Zishan, how well he bowled as well, picked up 1 wicket for 9. And well, maybe, I think I'm going with Yasir Mahmood as the player of the match, and yeah, it will be Yasir. And I think he seals that with that final over that he bowled, and he picked up 2 wickets. So well done to him, but also well done to Zishan Mahmood. I'm going to say this now, with Rahman Mazumdar in the side, Yasir Mahmood, the way he's playing at the moment, and Zishan Mahmood, those 3 together combined, and with their captain that can also play good cameo performance either with the ball or with the bat, they are a team that I'm expecting to see go all the way, maybe semi-finals, final.
Yeah, this is a team that is built to go deep, but of course these Limassol Kalunders are going to have to do a lot of head scratching. Keep in mind, this is their 3rd straight defeat to the Nicosia Tigers. They don't have much time to recover emotionally. They're up against the absolutely machine Napa Royal Kings, who've just been steamrolling sides so far this tournament. They'll be up against them in just 23 minutes time.
Yeah, so join us then. 23 minutes time is going to be another performance, a good performance, I think, from the batting side of the Napa Royal Kings. And they're taking on the Limassol Kalunders, who, well, they need to find a way to bounce back strong. Will they rewrite that batting order and maybe have something like Mohsin up the top of the order? Because he's one man that maybe could change their fortune. Join me, Rika Fall and Ishbak, when we return in just over 20 minutes time.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Cricket lovers, and welcome back. We're getting ready for the next match, which is going to see the Napa Royal Kings take on a side that we just saw beaten there and looking a little bit flat, the Limassol Qalandars. But their next match is not going to be easy because I think the Napa Royal Kings certainly showed their strength, particularly with the bat. And one man who performed beautifully well is to my left here, and that's Mohammed Ikram. Mohammed Ikram, congratulations. You were the player of the match in that win against the Nicosia Tigers.
Thanks all. So I think it was we play a lot of cricket here on this ground. It's more easy for us. We have a lot of batting. We have a lot of bats better that we can chase it easily. This target is not a difficult target was. So I think that was the plan that I told to the Ahmed. We don't give the early wicket. And we will go later when we find some loose balls, so we can go after them. But in the start, we saw that the pitch was a bit wet and the ball was swinging, so we just focused to don't give them a wicket.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is you played the Nicosia Tigers, who hadn't lost the game before you played them. They were 4 out of 4. I mean, that must have been on your mind. So that really is a very good victory, right?
Yeah, because it's a good side. And it's not it's not difficult to don't give them a wicket, so it's easy to chase the target.
Now, of course, we remember Mohammed Ikram from the European Cricket League, where you played for the Nicosia Nicosia Lions, right, of Punjab. Now, it wasn't the best of experience for you with the bat personally. I think you had a run of 3 ducks in the spin. But tell me just a little bit about the experience of playing in the European Cricket League there in Khartoum at that ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bad luck there.
Yeah.
We didn't bat there, but it's a cricket. Every day is not your day.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that were the frailties there for the Punjab Lions of Nicosia. It didn't quite really get going with the bat. But look, since then, this is the first time that you've played again, the first time you've had a bat, and you go out there and you score a very fine and very important knock. When you were out there, you looked a little bit shaky to start off with the first few deliveries, but I think as soon as the first one came out of the middle of the bat, you just got better and better.
Yeah, when I see the ball is coming on the bat, so I go up to them, and I hope for the next match we will keep it same, and I think it will be fine for us. I think the pitch is now good. It's dry now,
yeah.
So I think we can bat more easily and more good than that match.
Yeah, well, the next match is yourselves up against the Limassol Qalandars, who are not having a good start at the moment. We saw them in that last match. They didn't really bat well against the Nicosia Tigers. What are your thoughts going into that match? You think you're going to get another victory under your hat?
I hope so. We are pretty confident, and I think so. We can beat them easily.
Okay, well, that's what Mohammed is saying. Well, let's join the 2 captains in the middle for that all-important coin toss. Thank you very much to Mohammed Ikram.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Ipsanas for the 3rd match of the day, and that was a brilliant interview there. Rico Full along with Ikram Muhammad, of course. I have to say I loved Ikram's confidence. He was really just positive about his side chances to win. He said, we'll beat them easily. And you really love to see that, of course. If we take a look at the fantasy dashboard right here, the Limassol Qalandars, they're 2-3, of course, not 2-2. After their 3rd loss to the Nicosia Tigers, they have now failed to beat the Nicosia Tigers in all 3 of their matches. Meanwhile, the Napa Royal Kings, well, they've just been a steam engine, keep chugging along, and they look impossible to stop. Saran Ahmed leading the way with 361 runs. Of course, Ikram Muhammad with that brilliant innings last time out. And we're going to see them batting up front here. Of course, once again, in the commentary box, Nishay Bhatt, joined along by Rico Full.
Yeah, and what we weren't able to see was the coin toss there, a few technical issues, and what I can tell you is Limassol Qalandars winning the toss and electing to field first. So Napa Royal Kings are going to be having a bat. And the man I was talking to, well, Mohammed Ikram, he will be out there. He's opening the batting, and he's got Saran Ahmed with him. These two batted so well in the last one. They were an unbeatable, unbroken partnership, and that victory against the Nicosia Tigers, can they do the same in this one? I really love the way that they went out there, like their approach. They're aggressive, and that's what worked for them. They need to be aggressive, and we want to be aggressive here as well. We'll start with a wide as Mohsin just angles this one right across. So we start with a wide.
Yeah, and of course, the great thing about Mohsin was we saw that brilliant battle he had at the start of the day with the Nicosia Tigers batsman. He kept banging it in short, trying to aim it at their rib cages. That was a thrilling watch, and I'd like to see him do more of the same here against the Napa Royal Kings. These are both two quality batsmen. He has the ability to dismiss them. And interestingly enough, he's going fuller, so he seems to have gone away from that short ball tactic, which, although maybe a bit costly at times, did get him wickets. Of course, we're inside the power play overs now, so there is a long off and a deep backward square leg as Mohsin starts this match the same way he did against the Tigers. He bowled a wide to start that match off as well.
See him once more, and he goes a little bit wide as well. So he's got obviously a different approach here. I think you're absolutely right. I just wonder whether the reasoning was that they'd probably done a bit of homework on the batters before, and that's why he's going with the shorter stuff. This time around, maybe he's thinking that he knows Ikram Mohammed pretty well, and he doesn't want to bowl short to him. But, all the runs on the board so far, courtesy of extras. Oh, that's an absolute peach. Oh, this is an absolute jaffer of a delivery. Too good for Ikram.
I mean, that's a gem. He's actually squared the batsman up there. How often do you see that in T10 cricket? Look at how he just leaves the batsman late. And Mohammed, who was absolutely brimming with confidence earlier and was convinced his side would thrash the Kalundars, well, he certainly had a reality check by Mohsin here.
Gets him beaten again, so sticking with the line outside the off stump and getting a bit of movement away as well. And when he gets it right, he's got a bit of zip about him. That's Mohammed Mohsin. And he's already bowled a couple of unplayable deliveries. You're absolutely right. Ikram Mohammed was oozing with confidence in that interview, and he believed that this would be an easy victory for his side. Well, I don't know if the other players on his team had the same confidence, but at the moment, I'm liking this from the Kalundars. But the thing is with the Limassol Kalundars, remember, issues that they have are with their batting, with the ball. They've been pretty good. They've got a number of good options. Let's see, this one is not the best of deliveries, and this one will go away to the boundary. It will be 4 runs. It does come off the bat, so you could say maybe it's half a chance. It's pretty close to the keeper, but it goes pretty quickly. And Varun Malhotra, I think by the time he reacts to it, he's already passed him for 4 runs. So after a tidy first few deliveries right outside the off stump and getting the batter to play and miss, he goes down the leg side. It's not a good delivery, and Ikram Mohammed is onto it like a flash, 4 runs. So this one is also a bit on the pads, but this one just gets blocked away. So no run.
Yeah, I think Mohsin in the delivery before this one was really trying to go back to the same ball that brought him some joy against the Nicosia Tigers, but didn't work on that occasion. He just got his line wrong, and his length was not spot on either. Well, he's got one more ball here, and I think if he can really get a wicket on this one, it would put the Kalundars in a great position. He's there to be a wicket-taking, aggressive bowler.
And that's more like it. That's where he needs to be. And everything about this delivery is good. He just gets the ball in the right areas. He gets the movement away. And also watch his follow-through. No issues with the follow-through. He runs off the pitch. Just a great bit of bowling. And the end of the over as well. So nicely bowled. Nice, tidy. Just a few wides there. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. That not really surprised about this. The Napa Royal Kings favourites 115 to 92. You can have a look. The runs average 439 for the Napa Royal Kings. That is huge. And runs against 80 compared to the other side, 97 for, 98 against. And that's the issue, the runs against. And that'll change as well, because remember, these haven't been updated from their last results. So they really have got issues. And I think you'll find that the runs for and the runs against, the margin is even bigger as we go to Prashant Patel. And Patel starts with a dirty wide to the left-hander.
Yeah, that's the third wide already in this innings by the Limassol Calendars, and 18-run favorites is quite a margin, but I have to say that isn't undeserved for this Napa Royal Kings side. They've just been head and shoulders above everyone so far.
Hit hard, but a really good stop, and now, well, he sends the batter back as well. Quality bit of cricket. This was absolutely clubbed. He really wallops this, and fielder does so well. Makes a stop and gets the throw in as well. That's cracking stuff.
Yeah, Amir Hussain has saved a definite 4 runs there. If that goes past him, that's racing away to the boundary.
Ahmed doesn't shy away from it. I'm not sure this was the right shot to be playing to this ball. He's looking to hoik it into that gap that's been left out there between the long on and the mid wickets. And the left-hander certainly looking to hit with the wind behind him. High in the air, chance, big moment, dropped, huge let off. That is a huge let off, and that's Numan Munir that drops Ahmed and drops him on 0.
I mean, this is absolutely crucial. I mean, we've seen Ahmed make a couple of half centuries already this tournament. He was unbeaten in the previous innings, and we know how much he loves that leg side. And Patel, who's been such a good wicket-taking bowler for the Calendars, draws that opportunity, and Numan Munir, well, all he can do is rub his hands. He's looking around a bit sheepishly. I don't think there's too many words he can tell to anyone right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Calendars, when you got batting frailties, you're not batting well, you got to take those big chances. Remember that last match, they dropped Yasser Mahmood when he was on 4, and that was a straightforward catch that was put down. And you can't afford to do that. That was Rana Abdul guilty of dropping him, and of course Yasser Mahmood then goes on. He scores a very healthy score of 46, and also picks up the player of the match. So that's how you lose matches, and you've got to learn from it. I know nobody drops him on purpose. Patel, though, on both accounts, is the unlucky bowler.
No, he's been really unlucky, and that one as well just whizzes by the stumps. Take a look at this. Goodness me, that's probably just an inch or two away from the off stump. And Patel, well, fortune really hasn't favored him so far, and we even saw Mohsin at the other end create some opportunities, so chances coming here for the Calendars. This one's struck. It's not struck cleanly. Well, that's certainly what it sounded like, but Ahmed, with all that power, doesn't need to strike it perfectly. That's a short boundary, and he can send it for 6, so they're paying for that dropped catch.
Yeah, straight away. We've seen it in the last match with the Calendars against the Nicosia Tigers, and now we're seeing it again here. That's a clubbing blow, and really muscled that to the boundary. And score moves to 15, and this is the way the standings are looking so far for Group A.
Yeah, the Napa Royal Kings there with that healthy net run rate, plus 5.8. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers, despite those 5 wins, are only at a net run rate of 1.1, because that one loss they had was an absolute hammering at the hands of these very Napa Royal Kings. So someone's going to need to bring these high flyers back down to earth. They're sitting pretty right now at the top of the feudal system.
Yeah, they certainly are. Just a reminder, you can always stay in touch with the European Cricket Network. You see there the website, so just europeancricket.com, and of course you can always get myself on Instagram or Facebook. And just once again, thank you to everybody that sends loads of messages, as this one is a Gandhi wide down the leg side from Akhtar. Yeah, thank you for all the kind words and all your support to the European Cricket Network, and well, for your support for cricket in Europe. And I'd like to use this as my platform to thank you all for your lovely comments. Keep them coming. Akhtar, this time he goes probably a little bit too much down the no. He's okay with it, but the thing is here, once again, the umpires, I just want them to get hold of the bowler here. That's it, that's nice. I like it. Well done, Abdul, well done. Have a word with them, say, hey, don't go in front of me. And I wouldn't mind if the umpires called that a wide, because there's no way you could see it all the way. This one gets hit hard into that vacant area. There's going to be 4 more runs. Cuatro carreras más. And Ikram Mohammed, it's time for him to get going as well. That's just a bad ball to bowl to him, and he wallops it away.
Yeah, he's just not bowling at a pace where that sort of length is viable. Ikram Mohammed's always going to have the time to just rock back and slap it over the fielder at mid-wicket, taking full advantage of these power play overs.
It's a better delivery. It's a very interesting. I mean, I know it worked for the Qalandars to have Mohammed Farouk in that sort of on that 45 boundary, sort of in that fine length area. But, I mean, I don't know, with the line that's been bowled here, it's not help serving his cause. I think I'd much rather have a fielder in the circle in the leg side area. I mean, I just think they just haven't got this field right, because they've got Mohammed Farouk, who's close in the 45. They then have a square leg on the boundary.
Yeah,
behind square. It just doesn't look right, does it?
No, it doesn't look right, and I think the problem is they just have a set field for every bowler. They're not recognizing each bowler's unique abilities and setting the field according to them, as that one's a good delivery by Akhtar in response to that boundary.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, they've got a short mid-wicket in. I don't mind that at all. So he's there, the catching position. But then have a look at you got mid on, who's very straight and inside the circle. Okay, high opportunity, another moment, and this time there is no mistake. So Ikram Mohammed, he does depart. He'll go for the unlucky 13 of ball number 13, so a double whammy for him. And that's a good wicket to get, because you know that he was the player of the match last time around when he scored very quick runs for his team in that victory over the Nicosia Tigers. So that's one big player that they see the back of. But remember, it was Saran Ahmed, the man who was dropped without scoring. So how much will that hurt them?
Yeah, this is gonna hurt quite a bit. Of course, we've seen the Napa Royal Kings show their batting prowess, but we've not actually seen the depth of their order tested that much, because in most of these matches, the top order has just done the trick for them and they've pretty much won the game. So we'd like to see an occasion where we actually see their lower order and their middle order have to win them a match, but doesn't work this time for Ikram Mohammed, who has to depart, as you said, for that unlucky number 13.
Rana Abdul takes the catch.
That's good, yeah. Certainly
Rana
makes up
Abdul.
for the drop last time.
Yeah, so, I mean, let's see if him taking this catch. I mean, remember, when that's up in the air, because it's very similar to the one he dropped, but I like the way he changes his technique as well. He gets the fingers pointing up on this one. That's a beautifully timed shot. Well, he's chasing hard after it, is Abdul, but you might as well give up, because when that one starts going, it's not going to be stopped. Beautiful shot. Well, not bad for a new batter to come in and play a shot like that. Beautifully played.
Yeah, I love this by Ali Khan, of course. Both the opening batsmen, Ikram Mohammed and Saran Ahmed, are power hitters, like to bludgeon the ball. It's good that Ali Khan just nudged that one away. That's something we saw the Nicosia Tigers do to great effect earlier today.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot that's been played. So you'll see that Ali Khan will move on at 4. And don't worry about what your graphics are telling you there at the moment. They're wrong. It wasn't, of course, Saran Ahmed. So you've got a ball that hasn't been registered on there yet. So that will be updated pretty soon. But I think the score is correct. It is 24 for 1. But not sure why Khan's runs haven't appeared on there as yet. But first ball he faces, he just strokes it away beautifully. That is the end of the power play. And the score is 24 for 1.
Yeah, this is a very interesting power play. I think it's hanging in the balance at the end of this. Qalandars, if they'd managed to get that wicket of Saran Ahmed, it would have been completely in their favor, in my opinion. But they've just allowed the Royal Kings to stay alive. That might be a fatal mistake, although I like this move. Mohsin comes right back into the attack. I love this. They're going to have him bowling to Saran Ahmed. Good aggressive captaincy. I want my best bowler up against the opposition's best batsman. Try to pry this wicket and create one more opportunity.
Yeah, hello to Wayne, hello to Thunder, hello to everybody that's on the chat, enjoying the cricket, coming to you from here in Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol. So European Cricket Series here in the Cyprus, and this one he hasn't quite timed it, and he's playing a bit of footsie with the ball, but finally catches up with it. Well, take a single.
And he plays a little bit of football right in front of our photographer, Diana Oros. Hope she got a nice picture of that. So we're going to see Khan now come in. He's
just getting an update coming through. So that the last, well, after, let's wait for this one first. This one gets defended away. Yeah, the last boundary we're talking about, the reason why it hasn't come up is unfortunately that was a 7-ball over, so that previous boundary that Ali Khan hit for 4 won't count, and that is why I was a bit puzzled as to why the score for Khan wasn't coming on and why the total score wasn't changing. So Ali Khan, he got let's just say he got a tester, but he does get his first ball here. No runs from it. And, no runs from this one either. This is good bowling from Mohsin.
Yeah, a bit of a mulligan there. I mean, managed to get away with that one somehow. How harsh is that on Ali Khan, who hit a pretty nice stroke and won't even get that added to his scorecard, as we see a much wilder and rasher stroke, unlike the boundary hit, which didn't count. So what's Mohsin going to do here? Is he going to return to that plan which worked well against the Tigers? That's much more like it. And that's a tight bowling. That one's going to be very hard for any batsman to get away.
Yeah, Mohamed Mohsin, I like what he brings to the side, but you know what else I'd like? To see him up the order. To see him batting higher up the order and maybe get some valuable runs for his side. But at the moment, fine spell of bowling. Bending his back, isn't he? He's bending his back. It was interesting also what Ikram was saying. I mean, remember they played in the match earlier when we had the rain as well. So it was a delayed match when they got that victory. And he was saying that he's looking forward to being out there. And the batters were looking forward to being out there this time round when it's a lot drier. So he said that the ball did skid around a little bit and they had to play a little bit more cautiously. He, of course, has been and gone. Ahmed is still there. And that's a really good delivery. I'm liking this bowling. I really do. That is really good stuff. It's short. He's bending his back, and then he finishes off with the Yorker. But credit to Khan as well. Khan stays there. Khan, it must be very difficult for him. The very first ball he gets, he hits for 4, and he thinks, yeah, I'm off to mark with a 4. It was a 7 ball over, so that didn't count. So he went back to 0 without facing a ball, and now he just played out 5 dots.
No, certainly. And of course, speaking of the weather, of course, it is getting sunnier here, so the temperature has picked up to 17 degrees Celsius. But the wind has picked up again. It's starting to pick up. It was up to 32 K yesterday in the afternoon. It's now up to 23, and it's just getting breezier now.
Well, the 12th of April is known for National Big Wind Day, and that's particularly because of some of the highest recorded winds that we recorded in America. In 1934, winds that blew at 231 miles an hour. This one will go away to the boundary and is a little edge, 4 runs. Yeah, 1934, winds blew at 231 miles per hour. That was recorded by Mount Washington Observatory. So it's known as National Big Wind Day. Well, we're getting the big winds here as well, and some people say it's going to be even windier than it was yesterday. So, Patel. Oh, this is going to be called a wide. He just wants to... Saran Ahmed, it's interesting, isn't it? When we saw him bat the first 2 times, when, of course, he made the unbeaten half centuries on the spin, he was a stroke player. And just here today, it's almost like he's decided that he's more of a slogger. That's a good leave, and it's rolling all the way to the boundary. And that is going to be minimal 5 wides, and that hurts you because all of a sudden the acceleration is back on, but is without the batters getting any bat on the ball.
Yeah, Varun Malhotra, we've been complimenting him quite a bit for his wicket-keeping skills, but over there just doesn't quite reach out at that. Instead, he actually, his glove probably helps parry that to the boundary. Again, he's just completely lost his radar here, Prashant Patel. He seems to have lost his head in these last couple of deliveries. He was very effective in the 3 overs he bowled previously today, the 2 in the first match and the 1 so far today. But now just shows you how a couple of bad balls can really knock a bowler's confidence.
Another wide. I mean, just go back to Saran Ahmed. First time we saw him, 67 not out in 28 deliveries against the Cyprus Super Kings. Then, of course, he went on and made 76 of 30 deliveries against Everest. And in the last match here earlier today, he was a not-out batter, 28 of 15. Certainly he is in good form, and he's way up there as the top run scorer in this one. Hits this well, and he's not going to be stopped. Just good timing. And that's what he's got to go back to for me here, and it's just go back to timing the ball and stop thinking about slogging. This one's in the slot. He puts it away. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Yeah, he is so strong through the leg side. I mean, going back to those games you referred to on Monday, he batted with a strike rate of 247 and also made 70 runs on the leg side. So once he gets going on his favorite area, there's really nothing you can do to stop him. He just backs himself to hit his favorite shot again and again.
Hello to GM. GM was giving us the Minimo. Yeah. Well, it's not quite the 6, so we're not calling it Maximo. We call it the Minimo. I think that's something else that has taken on here in the European Cricket Network. Another first. You heard it here first. In fact, it was I was on comms with Corey, and Corey Ruckus came up with that one with some help from some of our viewers. This is another wide, and well, Prashant Patel, he is losing the plot here, isn't he? He's losing the plot. And the other thing, of course, is while all those extras are happening, look at the time, look where we are. We're into the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, and I think it's just the fact that he's not used to bowling to a left-hander that's completely thrown him off here. Ball's kind of moving away a little bit, at least from a right-hander's perspective, so he's going to need to start it further out.
Oh, it's going to be a wide now outside the off, and look where he's finishing up as well, finishing right in front of the umpire. So it's a double no-no, gets the wide, and he's in front of the umpire, so he's going to get a little talking to here as well. And look, he's right there, and the umpire there, even if he was pretty close, if the umpire can't see it, he's fully entitled to say, well, you know what, you're where you shouldn't be, I'm calling it wide. But this one is a better delivery. He gets this right. Batter, though, disappointed. I think he's surprised. I think he surprised himself, Saran Ahmed, that this ends up being pretty close. And, well, not just pretty close, it almost knocks the stumps over.
Yeah, look at how much that ball has swung, and that's really what Prashant Patel has struggled to do. He struggled to actually handle a lot of the swing because of this breeze, and so cramps Ahmed for room, and it's going to be fielded by Numan Munir out at long on.
Yeah, Munir, every time, of course, Saran Ahmed is scoring runs, he's feeling it because he dropped him on 0. So remember that. Saran Ahmed now looking to go on to put a big score on the board. Ali Khan, I feel for him, he should have 4 on his name. He doesn't. He has nothing. He has nothing because it was the 7th ball, so they took the runs away from him. And now he's still looking to get off the mark. Hits it high in the air. He may not get off the mark as this one just plugs before the fielder gets to it. 2 fielders in the hunt for that one. So he does get off the mark and is a little lucky single. So with the ball to go, they score 45 for 1. Patel, can he finish the over well? He'd love to be able to finish with a wicket. 29 he's gone for. Hit like a rocket. What a hit this is. This is a monster shot. That's a biggie. Shaba, kinna sona. Here we go. Wind it up and boom. Shaka lagia. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es una grande. Well, that one is right in the tower. I hope the man in the tower is okay. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Ipsona Cricket Ground. Oh, what a tournament we have for you here. Top teams in Cyprus coming together, playing in this European Cricket Series. And one of those teams that has really impressed us at the moment, certainly with the bat, are the Napa Royal Kings. And they're looking good here once again.
Yeah, they've rebounded just like good teams do. They had a very quiet power play, but now they have a 26-run 4th over in response, and they put themselves right back in the driving seat. I think one development we have to look at for the rest of this game is this wind. The wind speed's picking up again. It's reached almost 25 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, now with that wind speed, what I would say is blowing right at us. Is right into our faces. We at the moment where we're stationed is would be to cow corner mid-wicket to a left-hander. That means I think left-handers are going to love this, and we've got one left out there at the moment, Saran Ahmed. Saran Ahmed has been in top form. He's going to love the conditions here at the moment.
He's going to adore this.
And you can see a lot of batters are looking to play on the offside as well, the right-handers, and the reason is exactly what you say there, Nish. Try to make full advantage of this wind. And he plays that well, lovely shot. And once again, I think the Calanders have got to look at this field and maybe look to get an extra man out on the offside. They've been very reluctant to do that all the way through when they're in the field. They were reluctant to do it against the Nicosia Tigers, and we saw there that especially the likes of Zishan Mahmood and also Yasser Mahmood played a lot of boundaries out on the offside. And they've got the bowlers. This is the thing for me. The captain has got the bowlers bowling in the right areas, Mohamed Faruqi, saying to the bowlers, offside channel, offside challenge. But he's not giving them the protection in the field that they need.
No, he hasn't, and I think there's a lot of head scratching that could be done for this Calander side. We did see them actually try bringing in a 3rd man later, but it was bit too late against the Tigers, as this is a short one dug in. It's going to go over the keeper's head, and that's going to be a boundary. It's just come off the top edge, so really nothing going in favor of the Kalundars. Now it's slipping away from them these last couple of overs.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really sharp, quick delivery. It's right at the batter as well, so it's a good, short, quick delivery. But the batter swings hard, and the thing is, he gets anything on it, you know it's going to fly away, and it does. He's going to get 4 runs. And also, you know that Rana Abdul now, he won't be able to bowl another short ball over the shoulder because it'll be called a no ball. Goes full, and it's going to be 4 more as it goes through the deep extra cover boundary. Cuatro carreras más, and this is where the batter says, okay, you want to bowl short at me, says Ali Khan, well, now I'll show you. I'll put you to the boundary.
Yeah, good bottom hand there by Ali Khan. You see the strength. Bowler just over pitches it, and so what's happening now for the Kalundars? They're just trying to drift away from the things that worked well for them in the power play stage, and the Napa Royal Kings are just reasserting their authority, as we're starting to see some of the wealth of options they have here. Khan's just come in here. He's played a nice little cameo. This has been a good batting appearance for him so far, and what's the response going to be from Abdul?
It's in over the leg side, and it's just over the fielder there. And I keep saying about this fielding position, I know it's worked for them, but I don't think it's right. I mean, he's trying to acrobatically get a hand to it, but he can't. It races away for 4 more. I just don't see that as a productive fielding position. I think you're going to get very lucky, the fielder there, to get anything go his way. You're far better being in a bit more defensive position where you're actually able to stop those balls.
And considering the way Rana Abdul's bowling, you might want to have third man and find like back on the boundary anyway.
Yeah, well, at least somebody, you know, at least one of them. Rana. It's beautifully played, 4 more runs. And this is really quality batting from Ali Khan. I like what he's doing here. And he rocks back. He sort of uppercuts this through the gap. It's 4 more runs. And they're just not getting this field right, the Kalundars, as another over comes to an end. 6 overs down now, and the score moves to 71.
Moves on to 71, and these last 2 overs have been an absolute killer for this Limassol Kalundars side. 26 off Prashant Patel's over, 20 of this Rana Abdul one, and it's really turned away very quickly. Of course, just discussing the field, I mean, all the protections out there on that leg side boundary, you'd really fancy these bowlers to try to actually bowl around the hip to most of these batsmen, but instead they're giving it to them in a nice position where they can just target those gaps.
Khalid. Now, one thing I will say now with the keeping an eye on that clock, so they've got to try and get these 18 deliveries in that 12 minutes or so. So they've got to make sure they're good. And so I think bowl too many extras here, too many wides. It's gonna come pretty close. So they've got to be tidy from here on in, and also they've got to be pretty quick. I think they've got to be well disciplined here. They can't. It looks like they're already starting to lose their way slightly. But they've got to try and keep their discipline. This is where the captain, Mohammed Farouk, has to become a key man. Short down the leg side. There's going to be 4 more, and Cuatro carreras, and it's in the corner of the net as well, I think. So we're going to have to say all together now, goal! And I know GM likes that, and it's a lovely shot from a poor delivery, but he puts it right in the corner. This is the perfect penalty in the corner. So not only does he get a 4, he puts it in the corner of the net.
Look away, France fans. Won't want too many reminders of penalties.
It's another Gundy delivery, but he gets lucky this time. He gets stopped. And well, I wouldn't be applauding. Naveed Akhtar is applauding. I don't applaud this. I would be saying to the bowler, right, I stop it. But really, what are you doing bowling there?
Yeah, this is been very strange in the Limassol Kalundars. They seem to have found a nice winning formula in the first 3 overs, but they've completely drifted away from it, and they're almost overthinking themselves here.
Okay, well, this one's going to be a chase for the fielder. Does well, so they do move the man at square around slightly for that particular shot. But Khalid's been fortunate here, you know. He's bowled a couple of short deliveries which haven't really been punished. One went straight to the fielder. That second one there wasn't well timed to shark a lead. Let's see how he deals with the right-hander, Ali. Ali Khan getting, well, they could run here. They should be running. Well, that's poor from the keeper is shouting at the bowler saying, why aren't you looking? The bowler saying, yaar main kade dekha, main ta appeal kar raha. Well, they're trying to keep things nice and calm here, but just have a look at this. I mean, there's the appeal from the bowler, turns around and appeal. While he's appealing and not looking, the ball gets thrown. Look at the wicket. Yaar, ball da farla kida main kyun fara? Main ta appeal kar raha, main ta dekhi nahi. Oh, they're falling apart here. They're falling apart. Even when there's no bat on ball, they're getting runs. This will be another wide. It's a missed out on. You can see Ahmed saying, no. He says to Ali Khan, you stay there. I want this. I want another delivery because I know it's going to be on my legs and I want to get one away.
Yeah, and Khalid's bowling from very wide of the crease as well, if you notice, and that's going back to the wicketkeeper's error there. That's the second time we've seen that in the space of 2 days, and I'm pretty sure he's another wicketkeeper you won't put on your bowling team.
Yeah, time is ticking, and they throw the ball away. It's also wide. Then when the ball comes back, they throw it away. The bowler has to fetch it. This time it gets past that fielder. I don't know if this is bat. Yes, it is. It's 4 runs. And not really was looking for it. This is why Ahmed wanted to stay there. He just knows it's going to be short. He knows it's going to be on the leg side. And despite the efforts of the fielder this time, it will go to the boundary. 82 on the board. They've still got 18 deliveries to face. And they're also going to be, for me, fighting the time here. Because I keep saying they should do it. There should be no issues. But every over, there end up being a number of wides, and they take a while to get the ball back to the bowler. Like here now, when you're looking at this time, they should be ready. The bowler should have the ball in his hand. There is no bowler to be seen. The batter's are ready. The umpire is in his position. But look, that shows you there. Where's the bowler? Where's the bowler? The time is ticking. It's ticking all the time. They're going to try and get 2 overs in, I think, here in 8 minutes. That's what it will come down to, more or less.
Yeah, and of course, keep in mind, this is a Qalandar side whose top score so far this tournament was 103.
Yeah.
So they've been struggling with the bat.
That's not a bad delivery. The batter, Ali Khan, had to get something on this. He will take the single. So Akhtar coming on to bowl this one. And that wind, as you say, Nish, is really starting to pick up now. Nish has got his big jacket on. I'm regretting the fact that I left the jacket back at base. So I'm going to have to grab a blanket from somewhere pretty soon. Okay, Akhtar. Whacked hard. Fielder comes across and can't get there. They'll go back for 2. I think he does get fingertips to this because otherwise the ball would have gone to the boundary. So though he doesn't, you make the catch. At least he gets something on it to stop the ball going past onto the boundary.
Yeah, he just about managed to get a hand onto it, which prevents him from going for a boundary. It was also going to be a tough, low catch for him.
That's well bowled. It's a clever delivery. And, well, the batter is thinking, how's that not a wide? Well, it's not a wide. It's inside the line. He's opted to leave it as Ahmed. So get a dot ball in. That's a very valuable. And, well, there's another dot. So 2 dots. And he runs back to his mark as well. Well done to Akhtar. He's not only just bowled 2 very good deliveries, 2 dots, he also runs back to his mark. And, well, maybe he alone could have saved his side some extra, giving away extra runs. This is bobbling, and it's a difficult one to handle. I'll give him that, the fielder, Numan Munir. Munir, of course, the guilty man. That is the reason why Ahmed is there anyway. Look at the bounce on that, but once again, you see, not enough body behind it. He tries with just hands. And once that doesn't go to hand, it gets away. So you've got to try and deal with these better. So another fruitful boundary, but then followed up by another dot. Very, very good over from Akhtar. Get some dots in there, get through the over pretty quickly as well. I think that over took less than 2 minutes. So cracking stuff from him. But it takes the score to 89.
Yeah, and that was a good thing with having Akhtar come in. He's got a very short run-up, which means he can get through that over quickly. One thing this Qalandar side doesn't have is plenty of spinners, unlike, say, Amdocs, who can get through these overs very fast with their plethora of spin options. Of course, Munir, he's had a rough game in the field. He, dropped Ahmed when he was on 0 off the bowling of Prashant Patel, and now, to be honest with you, at the unfortunate end of that one, so he'd like to get back into the dugout ASAP.
Yeah, pretty quickly. Okay, so here we are. We've got 12 deliveries to go. They should get the 100 on the board, which will be challenging as it is for the Limassol Columbus, but I think they really would like to go to around about that 110, and even more if they can, to really shut and close the door on the Columbus. This partnership worth 65, but they want a big finish. Gets a fair bit of bat onto it. How many will they go for? They're running quickly, they're running fast, they've got to come for 2. They will come for 2. That's very well run. I'm liking the running here. I think too many teams, for me, haven't shown too much attack in their running, especially when they're running singles, especially also on this outfield. These two do it well.
Yeah, and I like this combination. They've managed to get runs through both their power hitting and also through some just deft cricket, doing the little things right. One is extremely wide by Akhtar, who's bowling very, very wide of the crease if you look at him.
Yeah, he's bowling from quite wide, so he's trying to create a difficult angle for the right-hander, but he's creating difficulties for himself as well. Dragged out, so there's a few things here from, I like Ali Khan. He's played some nice shots on the offside, but just seeing here, he's getting a little bit too one-side-minded. He's always trying to hit out onto the onside. A ball like that, I think, he's already shown that he can do it. He should be looking to hit it into the covers. This gap, right where we are, so we're sort of in between the man who's at a long on to the right-hander and extra cover. Okay, Ahmed, Gandhi ball, just stops to leave it.
Yeah, a lot of these extras that the Qalandars are giving up are largely because they're going up against a left-hand, right-hand batting partnership. It's really giving the bowlers a hard time to adjust. As he cleans them up there, that's a big wicket for Shah Khalid. Saran Khan, who's really looked very, very solid with the bat in hand. This time, just swivels on the spot. And Ahmed chipped in with a very good innings, as he always does, but he has to depart. And maybe, just maybe, a chance here for the Qalandars to nip this Napa Royal Kings surge in the bud.
Yeah, well, this time, he just gets it wrong. You can see he's very disappointed with missing out on that one, because he's set, and he's the man that could have taken them on to a good score. But a good bit of bowling from Khalid. He sticks to what he's been doing. He goes wide again, angles it across, creates a bit of an angle which the batter's not able to get to. He hits the top of the stumps as well, so he's bowling a good line. You're right, that's a very important wicket to get at this point, because it could mean the difference of maybe them getting to a 110 score, or a score where they'll struggle to get to maybe a 105 score. So a big important moment to pick up that wicket.
Yeah, and the new batsman, Syed Tanviri, let's see if he needs any time to settle in. Goes for that big hoik on the leg side, and just doesn't find anything. Of course, wouldn't be unwise for him to just try to get Ali Khan to face as many balls as possible. Of course, Ali Khan has been out there for 16 deliveries. He struck 5 boundaries.
Yeah, that would be the call, but he's probably thinking, all right, 2 deliveries to go here. Well, look at Tanvir. Well, and well, the thing is, you can move about as much as you can. I reckon this could be out. I reckon that he doesn't get the bat down in time. Well, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look, because I reckon he swung hard. Let's see, he's a long way out, swings hard. Watch this, keep an eye on it. Oh, he just gets back. I think when we go backwards here, he just manages to get the bat down in time. Yeah, he's a lucky chappy as he comes walkabout, but it's a dot, and this is what I was talking about. Get Saran Ahmed out. That's a big wicket to get, because it can make a big difference between the score that was going to be about 110 to what it is now. And just gets it down, only just. Okay, last ball. So now he's going to be committed to hitting a big shot. There's no way that it should be taking a single here. And, oh, they're going to take a single. This is, sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. That, my friends, is not smart cricket. You've got Khan out there who's 25 not out of 16 deliveries. Tanvir had just come in and he's wasted for me. He's wasted 2 balls there, swinging and missing. He makes contact on the last one, gets a single, and sits himself on strike for the last over.
Yeah, I think that's where I think Ali Khan just needs to have a little bit of an ego and tell him, nope, stay right where you are. I'm going to face the last over. But he does run across and gets that run. So Syed Tanvir, I think the batsman the Qalandars would want will be at the start of this over.
It's very good bowling from Khalid as well, Shah Khalid. I think it was clever bowling. He stuck to his task. He got it wrong a few times, but he got the big wicket. And as you see here now, they still haven't quite got to the 100. So this is now another very important big over. Hits this hard. He goes all the way to the boundary. And it's going to be Seis Carreras. Shaba, Shaba. Boom. Chakka lag gaya. And I like the signal from the umpire. What a good shot that is. And I like the umpire. Keep that eye on the umpire. Wait for it. He goes, balle, balle, balle. Nicely done. And liking that from umpire Sujith. Okay, in comes Abdul once more. The 100 now is up. And this one goes through now. I was going to say with the ball before, he makes contact, gets a boundary, fair enough. But he quite easily could have stepped inside because it would have been a wide. Well, this one is the same. And I reckon that's what the batter needs to be thinking here. Step inside, because otherwise you don't want to be just playing out dot balls. Meanwhile, you see Khan still at the wrong end. Well, maybe he will get there now, or will he? Because this one could be going to the boundary as well. It will go to the boundary again. So Tanvir, he swings and misses at a few, but when he does connect, they stay hit. This is 4 more to him.
Well, clearly Tanvir knew something we didn't. I mean, we were chastising him for taking a single at the end of that over, but he's managed to strike a 6 and then follow it up with a 4. And Rana Abdul, he went for 20 in his first over. I'm questioning why he was brought back for a second.
I think they probably thought different batter, different ball game. Well, maybe to a point, but so far he's already gone for 10 in this one. And this one is that dot again. This is a really good take from the wicketkeeper, Varun Malhotra. But this is the problem. I don't mind. You know, you're going to say, okay, look, he scored 11 runs already, but think of how many balls that he's faced as well and how many scoring shots they've been. So it's almost like he misses a couple, then makes contact. Khan is huffing and puffing at the other end. He's nervous. Look, he's walking around. He knows where he wants to be. And, well, this is going to hurt them even more because he swings at another. Stumps gets knocked over, and I think Ali Khan said a few words to him, and Tanvir just sort of shrugged him off as he walks away, saying, nah. And yeah, I don't like this. I think the last sort of 7 deliveries, or maybe more than that, actually 9 deliveries, has been hasn't been the best of play here from the Napa Royal Kings. I mean, all right, they may feel they've got enough runs already, but if this one is a close one, and if they end up losing by sort of 4 or 5 runs, they'll look back at this passage of play and feel that this is where they've lost the match.
Yeah, just 11 runs off the last 9 balls. That's simply not good enough for the Napa Royal Kings, and we're just rolling along very comfortably. And the worst thing is that Ali Khan has been stranded at the other end, completely helpless at the non-strikers end. This is unwise cricket, and now they have a new batsman facing the final delivery. What's Singh going to do here? Big responsibility on Hardeep Singh's shoulders. He strikes this one's gone high up in the air, should be a catching opportunity, but it slips right through the fielder, and Naveed Akhtar just looks back at the ball, hand on his head as he sees it roll over the boundary rope. That's some really poor cricket, and Hardeep Singh gets a boundary.
When the captain comes out, he swings hard, does Singh, and Naveed thinks he's going to take the catch, he misses it, and then the ball goes past him, over the boundary it goes, 4 runs. And just like that, the Napa Royal Kings, well, they don't quite get to the 110, but what they do is they set that as the target. They'll finish on 109 for 3. So they get to the 110 that they wanted to anyway. But once again, I will say that that wicket that they got there of Ahmed Arvid, that was crucial, because if he was still there, I think they probably would have gone on to maybe touch on the 120 mark. 110 it is going to be the target for the Limassol Qalandars, but they know already that they're going to have to be at their complete best to try and get there. And maybe we are going to see some of those changes, Nish, that we'll be looking to see from their batting.
Yeah, and we see that drop by Munir off the bowling of Prashant Patel. Remember, keep in mind, Serhan Ahmed was on 0 when he was dropped. He ended up making 38 of 22 as we see some of these nice strikes here. Ikram Muhammad, of course, was very confident in the interview before this match. He popped one up there for Rana Abdul, took a comfortable catch. Ikram Muhammad's innings ended with a run of ball 13, and then Serhan Ahmed and Ali Khan built this very good partnership which dominated the middle overs of the game. A 70-run partnership between the two of them, and that's really what put the Napa Royal Kings in firm control of this game during that period.
That's it, right. I mean, they were helped with some extras as well, weren't there? 18 of them, 17 wide in this one. And to be fair, they did pretty well to get their overs in on time, but that was thanks to some nifty bit of spin, quick bowling there from Akhtar as well, over number 8. I think that was an important over. But the hitting that kept coming, I like the way that Ali batted. He's somebody that we haven't seen too much of, Ali Khan, and of course we know all about the power hitting of Serhan Ahmed as well.
Yeah, this is just, look at some of these strokes. Too many balls that were either on the pads, of course. A lot of this was because of the fact that that big middle overs partnership was between a right-hander and a left-hander, and the bowlers just struggled to adjust their radar. That was a very important moment there. Shah Khalid getting out Serhan Ahmed. Maybe if he was still there, they might have got to 120.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for me, I think, for Shah Khalid. He stuck to his guns and got the wicket, and yeah, absolutely right. That could have been a 120-plus score. Loving the signalling from the umpire, so I think that's umpire Sujit there, who's giving us a very stylish balle, balle, balle. So I'm liking that. I'm liking the umpires having personality. And Abdul Rana picking up a wicket. Should have had another, as Naveed Akhtar made a complete and utter mess of that one, which allowed the captain Hardeep Singh to finish with a boundary and set a target of 110. When we have a look at this scorecard, I think all the batters played their part in this. It's quite a healthy one. But I do believe that they let themselves down just a little bit there towards the end. They finished with 109, but if they had batted smarter and allowed Ali Khan to get more on strike towards the last 9 deliveries, again, they're simply quite have moved on to about 120.
Yeah, and of course the Napa Royal Kings, they might get away with it in this match against the Limassol Qalandars. But again, this is a team that hopes to go deep in the tournament, and errors like that might be punished by teams in the knockout stages. Of course, we take a look at this bowling card. Mohammad Masin, the pick of the bowlers, just 7 runs off the 2 overs he bowled. An important wicket taken by Naveed Akhtar and Shah Khalid. And then, of course, 18 extras. That's way too many for the Qalandars. But I think a lot of that was them just simply unable to adjust to both the left-hander and the right-hander.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing from that is that maybe the Qalandars, they've got their 5 bowlers and they're going to use them, and you said it as well, going back to Rana Abdul there at the end when he's already gone for 20. But I think 3 bowlers bowl very well, 2 were quite expensive. Rana Abdul, he does pick up a wicket, but he goes for 34. We saw another bowler going for 30 as well. But it means that what we will have is that I think for me that this score is on this pitch definitely a golden ball type of score. Anything around the 100 to 110 is definitely there or thereabout. The question is, have Limassol Qalandars got what it takes? Have they got a few batters that can go out there apart from their captain and that can really be challenging in this one? Napa Royal Kings will feel that they've got enough runs on the board, and the Qalandars, well, we're going to see what sort of fight they've got, what they've got. Have they got anybody else apart from their captain Mohamed Farouk that can go out there and make any contribution? One thing that I like to see the left-hander Mohsin go higher up the order.
No, that would certainly be exciting. Of course, we'll be finding out how the Napa Royal Kings fare with the ball in hand very shortly. As the Limassol Qalandars, they're going to have to hit their biggest total of the tournament so far. But we've seen stranger things before. Is match number 13 going to be the unlucky match for the Napa Royal Kings when they face their first defeat? Or is it going to be more bad luck for the Qalandars? We'll find out shortly as the second innings is coming up in just a few minutes.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsanas for the second innings of the third match we're playing here today on this wonderful Wednesday. It's starting to turn into a windy Wednesday, as of course wind speeds are picking up. It's not quite as gusty as it was this time yesterday, but it's still enough to be quite troublesome. Of course, the Limassol Calunders now have been a target of 110 to win this match. Of course, so far this tournament, their highest score was 103, and they only managed to get 67 runs in their previous match against the Nicosia Tigers. So batting woes have been their biggest issue, and it's about time that they try to get over them. But interesting enough, they have decided to make a little bit of a change in their opening partnership. I believe the display you're seeing is incorrect, as it should be Shah Khalid and Mohammad Farouk. But here's the first ball. Just dabbed away by Khalid, and it's going to be a single as he gets off the mark.
That's actually Sohail Ahmed. So Sohail Ahmed does get off the mark straight away. Sohail Ahmed is out there with Amir Hussain. So Tanvir is the bowler. So comes Tanvir to Hussain, short, and he plays it away, and he's going to get 4 runs. And it's nicely played. He rocks back, just a little bit into his body. And just goes to be a little bit fuller, as that wind, as Nish says, is really starting to pick up. A few more dark clouds coming our way. And I think certainly, I think my old bones can feel that there is a bit of water in some of those clouds coming our way. Comes Tanvir. And, straight into the hands of the fielder, as the batter is going to have to depart, and that is Amir Hussain, who disappointingly hits the ball straight to the fielder, Ali Khan, who's already played a big impact in this match. As a not-out batter on 25 of 16, takes the catch, and Syed Tanvir, as simple as that, gets the wicket.
Yeah, there's a little bit of soft dismissal. He just picks out the fielder. Ali Khan, though, good catch, and this is really developing into a great game for him. A little bit surprised that Mohammad Farouk hasn't come out to bat. You know, he opened the batting last time around and was so successful with it. And have a look at this. He's not coming out at number 3 either. So, you know, there was a couple of things we wanted to see from these Limassol Calunders. We wanted to see Mohsin bat further up the order, and we wanted to see him potentially even partner with Farouk, but neither of them are anywhere to be seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I think of, I don't know whether this is just the captain deciding that he wants others to have an opportunity before he comes out. We've seen him do that before, but the thing is, I mean, if you want to win matches, the batters that are in form have to perform. So he's got to be out there straight away. What a lovely delivery this is from Tanvir to Khalid. Khalid, it does come out. He's at number 3. Gets beaten with the first one from Tanvir. But yeah, for me, you got to Mohammad Farouk, the captain. He's the man who's been batting for his side and scoring runs. He's got to be out there. And yeah, I like that he's making some changes, but not the change that I was expecting to see. Khalid. Oh well, I think this one is more helmet than bat. And well, let's hope the batter is okay, because this one really has caught him. And the thing is, though, yeah, he looks like that he's hurt here for sure. It looks like he's hurt. Now, the thing is, I mean, of course, I say helmet. The thing is, he's not wearing a helmet. And let's see what's this. This is right on the side of the head. And once again, I know nobody likes to see this, but this is one of the reasons why we do say that we do like to see all batters wearing helmets, and because nobody likes to see incidents like this. And you can see that straight away where Sam Williams is making his way out there as well, and just to see what attention the batter needs. And the thing about it is avoidable. You've got to start playing smart cricket. I mean, this pitch, Nish, we know that it's got a bit of bounce into it. We know that Tanvir is the top bowler, so it's the sort of things that can be avoided. And I think just the European cricketers particularly just have to be a little bit smarter.
No, they certainly have to. I mean, how often have we said this? The European Cricket Network encourages all these batsmen to wear helmets, and this is extremely unfortunate. Of course, Shah Khalid's played a very important part for this Qalandar side throughout this tournament, and we really hope this isn't anything serious, but it's a real shame, of course. Could easily have worn a helmet, especially when you're going up against a guy like Syed Tanvir, who's got a fair bit of pace.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at what we got coming up tomorrow. I think nobody really wants to see those scenes out there. All we can say is let's just hope that the batter, that Syed Khalid, is okay. And we know that it was a big day here today for the Napa Royal Kings. Well, Nish, doesn't get any easier for them, does it? They've got 4 matches tomorrow as well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a very hectic schedule. They had a couple of their first couple of days didn't play too many matches, but now the fixtures are being piled on for them, and I think they're such a confident side. I mean, of course, we heard how confident Ikram Muhammad was. I think they just believe that this is a great time to get 8 wins on the bounce.
Yeah, and they start off with well, a repeat of that match that we had earlier today. The Nicosia Tigers taking on the Napa Royal Kings. The Napa Royal Kings, of course, the only team that have been able to beat them. Then we're going to see Everest coming back, and Everest, they've got a toughie, haven't they, against the Nicosia Tigers? And remember how close that was yesterday when they almost had that win. He went right the way down to the wire, but they couldn't quite do it. And then Everest, a tough match for them, then comes up in match number 18 when they take on the Napa Royal Kings as well. Limassol Qalandars, we see them action in the last 2 matches. It's going to be a repeat of this one, and what they're going to do, get on 2 occasions, so they're going to play each other today in this one, and then the last 2 matches tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad Everest had a day off today. I mean, the last 2 days have been really rough for them. They showed a lot of potential, but nothing ever broke in their favor. A lot of unfortunate losses, catches not going their way, and I'm glad they have a day off. They can really recuperate, rest, review things, plan their schedule again, and look how they're going to attack the next few days, because I know that record looks really rough for them, but you know, if they can string together some good performances, I could really see them turning this around and finding a way into those knockout stages.
Yeah, well, we're just saying that the good thing is, I suppose, that it looks like the batter, he's received some attention. It's nice to see that he's standing. It's nice to see that he's walking around and receiving some attention there. That's Andy O'Connor was out there with, well, Michael Gunchalekas was there as well, and Sam Williams. So he's had some attention. He's walking, which is good. But once again, folks, I mean, I don't want to dwell on it, and I certainly don't want to be focusing on the batter, really, who's had that injury, that Shah Khalid. But I think this is just maybe a moment that we can just remind all batters that this is a game where things like this happen, and it can be avoided. We see it here again. It's nasty. But this is all about to do with the surface. It's all about to do with good bowlers that are hitting the seam. So that's what you got to do. Wear a lid, wear a helmet, protect yourself, and then that way you'll enjoy the game a lot more as well. And let's hope there's nothing more serious than that. But I would recommend, and I'm sure the crew will as well, that Shah Khalid does go and get that checked. So a new batter that comes out will be Prashant Patel. And he plays a really nice shot. The fielder is not able to catch up with it. 4 runs.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Of course, we saw the Nicosia Tigers get a lot of joy playing shots behind point. This is good stuff by Prashant Patel. Just dabs one there. We saw him hit a couple of boundaries that way as well against the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, interestingly enough, no Mohammad Farouk. He's held himself back. I don't know whether it's a specific strategy where he wants to hang around till the end and try to chase down a set total. Of course, it's been 108 matches since a golden ball, and we're hoping that we don't add to that count. Of course, is this the match where we see one? Of course, this is a nice par score by the Napa Royal Kings. It's very chaseable, and hopefully this goes down to the wire.
108 matches since the golden ball. I said already that this sort of score for me is a golden ball type of score on this surface. But the batter needs to get in and take control. We see another bowler running right in front of the umpire, and good to see that the umpire is having a chat with him straight away, so I'm liking that. So well done to umpire Sujith. We're telling the bowler about that straight away, and the bowler decides that as a result of that, he's going to come from the other side. It is, of course, to Ali Khan doing the bowling. Oh, this is a good shot for me, but I think it may just be pitching outside the line.
Yeah, this might just be pitching outside leg stump, which is probably what saves the batsman. Of course, left armor going over the wicket. Yeah, that's what really works in his favor and saves the batsman there.
Yeah, good loud appeal, but not out. And the correct call as well for me.
Of course, you got Prakash Mishra just joining us from Bulgaria saying, "Hello, Mr. Rico. Greetings from Bulgaria." This one's struck away by Ahmed. Struck hard, but a good bit of fielding.
Yeah, hello to Prakash. I hope you and the family are well. Lovely to see you joining us, and you look very pretty in green as well, with your little crown there, Prakash. And I hope you and the boys are well. Ali Khan. So we'll take the single here. Just keep an eye on that rate. It's about 11.5 at the moment, creeping up. A boundary or two will certainly help it. They don't want to fall too far behind early on. The power play is quite key. And remember, still got the captain. As we see some more of those low-flying birds. This is a genuine lead. The wicketkeeper makes the stop. And it is, of course, the man that I had a chat with in between the innings, Ikram Mohammed, who's behind the stumps.
Yeah, this is a nice line and length. Proper fast bowler's line and length as well. It's just a little bit short, and he's just suffocating the batsman. It's very hard to get that away. Of course, the batsman really needs to create room or maybe even try to ramp it.
Hits this well and gets it past the fielder. 4 runs. And well opts to go straight down the ground. Nice shot to play in the power play before the fielder gets split. And good firm hit this from Prashant Patel. And the fielder just not able to get a hand to it. That was Syed Tanveer trying to make the stop. End of the over. So to get that boundary that they were searching for. But they need a few more of those. Yes, the score just ticks along. 14 for 1 at the end of 2.
Yeah, as we take a look at the standings here, of course, the Nicosia Tigers sitting pretty at the top, having won 5 of their 6 games. Their 1 loss coming to the Napa Royal Kings, which really dented their net run rate and brought it down to 1.1. And Napa Royal Kings, well, right now all they're doing is clobbering their opponents. The Kalundars are at 2-3. It's a wider delivery. This is up in the air, and it's just going to clear the boundary rope. No, it takes a bounce. Just a few inches in front of the boundary rope, and it's only a 4, but a welcome 4.
Yeah, I'm liking this shot, though. It's in the area. I think that should be targeted by batters, especially with the way that wind is blowing. Good work there from Spring Productions. That's Martins and Ballantyne and Richards that are here at the ground, our production partner, and responsible for bringing you all the action and all the replays, and, of course, play a very important part for the umpires as well on some of those close calls. Ali played away, and they take the single, and the fielder not able to get the throw in straight away. So Manzoor Ali with the ball, and the batters really trying to get as many runs as they can in this over, being that it's the last in the power play.
Yeah, it's interesting. Manzoor Ali didn't come out to bat for the Napa Royal Kings, but we saw him make a good total for them a couple days ago. 28 off 11, but trying to make an impact with the ball here.
Go short, is high up in the air, and that is a tremendous effort from the captain. And he comes across. Is that the captain? I don't know if that's the captain or not. We'll soon find out in a moment. But Singh is the name, I'm sure. Whether it's the captain or not, but he does really well. Let's see, really charging. I think he gets there, but unfortunately not able to hold on to it. That's Gundeep Singh.
Yeah, that's a terrific effort, and you have to credit him for that, throwing his body on the line for his team. This one's struck straight down the ground, targeting that short boundary. Smart cricket. I like the way these two are playing. They're looking for gaps. They're exploiting the power play, and they're stringing together a few 4s here.
This is a nice shot. Hits it on the up. And like I said, it is all about trying to get the most out of this over while those field restrictions are in place. And Sohail Ahmed, nice shot from him.
Really enjoying this discussion going on in our chat right now. Of course, a very healthy discussion about protective gear. This This one's just nudged away. It's going to be a race for the fielder. Is he going to win this race? He just about misses out. The cricket ball wins over there, and that's a second consecutive boundary. Good stuff here. Doesn't look to overhit it. Just uses the pace of the bowler to the bowler's disadvantage. Another 4 comes for this time.
Yeah, good effort from Cyprus. Singh gets fingers to it, but he can't stop it. Once again, in that area that we said we want to see the players and the batters try and score more runs with this wind blowing in that direction. And it's 4 more. So all of a sudden, just like that, I think the same way that we saw the Napa Royal Kings do, they make the runs count in the 3rd over, getting the acceleration in just when they need it. And they're going to end up with a useful power play. Well, this will help as well, because this will be, I think this might even go all the way. Yes, it does. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Balle, kinna sona. Shaka, lagya. Well, what a good over that is. So Manzoor, he'll go magical in it. 20 come off that one. And the score races along to 34 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, Sohail Ahmed deserved that one. I mean, we saw him a little bit unfortunate with a boundary on the cover side of the boundary, which fell just a couple of inches short of the rope. This time it's on the right side of the rope for him, and it goes the distance. So the Limassol Qalandars are currently ahead of the Napa Royal Kings, 10 runs ahead. And keep in mind, they've still got their captain Farouk in the dugout, and a weapon we'd like to see used, Mohsin.
Yeah, they've got, so the captain has made some changes. So Sohail Ahmed certainly played some beautiful shots. He's shown that he can step up to the mark when he has to. 3 4s and 1 6 to his name so far. But now it is Hardeep Singh who's going to come on and have a bowl, and let's see if he can get a wicket or 2 here and really sort of stop this aggressive fight back from the Qalandars. And he bowls a decent delivery, and he has a shy here, which I don't think he really needed to do. I think the batters had already made their way and completed the run. And what he does do, I mean, shouldn't mind this too much, because he does take the Sohail off strike, and he'll probably have a good battle here.
Yeah, I really like Hardeep Singh. He's a very solid bowler, ball stump to stump. He's got a nice flowing long run up too.
And, no run there. Yes, Singh gets there. And, Ahmed, he's been the key at the moment. He's the man who's just got started, just mentioned. 1 6 and 3 4s to his name. And it's the way that he's played those shots. He hasn't slogged. He's played well.
And he's striking at something just below 200. But it shows you that you don't need to blast every ball in T10 cricket to accelerate. This is there's multiple different ways to skin a cat, and they're showing how to do it here, the Limassol Qalandars.
Good delivery, very important dot. Yeah, Ashok makes a very good point, on the chat. We're again talking about the protective equipment, and he's saying, look, no batter would go out to bat without pads, right?
Yeah.
So, it's the same thing. Why go if you're protecting your legs? So your legs are important. Well, your head's probably more important than your legs. So wear a helmet. Very good point, Strug. Thanks for your input, and to everybody else that has been talking about this. And Brian Murphy this one's just been pushed away for a single. He said helmets were made mandatory in hurling, which is an Irish sport. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of discussion about that. Of course, for juniors, so youngsters, and I believe that we're talking about under 18s, they do say that under 18 should wear a helmet. All wicket keepers under 18 should wear a helmet if they're standing up. And also there's certain restrictions on field placings as well. Umpires could, if there's players younger than that, tell them to be in a safer position so they're not in the firing zone of the ball when they're playing maybe adult cricket. So there are some restrictions in place, but I think, I know there's the saying, adults, and they can be sensible about it, but you know what it's like. Some people just don't want to heed to these warnings. This one is high up in the air, and once again, a really good shot. I'm liking this from Ahmed. He's taking them on, and he's targeting the areas that we're talking about. He's using the wind to his advantage, and this one sails over, and he gets it in between the 2 fielders. 4 more.
Yeah, he's just examining the field and playing very smart cricket. He's really just calculating where the gaps are and where he needs to hit it, how hard he needs to hit it. And of course, Steve McVeigh also made a very good point that, of course, there's precedent in other sports for making certain gear mandatory. For example, in football, shin pads are mandatory for all players. As we, of course, take a look at this graph here, and the Limassol Calendars, I'm liking it. They're just hanging around that required run rate. They're keeping themselves in the game. This is one of the healthier batting performances we've seen from them so far this tournament. They really struggle with the bat, but showing some real fight here in this innings.
Yeah, well, they're upward where they want to be, you know, more or less. I mean, they keep going at this rate. It's this is the thing, it's trying to, but it's about maintaining it all the time, staying at this rate. Another bowler that runs right across the pitch, so then the umpire will have a word with the bowler and say, hey, come on, you shouldn't be going here. And of course, it's Ali Khan, about a very good second over, and I think he's been brought in here to try and end this partnership, and this one has been slashed away. No third man, so that's easy runs to. He beats the batter, he swings hard, but nobody there, nobody home. So 4 more, and this time it's Patel that's swinging. So this is a very good positive approach. I'm liking it. And well, Limassol Calendars that have had all sorts of issues with the bat don't seem to be showing too many signs of it at the moment here.
Yeah, I mean, this has been, we were talking about the manner in which they shuffle their order, whether this was the right decision or not, but paying dividends for the captain so far. And Ali bowling around the wicket. That was a good ball. Really cut out all room to Patel. That was always going to be hard for him to play.
Yeah, good delivery. Doesn't give Patel the room this time. I suppose that's been the one thing that the Napa Royal Kings can do. They've seemed to have given both these batters a lot of room, and that is demonstrated. That is demonstrated in the way that some of the shots have been played. And that's what I'm talking about. You see the width there, just giving too much width this time round. No real issues for Jasdeep Singh. Well, no issues with the fielding. Maybe a bit of issue with his clothing, but we won't go into that. It's a cracking stop, let's just say that. Khan wants the breakthrough. Quick delivery. It's another dot.
Yeah, slightly going away from what's worked for the Calendars there. They've normally played some nice imbalanced strokes, and that's a little rasher, a little more overcommitted. Just needs to stick with what's worked for him so far. They don't need to overcomplicate things too much. Of course, if they can maintain this required with a couple overs to go, I'd really fancy them to take the win.
Well, they've got wickets in hand, haven't they? We know. We've still got the hitting abilities of their captain. This is a wild delivery. And they're just going for pace. Luckily enough, he gets it in the line that the umpires use as a guide, so he'll get a dot ball to finish. So he was called upon, I think, to break the partnership. He doesn't break the partnership, but he does get a nice tidy over in that just helps the rate to go further up. But I don't think, while they've got these batters going and while they've got other batters to come in and good batters, good hitters, don't think they'll be too worried about that. So 46 for 1 at the halfway point.
And a good spell by Ali Khan. He's been the pick of the bowler so far, giving up just 10 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. It's largely that Munzarelli over where he gave up 20 runs. That's cost the Napa Royal Kings big time. And let's see what they do here. Do they introduce a 5th bowler into the attack? Seems like that's exactly what they're going to do.
Just looking at this field, the way it's been spread now, so they've got the 1 man at extra cover. Cover is inside the circle, so they've gone back to having the extra protection on the leg side of mid wicket, and they've also have put the 3rd man back on the boundary. It's going to start with a wide, and it's a good take there by the keeper, by Ikram.
A lot of really good left-handed seamers in this Napa Royal King side, and as this tournament progresses, that's going to be a huge weapon for them. We all know how at the international level, left-arm seamers have become gold dust, really, because of how much they cramp room for right-handers and how difficult they are to face. This is very handy for the Royal Kings.
Hits this well, and it's not going to be stopped. It's a lovely hit down the ground. Just picks it up so well, doesn't he? And just crunches it away. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Just the other side of the post, otherwise we'd have had a goal celebration as well.
Yeah, not far from that. That's one that we can't quite get on camera for you, but if it goes in there, we'll let you know. Don't you worry about it. Patel turning on the star now. Both these batters, good partnership. Works his way. This could be 4 more. They chases on. Under the Iba. Well, there's the flick. Great work. And they'll take 2. That's really well chased. And he's come from a long way. And I think that's gun deep again.
Yeah, look how far forward Prashant Patel comes to face this. It's not the first time today we've seen a batsman use this strategy. We saw some batsmen even go very deep into their crease, but Prashant Patel opting for the opposite, and he's trying to come early and negate some of that swing from Hamza.
Hit hard, and we'll go all the way. Balle. And the fielder jumping hard to try and stop it. He can't do anything about it. Well, he's got to cover up. He's got to cover up a bit better, hasn't he? Just deep. But once again, this is a win assisting Maxim.
It's really been a cracking effort so far, as you said, from the Kalundars. And might just have to pull their pants up here, the Napa Royal Kings, and try to bring this match back under control. The run rate has fallen to 11.3. This one's a club down the ground by Prashant Patel. It's gone over to the fielder at long on, Hardeep Singh, who will field that well. So this is a good cricket here. They're really punishing Mohammad Hamza here, the new bowler.
They are Napa Royal Kings. One thing that perhaps they're missing in the attack is maybe a bit of spin, a slower bowler. It's been very much the same. And when the bowlers are not executing the lines right, when they've been a little bit short, they're going to get punished here. That's a bit fuller, but it's been carved away, and it's going to be 4 more. It gets past just deep. And cuatro carreras más. And I'm liking this reply to the Kalundars, a team that have had their frailties with the bat, but they're not shying away from this battle. And the Napa Royal Kings, a team, are looking to reduce the gap at the top of after that victory against the Nicosia Tigers. The only team to have beaten them. Well, they've got a battle on their hands. It's a partnership they've got to try and break, and pretty quickly. This one's a bit of a miscue, but they still take on the run. Here comes the throw. It's a wild one, and well backed up. The man who has to come in from the boundary and does his job really well. That's good to see. It's the end of the over. So Hamza, he's not able to make things happen either. He'll go for 19.
Yeah, that's an expensive over, and I was just wondering if there was any chance for an overthrow there, but that was good backing up, which ensured that wouldn't happen. And besides, that's about the strikers that wasn't too keen to come back anyway. Look at this partnership between Sohail Ahmed and Prashant Patel. It's been a very productive one. These two have made 60 runs for this partnership, and they're really motoring along. And well, we talked about whether the Kalundars reshuffling their batting lineup would work. We wanted to see Farouk and Mohsin further up the order. The two of them instead held themselves back. And instead we're seeing some batsmen who might have struggled earlier in the tournament coming good so far in this game.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Sohail Ahmed, and we know that he is a good player. We know he's a good bat. Just hasn't been able to click, but he's starting to do so here now. And Patel, who we've seen before, has put a good performance in with the bat, is playing the ideal sporting role. So a 50 partnership has been put on by these two. Oh, that's a very good delivery, but really well played as well. That is good cricket. Ahmed, yeah, I think he's seeing this ball the size of the football at the moment. I don't know. It's going to take something special to remove him. He's seeing it so well. That's nicely played as Hardeep Singh comes back into the attack.
Yeah, both these two are now going along at strike rates of in and around that 200 region, which is just basically exactly what this Kalundar side need. This one's just played over to mid-on. It's going to be a single. Hardeep Singh, a very economical bowler, doing the trick so far.
Yeah, Singh coming on to bowl here, the captain. I think this is, I mean, because he's a tidy bowler, probably one of the pick of the bowlers been so far. So him bowling here now, it's all about trying to break the partnership. And I think the batters need to realise that they don't want to give their wicket away to him. This one almost gets through. They're taking on the fielder as well. They'll get their good running between the two batters. But for me, this is all about both these batters, Ahmed and Patel, just basically saying, you know, let's just see out Singh, and we've got a victory here. Keep this partnership going.
Yeah, that was a little bit close, but I think Prashant Patel had made it well on time. That was a good throw by the fielder, which is made it just a little bit tighter.
Oh, wow. This is when luck is on your side. This goes all the way through. This is going to be 4 buys. Ikram finds Singh too spicy to handle. It's a good delivery, quick delivery, very close to knocking the stumps over. But Ikram there just a little bit slow getting down. He doesn't use his legs well, doesn't move across, relies on just his gloves, misses it. 4 runs, valuable run. So Singh bowling so tidily, but he'll be disappointed as the captain to see that go to the boundary. And then he makes a great stop, and well, he could have, if he wanted to, maybe have a go at his end, but he knows nobody's backing up. He doesn't want to give the runs away. Look here, good stop. He could have gone for it and decides, no, it's not worth it. Really great bit of cricket, though, from him. Look at that, a little bit of action. And it says nobody's getting a run of that one. Now he goes for that slower Yorker. And Gundeep does well, keeps his balance, but does he throw this away? No, it's been well stopped by Singh. And you can see Singh just saying, hey guys, calm down, stop throwing the ball away unnecessarily. It is the end of the over, and it's a good over from Singh, but he'd be very disappointed that the keeper, Ikram, wasn't able to save the 4 buys. This is what's coming up next, and I'm certainly looking forward to seeing the Docs back in action. And Nappa Royal Kings, though, will they return with a victory under their belt, or 2 victories under their belt in the day, or will they be facing defeat for the first time here and then going into that match against the Docs looking to go back to winning ways?
Yeah, this is uncharted territory for the Nappa Royal Kings. I mean, so far they've won all these games comfortably. By this stage of the match, we've basically just been discussing what the Royal Kings will do in their next game, but this is the first time they're actually in a situation where they've been pressed by their opposition, and you're going to have to do some real thinking here. I think this is good for their side because they're going to be in plenty of situations like this deeper in the tournament, so I think it's valuable experience for them, just learning how to navigate and negotiate some of these closer matches. As Steve McVeigh pointing out that this pair is going very well, but not significantly ahead of the rate. Agree with that, Steve, but I think if these two can just keep that required at 12 with 12 balls to spare, I would back them, especially with big hitters still in the dugout for the Limassol Qalandars. And here's Tanvir, he's back in the game. He's taken 1 wicket and also knocked out another batsman.
It's high chance. Oh, puts it down. Big moment, and the batter's looking to take 2. It could be a run out, and it will be. That is, I reckon this could be out. Well, let's have a look at this. Well, this is great work from the keeper. Well, they take.
I mean, this is going to be a really tight one. It's also going to be a pivotal moment in this match. Both these batsmen are so well settled. Let's take a look at this. That is excellent glove work. Well, it doesn't look like it is. It's actually ricocheted off the keeper's gloves by the looks of it, but this is so tight. Is there anything over the line?
I think the bat, I mean, it's difficult to say. The bell's there, not coming off. I think by the time the bells come off, I think that bat is just past the line. It's so close, but based on that, you just have to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter. It's well, a great bit of action, but the thing is, the catch being dropped here, that is the big moment, and that is Hardeep Singh, the captain, putting the catch down. Is that the match there? Is that the match that gets put away? Because Patel being dropped.
I mean, they basically need 2 runs of ball from here to win, and that would have been a dot ball, but instead, it's a couple of runs, and it's the captain himself who's dropped it. This one's gone high up in the air as well, and well, looks like fortune's favoring the Qalandars today. That top edge sails way over the keeper's head and goes over the rope for a boundary.
And this is what so often happens when a chance goes down, that salt is added to the wound, and that's exactly what that is, and especially after such a good tight over there from Hardeep Singh. And he would have been disappointed about the 4 buys, and then now he's even further disappointed when he has the opportunity to take a catch. He puts it down to Patel. Now, your catches win your matches. If you don't take them, you could end up being punished for them. Let's have a look at this equation here now. 31. These are 16 balls. This is a lovely shot. Oh, that is just pure class. Probably one of the shots of the day there from Patel. He rocks back and he plays an absolute exquisite cut shot. How about that? Superb. 4.
I love this cricket. This is brilliant stuff by these two. You know, we sat there and said, is there anyone else who can come and make runs for this Qalandars side? And Prashant Patel has put his hand up and said, I'm going to do it. He's made an impact with the ball. Now we're seeing it with the bat.
Tanvir should get to this. He puts a hand on it, so no run. Tanvir, of course, was a bowler that started things off. He played bowled a very good first over. Only 9 came off it. He also took up a wicket, and as you said, also took out 1 batter as well. And of course, our thoughts are with Khalid. We hope he's okay. This one goes high up in the air. Where's this gone? The fielder can't take it. The wind really catches up with this. It's so difficult to be out there at the moment. And we know this wind is blowing like a gale. Tanvir, he does the double teapot. He knows he could have had another wicket here. But just watch this. You see the fielder getting ready to take the catch, but the wind is just taking it. Look, the wind is taking away from him all the time. He can't get there. So Manzoor Ali, not only, as we know, he bowled a very expensive over, he could have taken that catch. So another chance goes begging. And this one is high up in the air, but I don't think anybody's going to get anywhere near this. It will go all the way. Balle, Kinna Zona, Shaka, Lucky, and Tanvir gets taken to the sword in that over. And the score now moves on to 90. 90 for 1 it will be with 12 balls to go. And look, they're above where they need to be. It's 20 runs needed of 12 balls.
I mean, this is some really spectacular stuff. We sat here, we talked about how important catches are. We remember when Munir dropped Saran Ahmed back in the first innings when he was on 0, and well, some costly drops here as well. If you take a look at these golden ball stats, we've had 6 golden balls so far this calendar year. We've seen 3 won by the batting side, 3 won by the bowling side. The way this one's going, we could very well be in golden ball territory.
Could it be? I said at the end of the innings, that 109 score, that for me on this pitch, anything between sort of 100 and 110 is golden ball territory. This makes this such an important over number 9. And it is the experienced Ahmed who will start with a big wide. So that doesn't help matters. But he's been good, hasn't he, with the bat. And now he's being called upon to produce a magical over here for his side.
Yeah, the reason Saran Ahmed is in is because the skipper just doesn't trust Mohammad Hamza to bowl this penultimate over. He went for 19 in his first, so he's decided to introduce a 6th bowler into the attack.
And it's back-to-back wides. It's 1 down the offside, 1 down the leg side. They're framed this away, aren't they, Napa Royal Kings? But only because we've seen a sensational partnership from these two. And Sohail Ahmed and Patel have been absolutely fantastic in this response. Prashant Patel really has played some great shots, and Sohail Ahmed now on strike here. He's played beautifully through the offside.
This one's gone high up in the air. Is this going to be a catching chance? No, it isn't. It's going to land safely, and really everything's going in favor of the Qalandars right now. It's just distraught faces everywhere for the Napa Royal Kings. They look stunned. They look shell-shocked.
They do, but look, still, I mean, still got work to do here. If this is a tidy over and you go to the last, anything is possible. And they go with their match winner Ahmed to bowl this. It doesn't start well with those 2 wides. 2 wides, 1 that goes up in the air, could have gone to hand. Here he comes again. And this is hit beautifully well. The chase is on. And they do stop it. Once again, it's gone deep, but they do come back, and they will get 2. It says this one has just been sort of flicked back to the bowler. It's almost like they're feeling the frustration there. You can see Ikram is feeling the frustration. And just remember, go back to the sort of pre-match interview with Ikram. His words, "We'll win this easily." He's the man who's behind the stumps. I tell you what. And we don't know whether they're going to win this or lose this yet, but one thing it certainly hasn't been is easy. It's been a fight. And it is Ahmed and Prashant Patel looking to make the wicketkeeper Ikram Mohammed eat his words. This is a gunny delivery, but gets dealt with by Justdeep. Could have gone anywhere. It was a bit of a full toss. It would just be a single. Yeah,
Prashant Patel's just completely missed out there. Either side of the fielder, he would have had a boundary. Been a very busy man out there, as the Justdeep Singh. He's been running left and right. And let's see here how Ahmed continues. 3 balls left in this over, 13 needed of 9. That's a fuller delivery. This was played away to mid-wicket. It's just going to be the single, so it's down to 12 needed of 10. They keep chipping away at the score, the Qalandars.
chipping away to do. What a partnership this has been. They came together with the score on 5. Slow delivery, cleverly bowled, gets it over the, oh my goodness me, this is an absolute shocker. It really is. Saeed Tanveer, who after bowling a great first over got taken apart in the 8th, and now he comes up and does this. This is criminal. That really is. That's shocking, and that hurts you. And what would have been probably a good comeback here from Ahmed in the over ends up being that 8 are required now of 7 deliveries, which makes this such an important delivery. And I think if I'm Patel here, I'm going for a big shot. You still got Ahmed who will be on strike at the start of the next. And he's going to get a wide. It's another wide here. You can feel, just look at the players of the Napa Royal Kings. The shoulders are going down. They're feeling they're going to go down in this one. They need something special to happen. They've got a big day. They've got a victory against the Nicosia Tigers, the early team to have beaten them earlier. And now they're facing defeat themselves. This isn't the pads. He's got to field it himself. He will. So we are going to go to the last, and it will be 7 required of 6 balls for the Limassol Garlanders to come back in what would be a great comeback after the way they were beaten in the last game by the Nicosia Tigers.
I mean, what a story would this be if it's these two, Ahmed and Patel, who managed to lead them to victory. Of course, we sat here, we talked about the fact that they were just bereft of runs in Napa Royal Kings. They couldn't find a way to make enough runs. They've already matched their highest score of the tournament with an over to spare. They made just 68 runs in the previous game. We said that, well, if they're even going to find a way to make runs, it's going to have to come from a special performance from Farouk. But in the end, Farouk's been in the dugout. He's been watching the game just like us. And the Qalandars are very close to what would be a special victory. How about this? Being the first side to defeat this Napa Royal Kings machine who steamrolled the Nicosia Tigers earlier today.
Well, how about this? Here's another thing. Is crazy things make crazy things happen. Khalid took one on the head. He didn't score. He was there for 2 balls, but that happening could be the thing that leads to a victory for their side. Well, it's not done yet because it's a wicket that comes here. Well, this is Gundeep Singh that saves the catch. Is there still a twist in this match?
How on earth has Gundeep Singh managed to catch that? I was certain he would put that one down. Of course, it seems he's catched that as he is stumbling. This is an incredible reflexes. As we take another look at this one, keep in mind, this is a pretty crucial catch. Munzarelli, new bowler introduced in the 10th over because the captain doesn't trust any of the others, and he's slipping as he takes it. Look at that concentration, that focus.
The thing about this is, I mean, if you're not here, you won't appreciate this. The wind is so strong, and I think Gundeep there, he's in position to take a catch, the ball coming to his hands. The wind has literally taken this away from him, but look how he's reacted. It's a brilliant catch, and you say even his feet are going from underneath him, and he holds on to the catch. So Sohail Ahmed, he will finally depart for 41 of 24 deliveries. What a important knot that was. But Manzoor Ali, can he be the hero for them?
Well, if you want some stunning news, it doesn't seem like Farouk has come out to bat here either. He's actually sent the wicketkeeper Malhotra out, so for some strange reason, the captain, the highest run getter of the side, is just keeping himself in the dugout.
Yeah, don't believe that at all. This is flicked away, and well, if this hits, it would have been close as well. But it's just a single that gets taken. So where are we at here now? I make that 6 runs of 4 balls. Yep, there you go. You can see it there on your graphics. Patel on strike. That was the key. That's why it was important to get that single. Hit it well. They want to keep it at just 1. They don't want to get Patel back on strike. They do. In comes a throw to the keeper. It's not the best of throws, though. Well, Patel, he hasn't moved. You can see the non-striker trying to get him to strike Malhotra. So Malhotra back on strike. It is 5 required of 3 deliveries.
Yeah, Malhotra's just got to be smart here. He shouldn't look to swing too hard at this. If he can get a single, he needs to get Prashant Patel, of course, who just brought up a half century, but no time to celebrate that.
Places away. Fielder makes a stop. He's got to hold on to it, keep it nice and steady. So where are we at now? So 4 required for victory. Could we be heading for a golden ball? 3-3 this year so far. If it's a tie, we go to a golden ball where one ball is bowled by any bowler. Any not-out batter can strike. The two batters coming together to have a chat. This is all about Malhotra saying something to Patel. I wouldn't be saying anything to Patel. Look, meanwhile, Patel has moved on to a half century. What an important half century could be, could be a match-winning knock. 50 of 28. In comes Ali. Swings, hits it well. Fielder comes across, has to deal with it, does. Gets the throw in. Wicketkeeper ready to take him off. That's going to be out. So it will be just one. Only one. So now we get to 3 runs required of one delivery. They need a boundary to win here. They need a boundary. Well done to the fielder. Keeps his cool out in the deep. Does the fielding. Picks the ball up, gets the throw in. There's a lot of pressure, Nish, on this fielder, but doesn't he do well?
I mean, we've seen so many fielders fumble on that kind of occasion. Let's take a look at the running over here. Is he just a little bit too slow getting back? Oh, he gets in the way of his partner, and maybe if he'd just been a little bit smarter, could he have got back in time? I don't know. It's difficult to tell. Hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think even he's run quick. I think, who's that out in the field there? I mean, looking at it, that it was a left-hand throw. I reckon that's Soren Ahmed. Soren Ahmed does so well under pressure. He picks the ball up, plucks it out of the ground, and gets a beautiful throw into the keeper. So here we go, folks. A boundary to win, really. 3 in 1 ball. If they get 2, we go to a golden ball. So just remember that 2 takes us to a golden ball. Anything more than that, it is victory to the Qalandars. What a match here. And the Limassol Qalandars looking for a victory. What a match. Here comes the ball from Ali. Short, misses it, is a dot, and it will be a run out as well. And they hold on to the victory. It will be 107 for 4. What a match that we've seen here. And it will be victory to the Napa Royal Kings. They keep their unbeaten record intact. What a match. Oh, that was absolutely exceptional. What a treat it was. They came so close, didn't they, the Limassol Qalandars? But, you have to ask the question, what is the captain Mohamed Farouk doing not coming out there at that very crucial point?
I mean, I can't help but think the Qalandars have just thrown this one away. 7 runs needed of 6 deliveries. They should have had this in the bag, especially with a settled batsman, Prashant Patel, out there. They had Mohammad Mohsin, who we saw strike the ball cleanly in the previous game. They had Farouk himself, the skipper, who we've seen score plenty of runs throughout this tournament. They opt to keep both of them in the dugout, and in the end, they somehow throw this one away. I don't know how the Qalandars haven't ended the Napa Royal Kings winning streak. And let's take a look at this highlights, and some of you at home might even have a chance to catch your breath after that heart-stopping finish.
Well, what about catch your breath? Well, catch your breath over this one, because that was nasty, as that was one worn by Khalid on the head, not wearing a helmet, takes a blow. But you know what, as I was saying, that moment, it could have been the thing that led them to victory, because that brought Patel out, and Patel in this partnership with Sohail Ahmed, well, they were just absolutely brilliant. Spare a thought for him as well. I mean, he bats beautifully, bats all the way, looks like he's taken his team to a victory, but it wasn't to happen. But what about that last over from Manzoor Ali as well? Isn't that a brave call? He went for 20 in his first over, and then he comes back and he defends the 7 needed for victory. What a match.
What a match, and of course, look, that's the way cricket works. It's a results-oriented game. If he'd gone for runs in that over, we would have sat here and said, the captain's clueless. How can you possibly go to a person who's gone for 20? But in the end, he looks like an absolute genius as we take a look at some of these highlights from that wonderful 98-run partnership.
Yeah, I mean, there were some really good shots being played, but that partnership there, I absolutely admired it. I like the way how sensible they were. They ran well. They were targeting the areas that we were talking about on the offside. This was a key over, wasn't it? Because in an opportunity to take the catch there from Hardeep Singh, that would have been absolutely crucial, because that was Patel at that moment in time. He was on 29. The catch goes down, and then other things go their way. This one is a bigger swing, edge that goes away. Something had to give. We needed something special to break that partnership, and when it came, well, this one wasn't it. This was another catch that went down, but when it came with a great catch taken by Gundeep Singh, and we're still wondering how he got there, because the ball looked like it was never going to be taken by him. We saw some clumsy fielding as well at times. I mean, this was not a good sign. Then we saw that Soren Ahmed come on to bowl. He came to bowl that 9th over, and he sometimes just couldn't get it right. But this was the catch, and it was Gundeep Singh that did the catch, and that changed everything. A great catch from him, a great moment, and he really put some work in the field, didn't he, Gundeep? We saw him early on when he made a great effort to try take a catch from that same position. Then that bit of field in there, that was a sensational bit of work on the boundary. And then just 3 needed, and needed a boundary to win. 2 would have taken us to the golden ball, but it wasn't to be. It will be the Napa Royal Kings. Well, they are the Kings. They're still sitting on their throne because they have been unbeaten. And, well, a team that have got 4 matches today, they also have 4 matches tomorrow. But the thing is, you know what? While you're winning, you just want to keep playing.
You just want to keep playing, and of course, this is exactly the sort of win that Napa Royal Kings need. Good sides need to be able to win games. They don't play with well, and as we take a look at that scorecard, really, this was a 2-man show. Sohail Ahmed and Prashant Patel, who had a 98-run partnership that pretty much scored the bulk of the runs for this side. Outside of them, people just failed to connect. It was shocking. And then, of course, that Gundeep Singh catch, in hindsight, well, that was a turning point. Back then, we thought it was just a matter of, it's a formality for the Qalandars to finish it off, but somehow they don't win a game where they needed just 7 runs off the last over.
Yeah, sometimes it goes like that. I mean, Napa Royal Kings are making winning a habit, and maybe the limits of Qalandars losing a habit, really, because they really should have won that match. But credit to Napa Royal Kings. I mean, even though not everything went their way, and let's face it, at times they definitely didn't have the rub off the green either. But I'm liking the way that Manzoor Ali, even though he went for 20 in his first over, came back and bowled a very, very important yet very crucial final over there to get victory for each side. What a match it's been, but certainly a lot of excitement in that one. And well, the next match coming up, Amdocs, I'm looking forward to seeing them back in the middle and see if they can go back to winning ways. But look, it's going to be a tough match up against the Napa Royal Kings, who are very much on a high at the moment. That match coming up in, well, just over 40 minutes time. So join me, Rika Full and Nish, as we return for the start of match number 14.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the Ipsona Cricket Ground here in Limassol. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series in Cyprus and we're getting ready for match number 14 between the Napa Royal Kings that have already picked up 2 victories today. They were the first team to beat the Nicosia Tigers. They also got that very close victory in that last match against Limassol Groenlanders, and now they got Amdocs to play. How will this one turn out? Well, first, let's join the 2 captains in the middle with the tournament referee Nilkesh Patel for the all-important coin toss.
Yes, your call. Head is a call. It is head. Bat first. Okay. Head is a call and is decided to bat.
Thank you very much to Nilkesh Patel. So you see there that the Napa Royal Kings and their captain Hardeep Singh, he does not want to change anything that's working at the moment. They are batting well And he's hoping that once again they can go out there and get enough runs on the board for another victory for each side. Well, I hope you got your breath back after that last match. What a match it was. Excitement all the way to the end. That's what the European Cricket Network is all about. And, well, it's all a frenzy of action, entertainment and excitement. We certainly had some excitement in the last one. This one, I think, will be exciting as well. Docs were there 1-1 at the moment. We saw a very good batting performance from them the other day, particularly with some good players performing in good areas. But the Napa Royal Kings, we know they can be pretty good as well. I get the feeling what we're looking at there is the wrong way around, so just change Docs to where the Napa Royal Kings are, Napa Royal Kings to the other way. If I could do it with a pen, I'll do it for you now. So remember, Docs, they've got the likes of the man Pritchard Doyle in their side. He's going to be very key. I think Vimal Kanduri was excellent as well. I like the batting also from Gaurav Sagwan. Remember, Gaurav Sagwan and Doyle were the key batters in that victory that they had the other day. And of course, we know who the key players here are for the Napa Royal Kings. I think Ahmed has been absolutely brilliant for them. Suran Ahmed, just such a talented player. Ali Khan, I liked what he brought into it as well. Don't forget, I mean, Ikram Mohammed, he'll be looking to bounce back with the bat here as well. Their wicketkeeper stroke batter. And with the ball, they had a few issues, didn't they? But again, the good bowlers come good when they have to. And Mansoor Ali kept things nice and tight. So looking forward to this contest. And looking forward to seeing Thandani again. Thandani, a very good bowler and full of energy as well. Wind really is blowing strong. And it's going to be something that the bowlers are going to have to contend with, and left-handers should work well on this. A bit of a swing and a miss. And Thandani, well, he bowls the ball and drops his spectacles. And Thandani, well, I tell you, maybe this is the win. Just have a look at this. He bowls here, the glasses come off, and then he just casually goes back and picks them up, so there's no problem. Asking the question, but I think this is going down the leg side. We'll see it again. Down the leg side, this is an easy hit. It gets whipped away, and this one will probably go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 carreras. It was a gundy ball, and he gets put away. A powerful hit from Ahmed. So 6 runs from him. This one's up in the air, chance. Well, half a chance. Well, maybe if he had a little step ladder, he could have climbed up there and plucked this like he's plucking an apple from a tree, the captain, Vimal Kanduri. But he can't do it. He's hit too well. And it's back-to-back sixes from Sahan Ahmed. And, well, we know he's a good player. And I just think, you know, the way the wind is blowing, it's a good day to be a left-hander. And he's certainly hitting it with the wind behind. Thandani. Oh, this is being walloped, and this will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, Brakinna Sona, Shaka Lagya. That is the biggest of the lot. So 3 and 3. No hay tres. No hay tres. Hay 3 carreras. Muy grande. Shaka style, Calypso style. He wants to go again. High up in the air. Could be 3 sixes and out. No, he gets dropped. Oh no. You can't be dropping a man like this. you're going to get punished. And, well, it is Vinod Sawant that puts the catch down. Big moment in the match. You don't drop Saran Ahmed. And they drop him, and it could be costly as well. He gets dropped on 17. And this is what the Bat versus Ball Wall is telling us, that, well, Amdocs are being pipped to be the victors in this one, 112 to 83. And, well, maybe that was before the last result. Napa Royal Kings, of course, now have gone unbeaten in their 3 matches that they played so far. But maybe that's a little bit surprising. As Amdocs are looking to go back to winning ways themselves. They had a good win yesterday, didn't they? And I liked what they did when they came into the frame. They got that victory against Everest, and it's the way that they do it, that they did it. Everest 81 for 7, but it was Amdocs that, thanks to a great opening partnership and an unbeaten partnership of 82 between Pritaj Diol and Gaurav Sagwan, he got to that victory. Sagwan made 53 not out of 20, but then second time round the batting went amiss. Batting first, we thought they were going to score big runs. It didn't happen with those two, Diol and Sagwan, going early. They just limped to 75, and the Limassol Qalandars got there, and they did it with 4 balls to go. And, but the Qalandars weren't able to get back to winning ways here today. Amdocs are hoping that they can. Kazi with the ball now. That first over was an expensive one from Thandani, went for 19, but he knows that really he should have had the danger man. Well, this is really, really good awareness. The wicketkeeper appealing, I'm not sure what for. I mean, it hits nothing. It's a bit of a, could be a bit of a limbo dancer, maybe Saran Ahmed. Yeah, Thandani, like I say, went for 19, but he knows he could have and should have had the wicket of Saran Ahmed. Sawant put him down. Oh, so close to getting through the aggressive defences of Ahmed. Good start from Kazi, Abbas Kazi. Probably was one of the pick of the bowlers yesterday for Amdocs. High in the air, it is a chance, and it's going to be put down, and it will go for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. It's another opportunity, and this time is Avinash Ran who eyes it up. Look, the wind is taking this. He's moving the wind, and then look, even at the last moment, is an excellent attempt to try and take it above his head, but unfortunately he can't take it. It will be 4 more, and Saran Ahmed, he gets dropped now on 19 as he clubs this hard towards the fielder. Makes the stop. And once again you see the wind in play, and that's disappointing because Kazi now could have got the wicket of the key batter, Saran Ahmed. Kazi took 2 for 15 yesterday against the Qalandars. This one will be a wide. It's a wide ball call, just trying to squeeze this in. It's now bowling to the left-hander. Now, Saprit Singh, it's just the first. Well, he hasn't faced a legal delivery yet. It's quite crazy. 27 on the board. We're looking to bowl the 10th ball of the innings, and Singh hasn't received a legal delivery. Now he does, and he's going to go, and he's going to go first ball. So after waiting for a long time, he's going to have to go. So he's going to have to depart. Doesn't get any runs on the board. So he gets given an opportunity to have a bat, has a swing, gets a little snick on it, and Saprit Singh will have to depart, and he goes without scoring. And that of course means that there's going to be another duck in the air. So off he goes. As the new batter now makes his way out. So not the start that Saprit Singh wanted. He was given an opportunity, but it ends up being not a good one for him as he goes for a golden duck. And good catch taken by Diol behind the stumps. And Abbas Kiazi picks up a wicket. Like I said, he did bowl very well yesterday against the Columbus yesterday, where he picked up two wickets for 15. Okay, so new batter is Gundeep Singh. It looks like there's been a change from the Napa Royal Kings. They're wanting to give a few other players a run out there with the bat. I can understand that. There's a lot of cricket to be played here. So Gundeep Singh is going to get an opportunity. Yes. Gets ready to face the first delivery. The Kazi. Gundeep slip in place. And not a bad start. It's full, it's straight. Gundeep had to get back onto it. He does. Once again, hello to everybody in the chat. A lot of people, of course, were very excited with the way the last match went and what a match it was. A lot of people were following that, a lot of talk about it, a lot of ifs and buts. And a bit of conversation here between the two batters. Not sure what Ahmed is saying to Gundeep. It's nicely played. He doesn't get off the mark though, because I'm sure that Sohan Ahmed is quite keen for over to be called so he can get to the end where he can continue to strike the ball the way he does. He's had some chances though, hasn't he? And how much will these hurt them? It was dropped on 17 by Sawant, and then we saw right in front of me here, it dropped by Avinash Rane, and gives us an opportunity to have a quick look at the table. So Napa Royal Kings are making their charge up towards the top. 3 and 3 from them. Nicosia Tigers though still hold top spot with 10 points to their name. So new bowler to come in. It's going to be Gaurav Sagwan. Sagwan, well, we know him for his batting yesterday. Let's see how he can be with the ball. No runs of that one. We go full here, and well, very pleased to be joined back in the commentary box by Nish. Nish, welcome back.
Great to be here, and what a start for the Napa Royal Kings again.
Going down the leg side, and oh no, this is, oh dear.
I am not sure about this one. This really looked like it was going down the leg side to me, but M-Docs will take this decision just because it's a big fish, Saran Ahmed.
Look at the umpire.
Look at this.
Look at the umpire. Look at the umpire's head here. Watch this. Watch where the bowler goes. Look at the umpire. How can he give that? How can he give it? Nah, I'm sorry. That's a really bad call. And I know the umpires do a great job, and I know it's not easy, but this is not a good decision. This ball is missing. They're missing the stumps. It's going down leg. The umpire is then leaning towards. I mean, you can see the middle and off stump from where he's standing. Oh, that's a poor one. I got to say that's poor. That's a bad decision, and that really is unfortunate.
I mean, M-Docs have failed to catch too many breaks early, so they'll take that one. That's a bit of a howler, but of course, I mean, you've been commenting on this throughout this series, is that, you know, too many bowlers are going in front of the umpire when they're bowling around the wicket.
That is a real shocker of a decision, and it is a top batter that gets given out as well. And I know it happens. I mean, it swings and roundabouts, but Saran Ahmed, he will not be a happy man. And the bowler, I tell you who is happy, Sagwan, because he's picked up a wicket, and well, he's very fortunate to get it. And I just think, this is the reason why, I always say that as an umpire, if you can't see, you've got to be telling the bowler to get out of your way. And if they're in your way, if you think it's close, well, you don't give it in the favour of the bowler, would you? You'd say it's close, but you know what? I'm not going to give it to you because I keep telling you, don't get in my way. You're in my way, I can't give it. That's a really poor decision. And well, I'm pretty sure that Nilkesh Patel will be having discussions and reviewing that one with the umpire that was out there. As this one gets played away and it bobbles around, it gets taken. I think that's umpire Hamid that is at the bowler's end. So that's certainly going to be a bit of a learning experience for him as well.
And of course, here's a man who's blushes with spirit. Ikram Muhammad, who just got off the mark, said taking after this delivery, which just beautifully played away to third man, and some good fielding as well. So I like this high quality cricket all around. Of course, Ikram Muhammad, who just got off the mark, told us with a real gusto that he was sure his team would beat the Limassol Qalandars quite easily. In the end, they do manage to pull it off somehow, but I'm sure there were times when, he felt like he might want to bite his words. Fuller delivery by Sagwan, well blocked by Singh, and now all of a sudden, a wicket falls, a key wicket, and M-Docs are back in front. A little bit of pressure for these Napa Royal Kings. They're so accustomed to their top order just blowing away the opposition attack. As the wind's now starting to pick up, and my bottle, quite heavy metal bottle, is actually sliding around, just to explain how windy it is.
Yes, really, really windy. We get to that point now with things that start blowing away all over the place. I know that our laptops were blowing away yesterday. Even the scorers were having all sorts of issues. The power play comes to an end, and it is 28 for 2. There's still plenty of batting there to come. Deep hasn't really got going. He's had 4 balls and no runs. But Ikram Muhammad, we know what he can do. He's looking to get a good score for him.
Yeah, made a run of ball 13 the last game after powering through the Nicosia Tigers in the first match of the day. Of course, a few comments coming in. Wayne pointing out that look at where the keeper ends up. That gives you a good idea where the ball was tracking to. And an excellent point made by Keanu Review is that you have to credit the batsman. He walked up without many complaints.
Yeah, you have to. And yeah, I do like that from Ahmed, Soran Ahmed. He knows it's a bad one. He knows, all good batters know when they're in trouble, when they're near about. That's a good delivery, good start from the new bowler. And it's, well, not from the new bowler, from Abbas Qazi, who's bowling his second. No runs. Now, one thing that Amdocs did really well yesterday is that as soon as the power play was done, they went to the slower bowlers, the spin bowlers, and I think they bowled really, really well together. Of course, I'm talking about their captain. I think Vimal Kanduri is going to be key again in this one, and also watch out for the bowling of Avinash Rane as well. But, still struggles here for the batters now, so you can just see with the hard-hitting Soran Ahmed now sent back, that all of a sudden the runs are becoming hard to come by.
Yeah, it was a big weapon yesterday for M-Docs, is that they would get 4 tight overs in the middle by bowling Avinash Rane and Vimal Kanduri together. This just opens up to try to target that offside Ikram, but he ends up completely missing the ball. So good stuff here by Qazi, who outside of those extras has bowled fairly decently. Of course, a renewed and rejuvenated M-Doc side. They're determined to string together some more wins and make it to the knockout stages for the first time.
It's another swing and a miss, and he's a little bit at all sorts here at the moment. Here is Ikram Muhammad, hit and miss. So we know that he had these issues in Spain and Cardiff and the European Cricket League when he couldn't get any runs at all. 3 zeros on the trot, but then he bounced back well with a fine 40 in the match earlier today. But let's see if he can do anything in this one. At the moment, he's just having a lot of struggles getting to the bowling of Qazi. And Qazi, what an over that is from him, because I think that's a maiden. It is, we have another maiden here. So we saw a fantastic over from Gaurav Sagwan, where he only just gave 1 run away and picked up a wicket. And now we see this one on Qazi, where they get nothing from it at all. So after 4 overs, the score stays on 28 for 2.
And that's a great ski slope being built from the M-Docs point of view. Look at that major slide in the run rate after those wickets. And we just talk about how, the best way of plugging a run rate is picking up wickets. It's often aggression that is the best form of defense.
And no surprise at all that they'll continue with Gaurav Sagwan. It's played beautifully. That's a lovely time shot all along the deck. And that's just going to be cuatro carreras, 4 runs. He just gets to the pitch of it and plays it away. Absolutely beautiful. Great shot.
That's a great bit of work, and I love that. Just opening up the offside, that's something which the Napa Royal Kings will certainly add to their game. Their side are very leg side dominant. And it's going to be a very interesting chess match here now that Gaurav Sagwan has just been hit for a boundary for the first time. Fuller delivery, takes an inside edge. This goes off to the man at mid-wicket. And they just managed to quieten things down here, M-Docs, haven't they? After the Napa Royal Kings early in the inning seemed like they'd get away. There was that one expensive over from Hitesh Thadani, very unlike him. It's a wider one. And I think it was just inside the tram line as the wind once again picking up. Laptops are starting to blow all over the place, jackets, bags. This is also going to be a challenge for M-Docs. Bowlers don't like such a big breeze and gust going across. Takes an inside edge. And Ikram Muhammad just not looking like himself. He's not looking like the same batsman we saw earlier this morning against the Nicosia Tigers when he was clubbing it at a strike rate of close to 200. Right now they're at 1 of 10 so far. This one's struck, and I think this one's going to clear the olive groves. That's one of the biggest sixes we've seen on that straight boundary. Huge shot, and that's a maximum. That will relieve some pressure. Look at this, beautifully struck. Look at that position. He finds the ball, gets underneath it, and gets that wonderful angle of elevation we talk about. And Ikram Muhammad showing his brute power. And a man like him, you can't keep him quiet for too long. And good ball in response there by Sagwan as the over comes to an end with a dot ball. Nonetheless, that's a great spell. Despite that 6, just 12 runs off his 2 overs and a wicket. So good stuff by Gaurav Sagwan, who's showing that he can contribute with the ball just as much as he can with the bat. And it looks like they're going to go back to the very successful strategy M-Docs have had. They're going to bring the spinners in here in the middle overs and try to control this phase of the match. We saw how Avinash Rane and Vimal Kunduri were really able to get a grip of the scoring yesterday during both of M-Docs' matches in this middle over stage. That's a good ball by Vimal Kunduri, of course. Both these spinners like going around the wicket, even though Vimal Kunduri is a wrist spinner. This is struck out to Avinash Rane, and he manages to get to it. And look at that. That is a beautiful throw. That is a nice swivel. Great stuff there by Avinash Rane. He actually takes that behind him and then whoop. Oh, that is 720 degrees, not just 360. Tosses one up and he gets away with it, Vimal Kunduri. That was a rank full toss, in all honesty, but it's going to go down in the scoreboard as a dot ball. And the other thing is that Kunduri is capable of getting through his overs really quickly. A little bit of width on offer there, but Mohammed, he's not really moving his feet. He's got this, really planted his feet on the turf, and it just means anything that's a bit wider, he's just trying to poke at it, trying to reach at it. This time he does, because it's close enough, and it's gone away for a 4, so Kanduri tried to get that wider ball. I think this time he just went a little bit too straight, and Ikram Mohammed will get that single. That's exactly where he wants it. And there's no fielder out there to prevent that. Of course, it's got Jay Hoodie coming in on the chat saying, this guy needs a tennis racket. Well, we've seen a good few forehand shots so far today. This one struck away by Mohammed for a single. Just contemplating a second run for a split second, but that was simply not on. And Vimal Kanduri with another great over. Just one boundary in it, and it ends up being a 6-run over. So M-Docs have really put a lid on Napa Royal Kings' ability to score. If you take a look at that scorecard, of course, Saran Ahmed was absolutely bludgeoning it early in the innings, made 24 of 11, and then got out to a questionable LBW call that will be hotly debated after this match is done. But M-Docs will take it. M-Docs will take any decision they can get. They haven't always had the rub of the green in these ECSs. They've been on the wrong side of a lot of calls and the wrong side of a lot of games, but that is a huge, huge decision just because of the impact of the wicket. And now, as expected, it's Avinash Rane. This strategy has been very good by M-Docs. I've loved the tactical planning from them these last couple of days. Go with the quicks early, and then the spinners in the middle. This one's popped up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. No, it isn't. It's actually cleared the fielder. You'd need Curtly Ambrose standing on Curtly Ambrose's shoulders to try to catch that one. It's gone into the air, and it's been deposited into those olive groves. It's 6 runs as Mohammed, who's not always looked particularly fluid throughout this innings, is showing that he can very quickly catch up with some power hitting. To advance there, Ikram Mohammed, but Rane was smart as goodness me. We just had the biggest gust of wind, absolutely just almost caused the laptop to fly off the table. This one's gone high up in the air. It's been over pitched, and this has gone well over the camera tower. That is a massive 6. One of the biggest 6s we've seen while we've been here. Take a look at this. It's over pitched, a little bit of flight. And Ikram Mohammed, who was just struggling at the start of his innings, is quickly making up for that slow start. He moves on to 24 of 19, so he was at 1 of 10 to start his innings, and look how rapidly he's changed his fortunes. And a little bit too close to the stumps for Mohammed, who can just rock back and cut it. That's exactly what he's looking for. And I think some of these M-Doc spinners have just lost their groove these last few deliveries. Rane started off very well. He's been hit for a 6, he's been hit for a 4, and that's really seemed to bother him. And not quite looking himself. This over's gone for 16, a couple of big blows, and then a 4. He's clawing them back into this game, Mohammed. Oh, is there an edge there? Yes, there is! The umpire raises the finger. That is a huge wicket. And boy, how the tables turn. Enormous swing in this match. We just saw a 6, a 4, and then it's been followed up by a wicket. It's a thin edge through to Pritesh Dale, who's one of the safest pair of gloves. And have a look at this. He goes, Rane pulls a little bit flatter. And you see Mohammed, he just lost his shape there. His feet are off the turf, lost his balance. The Pritesh Dale, he knew that was out. Everyone knew that was out. And that is the end of Mohammed. So it's a huge wicket right when they needed it. And the best over in this middle over period for the Napa Royals King, and unfortunately ends on the wicket of the danger man. So it's a new batsman out there, Jasdeep Singh, who's going to be alongside Gundeep Singh, who hasn't faced too many balls and hasn't looked good in the balls he has faced. It's a good chance here for M-Docs to get a few more balls in with their spinners. And just bring this run rate back down. This one's hit by just deep sink to Thadani at long off. And the over ends with a single, so it's an expensive over, but it's an over that does have an enormous wicket of the danger man, Ikram Muhammad. As we're heading into the death over stage now, the Napa Royal Kings are 62 for 3. So no surprise, it's Vimal Kanduri who will come here to bowl his second over. The very economical first one, just 6 runs off it. This one's popped up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. It is a catching opportunity because it has been taken, and they go bang, bang, M-Docs. They picked up their second wicket. That is a really good catch by Srikanth. As Singh has to depart. He's not quite managed to middle that one, and that is such a difficult catch. I mean, these conditions are extremely windy, almost as windy as yesterday. I mean, we've had bottles knocked off here in our commentary tent, laptops sliding all over the place. And for Srikanth to have the concentration to follow that ball and see it into his hands, that is exceptional stuff. And boy, this new rejuvenated M-Docs side with a brand new kit, brand new look. They're certainly impressing so far this tournament. And could we have a potential dark horse for this tournament? On the cards here, of course, been a very, very strong underdog side over the years, but I think this is a potential dark horse contender to look at come next weekend if they manage to make it to the playoffs dance. And here is the skipper himself, Hardeep Singh. Of course, this wind would help a left-hander trying to slog it to the leg side. He doesn't quite middle this one, and again, there's a fielder out there. He's turning the ball into the left-hander, so he's got plenty of protection on the leg side. We've got Avinash Rani, who's actually right in front of me here in a cow corner kind of region, and Srikanth, who's at a backward square leg. This one's been popped up in the air. Is this a catching opportunity? Probably won't be. It's landed between some fielders, and Thadani completely missed the ball. And it's a lot of annoyance over there as, of course, numerous fielders pointing fingers at one another. But it's going to be an extra run there for the Napa Royal Kings. They can sneak that one in. As Ivan B just says, it sounds very windy out there. Certainly is, Ivan. It's incredibly windy here, as that's another catch taken. You talk about windy conditions, taking catches is really difficult here, as Gaurav Sagwan takes that one cool as you like. And it's another wicket for M-Docs, who are now really causing a mini collapse here from the Napa Royal Kings. It's just a case of you follow, I'll come right after you for the Napa Royal Kings right now. As we're starting to see batsmen depart rapidly. Ever since that Ikram Muhammad wicket, it's just been one after another. Wickets keep tumbling for Napa, and you know, we sat here at the start of this tournament back in day one after seeing Napa demolish both their opponents and thought, who's going to beat this side? How do you beat this side? And we discussed that potentially they're going to struggle to make runs outside of Saran Ahmed, Ikram Muhammad, and a couple of star players up top. And that's exactly what's been exposed in these last couple of games today. I mean, the Kalundars really should have beat the Napa Royal Kings, and now we're seeing M-Docs expose those same frailties to a side that averaged 150 runs on day one, are suddenly looking like they'll struggle to even get to 100. That one just played away. That's actually very smart cricket by Tanvir. But it's just going to be a single. And Kanduri's going to continue around the wicket. This one's gone high up in the air. It's been skied long off and long on, converging towards it, but it falls short. But it's a good, strong throw to the wicketkeeper. It's actually a direct hit. Mind you, they didn't need a direct hit there, as batsman was well within his crease, but a good fielding. And the Napa Royal Kings are 67 for 5 at the 8-over mark. Let's just take another look at the graph over here. And of course, we talk about ski slopes. That is a perfect ski slope there if you're an M-Docs fan. After that explosive start, it's really unraveled for the Napa Royal Kings. And have we found Napa's Achilles heel today? Is this once formidable machine actually full of weaknesses? It's a really windy day there, and I wouldn't be surprised if eventually some of those bales are just removed from both stumps. That's a nice slog. That is an enormous 6. Goodness me, that's not too far from the parking lot. As of course you see the great Rico Full right over there. Truly one of European cricket's greats. That is a fantastic slog. Take a look at this. That's gone miles. You gotta be careful about where you park your car on this ground, because it's a nice little zone there for the left-handers. Of course, some of our old European cricket fans might remember Ataullah. They certainly remember how dangerous his slogs were. Comes off the bottom edge. Vimal Kunduri's going to have a bit of a chase, and that's a terrific fielding effort, despite the fact that it's gone for 4. Well, I think everybody in the side can appreciate that, and really, he deserves a huge round of applause from his teammates, which unfortunately he's not guessing. And look at this. This is a great dive. Amazing commitment. I know it's gone for 4. He's putting his body on the line for his side. That is terrific stuff. I think you just have to appreciate the spirit of this. As Rane, who is normally a very economical bowler, is going for a few runs today. And the captain, Hardeep Singh, with a nice little cameo here. It's a good back and forth. Of course, Napa, this is a winning side. This is a quality side. They're not just going to go out without a fight. 9 balls left in this innings. It's going to be 9 crucial balls. As they say, it all happens in the 9th. This is a wide one by Avinash Rane. And, ooh, that's a tight call if you ask me. Those of you on our ECN chat can give us your thoughts about that one. That was really close. And Avinash Rane, who hasn't really caught a break so far in this spell, he's gone for 29 runs. I think he really needed that one from the umpire. He needed that call. And I think the Bowlers Union will be a little bit disappointed. And I can probably say I'll certainly be a representative for that union. And this one's been popped up in the air. Should be a catching opportunity again for Shrikant. And Shrikant, interestingly, goes for it one-handed. We saw him take a terrific catch earlier. But just puts one hand out. He's been given 2, and goodness me, surely he has to go for that two-handed. I think he's just lost track of the ball. It's dipped a little more than he expected. And things just slightly unraveling for M-Docs here. And that's a dot ball, a much needed dot ball from an M-Docs point of view. But Napa need the runs. They really need the runs. They've got to find a way to get about 20 runs of these next 7 balls. They need to get to that triple-digit mark. This one's gone high up in the air. Is this a catching chance? No, it isn't, but it's going to be fielded well. And it's just a single, but I don't think it's too bad a single, because the dangerous Hardeep Singh stays on strike. Of course, he struck the ball really well so far in his short innings. And I think he's the man they'll want in this final over. And interestingly enough, it looks like it will be Thadani bowling that final over. And of course, as you can see from that bowling card, he went for 19 in his first one. But the skipper's keeping the faith. He's keeping the faith. Vimal Kanduri trusts him to deliver this time around. Vidani's a very experienced bowler, and I think he believes that Vidani has what it takes to turn things around in this final over. As the batsman just looking at the dugout, I think he wants a change of bat here, Hardeep Singh. Wonder why he would. That bat's worked pretty well so far. He's made 14 runs of 7 deliveries with it. And I think it's just something to do with the bottom edge that he's not entirely pleased with. And there we go. What's this bat? Is this the 300 strike rate bat? He's going at a strike rate of 200 so far. Or is this the bat he uses against the seamers? He's had the spinner's bat out so far. And let's look at this field here, which has been set for Thadani. It really is protecting all the straight boundaries. Long off, long on, cow corner, a wideish long off, deep cover, deep mid wicket. He's got a ball full and straight here. This one takes a bottom edge, and I think it's going to race away for Forrest. Certainly will. So this bat working just as well as the previous one. And I don't think he's quite hit this perfectly, but Shrikant, it goes underneath him. Granted, it's not very easy to field in these conditions, and of course, take a look at this. 5 balls to go. Hardeep Singh, he's had a brilliant cameo right at the end. This one struck high up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Pritish Dale coming underneath it. He takes it, and that brings this cameo to an end. So nice work by the skipper. He made 18 runs of 9 deliveries, won at a strike rate of 200. And I think they really needed that to propel themselves. Otherwise, they'd have struggled to get over 80. But they're still 15 runs shy of that triple-digit mark, as I'm once again joined in the commentary box by the great Rico Full.
Very good catch, isn't it? It's not an easy one, this for the wicketkeeper. Remember, he's got the lid on, so he's chasing after it. He's got to find it first, finds it, takes it. Good catch, nicely done. And really good work there. But, you know, got to say that Hardeep Singh, he's gone out there. He's had to try to get the acceleration in for his side. 2 fours and 1 big 6. But once again, I mean, Dion, he's been very good behind the stumps. He's taken some key catches. He's been very tidy as well. Royal Kings just trying to get to that score between 90 and 100. A couple of big hits can get them there. But things haven't all gone to plan, have they? But once again, we know what the M-Dots can do. They've shown this before. They can play a nice, tidy game plan. Dot ball there, and the new batter Khan needs to get going here.
Yeah, this is much better stuff this over by Thadani. Of course, spoke about how expensive his first one was, but the captain trusts an experienced operator like him to turn things around, and just 4 runs of the first 3 deliveries and got rid of the danger man. Comes off a bottom edge by the looks of it, but somehow it travels for 4. That's just how short the straight boundary is, that you don't quite need to middle it to get boundaries down there.
Yeah, it comes at the bottom of the bat, but he does give it a good, strong, hard hit. Well, Khan says, bring it on. I'm up for it. Lovely shot there. So 4 more to go into the score. 2 balls to come in the innings. And he goes for it again, and he's going to get it. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna, Sona. Ginna, but the Shaka. Valuable runs coming right towards the end here for the Napa Royal Kings. They move into the 90s. That takes them to 95. And who knows, I tell you what, if Ali Khan, that he can smash another big boundary here, they get to the 100. Well, it's not going to be a 6, but they're going to keep running here. You've got to try and go back for 2. They do. In comes a throw, and you might as well keep trying to go. But Thandani does well, makes a stop. They'll finish on a very respectable 97 now. It's been a funny innings, isn't it? Because it started off with a few bangs, didn't it? Thandani had 3 big 6s hit off him in the first over, but like you said, they trusted him to bowl the last, but it didn't quite go to plan. They once again, so 97 on the board. Yeah,
and I think the throw's gone to the wrong end there. The keeper was asking for it. Should have gone to the striker's end, and it might have been a little more interesting, but take a look at this. They managed to score 32 runs in these last 2 overs, which has been huge for propelling this Napa Royals King side, who looked like they were going to end up with a paltry total. So in the end, it's a fantastic finish for Napa. As we take a look at some of these highlights, Ahmed, as usual, came out striking. He blasted Hitesh Stadani, who had an uncharacteristically expensive over.
Yeah, he did, but there was that opportunity, wasn't there? And you got to try and take it when you get a chance. 2 times that he gave it chance on 17 and on 19. But at least this time round for them, it didn't end up being too hurtful. But one man who couldn't get going at all was Sarpreet Singh. He was caught well by Diol, and Diol really, in fairness, had a very, very good one. This one, though, was not a good call. The umpire giving the wicket in favour of Gaurav, and that was the end of Ahmed. But they didn't mope about it. That was a nice thing. I like the way that Ahmed just walked off. He thought, okay, I've been given a go. Well, this one ends up into the grapevines. But, well, how about that? A bit of the old Michael Jackson swivel as he goes, oh, as he throws the ball back. But fair play to Napa Royal Kings. Not everything went their way, but they still managed to get to a respectable score.
Yeah, this was solid stuff by them at the end, as we see Avinash Rane, who was really miserly yesterday with his overs, went for tons of runs today, gave up 31 in his 2 overs, but he did get that all-important wicket, which sort of stemmed the Napa Royal Kings as we would have thought, but there's some nice work by Shrikant to look at this slogging there. This is goes straight to the fielder, Gaurav Sagwan.
Yeah, good catch from Salga, but and Avinash, we know that he can turn on the star, but he went through a few biggies as well. Really liking the hitting here. I mean, that one, just great effort. This happened just as I was on my way back to the comm box. I mean, that's a really good effort, wasn't it, from the bowler here. And it's nice to see bowlers, not only when they're bowling, but they're throwing themselves around the field. And then there's that catch right there towards the end from Dole. Another important one, but there were some big hits to finish with. That one there was absolutely huge. This one was even bigger, and that took them into the 90 to 95, and then a couple of runs towards the end there as well. So a very good finish, a good flurry. And Sandani, though, is not a good day for him. He went for 19 in his first, and that last one going for 16 as well.
Yeah, this was a pricey finish. Of course, 32 runs coming off the last 2 overs. If we take a look at the scorecard, Saran Ahmed starting off very well, making 24 runs off 11 ball, a victim of a pretty harsh LBW decision, at least by our account. That was probably sliding down the leg side. Ikram Mohammed just anchored that Napa Royal Kings side in the middle. Didn't quite have the strike rate he would hope for. But then right at the end, look at that. Hardeep Singh and Ali Khan, they give them that little boost they needed to just about get to a respectable score.
Yeah, and the bowling fingers here, I think Vimoh Kanduri, once again, I expected his spin to be pretty big in this one, and it was. He picked up 2 for 11. But I think Abbas Qazi, for me, I just loved his bowling. He came on at the time when they needed to get those valuable wickets, and not only did he take a wicket, but he kept it nice and tidy as well.
So in the end, M-Docs, well, they're well within reach of this score. They just need to go at 9.8 and over to pull off a very, very important win here against the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, but we do know that the M-Docs, they've got some batting themselves. I think their openers are going to be key. I think Pritaj Dol, the wicketkeeper batter, his partnership with Gaurav Sagwan is going to be key. Get off to a good partnership. If those two can put a 50-plus partnership on the board, then I think they're on the way to going back to winning ways. But Napa Royal Kings, remember, they will not want to give up their unbeaten record. This is going to be a really good conclusion to the end of match number 14. Join me, Rika Full and Nish Bhatt, when we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to ECS for match 4 of the day. We just saw a very finely balanced innings where the Napa Royal Kings scored 97 runs, dug themselves out a little bit of a hole at the end through some clean hitting. And we see the dangerous M-Docs pair of Pritesh Deol and Gaurav Sagwan outside. Of course, we saw them yesterday smack 82 runs in an undefeated opening stand against Everest. going at a run rate just shy of 13, so anything similar to that should do the trick today for M-Docs, but this is a quality Napa Royal Kings side. Have already shown that they've got an ability to grind out tough results after they somehow managed to win a game where their opposition needed just 7 runs of the last 6 balls. So they know how to win games from tough spots. They've had that experience, and they'll look to do it again, as of course M-Docs need to go at just shy of 10 and over. It is, of course, the M-Docs wicketkeeper, Pritesh Dayal, getting ready to face the first ball, and it's going to be Khan opening the bowling. Let's see our proceedings start. Fuller delivery, it's there for the cover drive, and it goes right under the fielder, and that's a boundary to open things up for M-Docs. Excellent start, and once again, I'm Nishchay Bhatt, joined by Rico Full.
Yeah, lovely shot here from Dayal. He's, well, clonked it pretty hard in the fielder. He'd be disappointed that it's got through him. He gets down okay, but he doesn't get enough down on the ground to stop this one from going underneath him for the start. The first ball from Ali Khan.
It's a much better ball in response, but it's actually incredibly well played by Pritesh Dayal. Great cricket. He just opens up the face of the bat, uses the pace of the bowler, and gets this one down to third man for a 4.
Yeah, not for the first time. We've seen a ball that seems to get quicker and faster as it goes into that part of the ground and that backward point area. Well, maybe that's a little vortex there because it seems to suck anything in that goes that way. So Ali Khan, he probably can't believe that one's gone to the boundary. Having a look at this field straight away, so it looks like the third man has been put on the boundary and pretty wide as well now. That's a Gandhi delivery, and talking of wides, this is wides, and that's 5 of them. That's not a good ball at all from Ali Khan, and after being hit for 2 boundaries, ball number 1 and 2, well, the third one, well, won't even count because it's a wide, and it's 5 of them. It's a minimal.
And this is just a bad start here for Ali Khan. Looking all out of sorts. He's just been struck for a couple of boundaries and completely thrown him off his plan. He just needs to stick to what he's done so far. It's T10 cricket. You're going to be hit for boundaries every now and then. This time goes fuller and wider. That's much better delivery and response, but M-Docs with some smart cricket as well. They'll take the single.
Yeah, these two, as you already mentioned, are absolutely key. They were the men that were really instigational in their victory that they had in their very first match. They just could not be departed as they knocked off those winning runs in a very fine opening partnership. You've got to break this partnership pretty quickly. Once again, it's in that area. 4 more runs short. Gets cut away. So Guan says, well, anything you can do, Dole, I can do better.
Yeah, this is just top stuff, and we've seen sides exploit that throughout the day. And once again, we've been calling for a lot of these teams to put a sweeper out there.
Yeah, they seem to be very reluctant, and I think I mentioned this already. We've seen so many runs scored in that area. It just surprises me that captains are not really deploying anybody out there. Well, this one is right at the body of the batter. It's not a good delivery. So Guan actually ends up moving into it, and I think this catches his gulo. Bit of the backside on this, but no runs.
Fuller delivery struck away, and goodness
Oh,
me,
no.
that is a terrible look for Jasdeep Singh. Well, cracking shot, as we've already said, and 22 runs off the first over. Good start for M-Docs.
Well, this is right in the gap, not that gap. I'm talking about the gap between the two fielders. It's a lovely shot. It's not a good over. There's 22 come off it. And look, something else we haven't quite seen yet, but we did get close in the last match. It was a golden ball. That number now moves to 109.
Yeah, that was the last match, of course. We were just 3 runs were needed off the last ball, and goodness me, someone needs to tell Jasdeep Singh to really pull his pants up, and not just figuratively. And Pritish Dale back on strike as we're seeing Tanvir introduced into the attack. That is just a brilliant shot. I like the way these M-Docs batsmen are playing. That's the third boundary we've seen hit behind point. Top stuff here. And these two batsmen, they're just playing good cricketing shots. They're not overhitting anything. Everything's been nice along the ground, risk-free. And they managed to get a go-out run rate of 22.29.
Acrobatic effort from the field up. I can't do anything about it. And now finally, after I think we've seen the fourth boundary go in that area, a man gets moved back in that zone. A good delivery, taking on the bowler. And it is Tanvir who was, well, he opened in the last match, and I think the captain's probably already wondering why he didn't go with Tanvir in this one.
When he goes for the drive, and I think he's picked out the gap again. This is just superb cricket by M-Docs. They're striking boundary after boundary, the sixth one already, right at the infancy of this innings, and everything's just been along the ground. It's been a real cricket purist inning so far.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, of course, teams watching will know, and of course, I think Napa Royal Kings will know that these are the two batters you need to try and get through first, send them back, and then you're into the rest. But, well, you got to get them first. What a start this is. An amazing strike rate from the both. This one does go through, and it's going to be out. Well, he gets a little snicker on it. So maybe sometimes, Nish, I think you can be just a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, he's been a little bit too rash there, Gaurav Sagwan. These two have been going along at a pretty decent rate. They're well aware of the required as well. That's which is the benefit of being a chasing side. Don't think he needs to play this. He just loses his shape there. His head swinging the wrong way. And it's a feather edge that goes straight through to the keeper. So that's well taken by Ikram Mohammed, who has the gloves for this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes you don't. I don't mind it from M-Docs if that's the way that these two play. Then you got to play your normal game, and they're not thinking that we need to be scoring it at X rate. If the ball's there, they're going to attack it. They're going to play their shots. But yeah, in hindsight, once you've got those couple of boundaries, you can be a little bit more cautious. Just take singles, rotate it around that way, and play the big shots when you have to, or if the ball definitely is there for it. So it'd be disappointing to get out that way. Well, the next batter comes in and wants to be attacking as well. It's just he makes the stop.
Well, he's done a better job of closing the gap so far, but it's still present.
Taking the fielders on now as well, these two. So this one just been played away. End of the over. So a much better over. 32 is the score. So 10 come off it, but they do pick up the wicket, and they do remove one of the dangerous openers. Gaurav Sagwan has been sent back. 32 for 1. 2 overs down. The wind keeps on blowing and causing all sorts of trouble. Nish has got the giggles. He'll be back soon. Short, well left, but will it be a wide? I think it will. We'll have a look at this side on, and this goes, well, I don't think you will even see it. It's not even in the frame. Let's just see it go. Yeah, well, only just, but easy call there. But bowler wants to be aggressive, wants to bang it in, wants to show his intent. Does Manzoor Ali. This one should be fielded, so that flowness of the two openers just been disrupted with that wicket.
Yeah, of course, Pritish Dayal and Sagwan are both going along really, really well. And just wonder if Sagwan will be left to rue that rash shot. This one's been pulled away. Is there a catching opportunity here? No, there isn't. And the ball taking a very awkward bounce again, but it's not going to cost the fielding side.
It's been really gushing along now. It's going to be, I mean, it's very difficult. I mean, hats off to, well, if you can keep them on, it would be a job, but hats off to all the players that have been out there. And of course, also to the match officials. Umpire Hamad and Chitra are out there. It's not easy at all in these conditions. Is that in that area again? But got a fielder there this time, and that's the difference it makes. It just, instead of being 4, it's just a single. So, good bit of bowling this by Manzoor. I think he was instrumental in that victory, of course, in the last match when he only had 7 to defend and he managed to do it, and that's after his first over went for 20, so only went for 4 in the last over. I think doesn't like to give you too much, just to too much to drive. Loses his shape on that one though. The length was okay, but ill-directed down the leg side. And say hello to Wayne. Hello Wayne, hope you're all well. And everybody else that's in the chat, and enjoying the cricket, enjoying some of the drama and some of the action as well. And this one is once again just out the reach, and there's the fielder there. Two umpires just checking.
And they've just quietly managed to sneak in a fairly decent over here so far. That one's well struck, but it's struck straight to the fielder. That is a good catch. And we know how strong Vimal Kanduri is on the pull. And all of a sudden, Napa Royal Kings pick up 2 quick wickets of 2 important batsmen. And M-Doc's terrific start has been brought back down to earth.
Well, Ricky is the man, Kanveer Singh. This has been thumped. This ball is travelling. I don't think he takes it cleanly first time. Just watch. But he gets it uno, and then he flicks it up, and then he gives it a little hug. Well, maybe he thought he's holding a little hamster. It is International Hamster Day, so be nice to your hamsters and give him a nice little cuddle. Well, he's certainly cuddling that ball like it's a hamster. It was hit hard to him. And I like the way the first thing he had to do then, Nish, he had to make sure that his fingers don't hit the ground at all. So his first action was the upward one. So he pops the ball upwards. So it does pop out of his hands, but he manages to keep it into his body. And it's another good wicket to pick up. So good over this is turning out to be from Manzoor Ali. Only 6 runs from it. And he's picked up the wicket of their captain, Vimal Kanduri.
This one's just been played over the third-man fielder, and we see M-Dogs continue to target that boundary. Shrikant comes in and does exactly that. A little bit of extra bounce, and all he's done is just made some room for himself. And boy, that's probably just a few inches short of 6, so good stuff here by Shrikant.
Yeah, good stuff, and just to the right of that goalpost there as well. So no goal celebration, but certainly celebrating the boundary. And well, the good over, Manzoor Ali, be disappointed that it's finished with a boundary. Score, not an issue. They are well on track. They went for 22, came on the first, then 10 and 10, moved to 42 off the power play. This is an opportunity now for Napa Royal Kings to spread the field slightly. 3 more players can go outside the 30-yard circle, but they will need to pick up a few more wickets as well. And well, the wicket of deal is the one that you got to go for first.
And the captain inserting himself straight into the attack. Like this move. He's bowled fairly proficiently so far this series, and let's see if he can get something else. That's a nice ball, but it's the wicketkeeper just can't clutch it.
Yeah, he's bowled well, Hardeep Singh. He was for me, I know he didn't have too much success with the wickets, but pick of the bowlers, and this one is definitely Ed.
Yeah, the umpire confirms there was an inside edge on that. If the wicketkeeper takes this would have been out. So, boy, can you imagine that if they managed to dismiss Pritesh Deol as well.
Good delivery, Yorker length, gets well played at. So, Kumir Palipu. And they're looking to take 2 because they're very sluggish, waiting for the ball to come to them and not attacking it, which means that Kumir Palipu is able to take a second.
I think the throw's gone at the wrong end here because Hardeep Singh is asking for it at the bowler's end. And it's gone to the wicketkeeper instead, and the captain's just a little bit frustrated. A couple of opportunities have passed by here. Fuller delivery, but it's gone straight to the fielder. Good catch, Shrikant. Well, who struck a boundary off the first ball he faced, has given one straight to the fielder. This is a very good catch by Syed Tanveer, and wickets are tumbling for M-Docs after a healthy start.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the rate, as I already mentioned, is good. They're well ahead, but they're losing key wickets, and this one, Tanvir, he's not going to drop that one, is he? So he rewards the captain with a wicket that he thoroughly deserves. He could have had one, and the all-important one of Dole earlier is not to be. So another batter comes out. So really, at the moment here, it's all about Pritaj Diol. If he can stay out there and somebody stay out there with him, they should go on and win the match. I said before that if one of the top two batters can stay out there for a while and put a half century on the board, they'd get that victory. The question is, who's going to do it?
We're seeing T10 making his ECS debut. Good luck to him, and let's see how this fares. He's going up against a steaming in Hardeep Singh, who's going to just nudge that run away. Is he going to push for a second? There's just one on. So he'll do his nerves a world of good. Gets a single off his very first ball.
Yeah, congratulations there to Ketendane. He's gets the run, gets off the mark. Just keep an eye on that rate. You can see that it's around about 8. You can see that one thing that the bowling side will want to do is try and get that to around about the 10 mark. Some places away. Surprisingly short really there from Pritaj Diol, because he's been very good playing out in the offside. I think if he'd waited on this, the correct shot would have probably been to play it on the off. Take the single, Singh. Good over so far. Now this is where they've let themselves down a little bit. The Napa Royal Kings, they haven't been able to finish overs well. We saw the last over from Manzoor Ali, the last ball going for a boundary. And, Singh does well, darts in a Yorker, good delivery, just the single. So what a good over that is. And the context, the way things are going, remember 22 of the first and 10 and 10 of over number 2 and 3. But this one is a nice tidy one, only 6 from it and 1 wicket.
Yeah, this is a good miserly over snuck in here by the captain, who's really been one of the best bowler for his side so far today. That's the first single digits over, and once again we're starting to see a ski slope develop for M-Ducks as well. So is it going to be a similar trend in both these sides' batting effort?
Could be. That could be a little bit of a 3D graphic, couldn't it? Because it's been very similar up until now. The only thing is that we've seen wickets lost. There'll be more on the part of the M-Ducks, but the M-Ducks are well in front. They've made a like for like, the 2 power plays is 28 to 48. So you can see how far ahead they are, but they're coming down pretty quickly. So they just need to keep things going. And that's why I was a little bit surprised with some of the shot selection from the earlier batters to get out. Didn't really have to play too aggressively. Hamza, left-hander, comes in, and that's a good delivery. Tweaks away late. A nice start from him.
Yeah, and the wind is starting to pick up to similar levels to what it was yesterday. It's just been recorded at 30 km per hour based on the data we've seen online.
Well bowled, well played as well. So done it. Just being kept quiet at the moment. I'd like to see perhaps the Punjab, the Napa Royal Kings, just apply a little bit more pressure now into the field. I think the field doesn't change to either of the batters. You've got a new batter in, Ketendane. It doesn't look like he's anywhere near as aggressive as Diol. You see this one goes right through him. It's an absolute cracking delivery. That's an absolute gem. It's a corker, says the dot. But yeah, this is an opportunity for me. If I'm the captain, I'm saying, right, okay, look, I want one in close on either side to get the mid-wicket inside the circle, get the man, maybe even get the sweeper, just go back to one sweeper, the man that's at backward point, bring the other man in the off in and put a really tight squeeze on either side, not to allow him to get the single. And that's the reason why. So I think he's pretty keen to get off the mark, and now this is where I would spread them. So go back to where you were. So that's something that certainly the captain Hardeep Singh can be thinking about when he's got the likes of Ketendane on strike.
Yeah, it's been tight stuff so far for Hamza as well. Just the 1 run of the 4 balls he has delivered so far this over. And of course, starting to get windy here, as we said, as the bails just seem to have been dislodged from the stumps. So see if the umpires are going to be able to keep the bails on. As you just see, square leg umpire, as the cap just was blown off. That one is very well struck. A nice looking cover drive, but it's going to go straight to Jasdeep Singh. No gap over there.
Oh, well. They almost messed this up. Yeah, side 10 Veer is doing the fielding deep in the boundary here. So, just deep. It's moved himself somewhere else where he's not in the focus of the camera. Hamza. Good line. It's been a good over from Hamza. The last couple of times that we saw him, he hasn't been able to find the sort of form when we saw him earlier in the series where he bowled very tardily. And he does this time. That's a really good over. Only 3 runs from it. So after a very good start and a very good power play, they sort of slowed down quite dramatically. It's 51 for 3. They're still ahead where they want to be. Of course, you double that and you end up winning the match. The thing is now, they're both batters now slowed down a little bit. And Pritaj Diol, he's on 19 of 10 after making a good start. He's certainly missing his opening partner. And Ketandani is 4 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, we saw Dale plays much better at the facilitator role. We saw Sagwan was the one who was he's usually quite explosive, and then Dale just anchors from the other end. This one is just driven down to long on, where it will be cut out for just a single. We've seen only 9 runs in the last 2 overs. That's quite disappointing from an M-Doc's point of view, regardless of what this scoring rate is at.
Yeah, I mean, wind is gushing, and I'm just thinking, Spearer thought of Richards, who's up in the tower. And this one is high in the air. It's coming our way somewhere, and it will bounce over into the next field. And this is going to be another one that the ball retriever is going to get to. This is a really nice shot. He just uses the length, hits through the ball, good weight distribution. And this one goes all the way. Richards, give us a thumbs up if you're okay. And, we're always thinking of you up in that tower. Richards, you there?
Yeah, that was Richard's fantastic camera work we just saw on display. This one's driven again. Has he found a gap? This will be quite a chase for Jasdeep Singh. And it's going to be a chase in vain. It just about beats him as the ball wins this race between ball and fielder, and we're starting to see Pritaj Dale once again show the vast array of shots he possesses.
Yeah, well, he got a bit quiet, didn't he, when he lost his opening partner? He probably thought, he left me here all alone, Gaurav Sagwan. But now he decided, well, he can't be too sad and get himself in a bit of a rut. He's got to get going again, because otherwise they're in danger of letting the Napa Royal Kings back in this competition, back in this match, and maybe record another victory. Docs, they want one themselves. That's a wild delivery. It's going to be minimal. There's going to be 5 more. The captain lets himself down, goes for the Yorker, gets it wrong. And it's 5 wide to this over after a nice tidy one first time up from Hardeep Singh. This one is the complete opposite. It's expensive and it's far from done.
Yeah, quite a turnaround here for Hardeep Singh, of course, who bowled a miserly first over. This one's already gone for 15. And doesn't have much time to turn things around, of course. It just shows you how the momentum swings back and forth in these games. Now the pressure's back on the bowler. This one's struck towards the cover region. It's going to be a little bit of chase for Jasdeep Singh. We'll get to it on time, so it's a single. 17 off this over so far.
Nice looking shot, just clips it off his pads to take a single. So once again, just in this over, they get to the halfway point, they're on top, and I was just saying they're slowing down slightly, but they get the acceleration in just when they need it. So that man there, the captain, Singh, has got some thinking to do. First thing he's been thinking is who's going to bowl this next over. Will he go back to Hamza? Hamza bowled a good one. You can see that the camera really playing around here. Better delivery, so he does finish the over well. And they're going to take the 2. So Woodson able to pick it up first time round, 10 Veer. which allows them to get the 2, which allows the score to move into the 70s now, so well ahead of where they want to be, 71 for 3, and it just means that they need to try and pick up a couple of wickets here. So yeah, what a turnaround there. Hardeep Singh's first over, only just going for 6 runs, and now this one is an expensive one. It goes for 20. It's a magical over.
Yeah, and I hope Pritesh Dale, from an MDOC's point of view, just continues to bat in a mature way. He should recognize that this required is quite low at the moment for MDOC, so he can just hang around, play fairly risk-averse cricket, try to see his side over the finishing line. This would be a massive statement win for MDOCs, of course. This team who are like looking to turn their fortunes around in ECS, for them to come out here and end this Napa Royal Kings winning streak would be massive.
It would be. Well, whichever way it goes, one thing that we do know is that the losing side will have the right and the opportunity to bounce right back, because the final match of the day is between the same 2 teams. They go back to back. So it looks like at the moment that MDOCs are probably going to chase this down. And either way, they'll have the right to. This one is another one that could have gone anywhere. And gets through. It's an opportunity, perhaps. It's not taken. And they go back to Manzoor Ali, a man that they probably would have liked to have used a bit later on. So they could have gone back to Mohammad Hamza, who bowled a very good over. But I think they just get the feeling that maybe Manzoor is the more likely to get the important wicket. Oh dear, this is going to be 4 more. That's very unlucky. Here's the French cut. And goes to the boundary. And when we talk about the French cut these days, we talk about Drew, the champions of the European Cricket League, and well done to them. And if anybody's watching from France or anybody's watching from Drew, hello, welcome. And well, you are, or Drew certainly is, the champions of, the club champions of Europe. Their success at the European Cricket League. Ali needs some luck. Taking him on again. It's been very good, positive running all the way through from the MDOCs, and that's what I liked about them. There is a little bit like they've got a plan. And their plan is, right, we tip, we run.
Yeah, they've just been nailing all the little things so far, MDOCs. They've been very good with their catching these last couple of days. They've got their running right. It just shows you all the time they've spent training as it paid off. This is a beautiful stroke by Pritesh Dale, but it's going to go to the boundary. Oh, that is nasty. Really, really unfortunate for Karanveer Singh. He thought he had that under control, and then the ball, he almost seems to have overrun it.
Oh no, please don't show it again. Please, please, please. Oh no, please. Well, we're going to show it again because that was shocking. Well, number 13 on his back. Well, 13 is unlucky for some, is disastrous for others. Well, that was disaster from part of the Napa Royal Kings, and that is not the way to be doing the fielding. And that certainly is not going to encourage the bowler or his team. And it looks like MDOCs here are racing to the finishing line. And the score moves on to 83 for 3. And well, that means that of the last 18 deliveries, only 15 are required. They need something magical here. Manzoor coming in didn't do the job. And I wonder if they will go back to Hamza. But once again here, one thing they are definitely missing is a slow bowler. They need a spinner in the side, don't they?
Yeah, that's probably Napa's Achilles heel when it comes to bowling. I think in terms of batting, they might look at how to figure out a way to get more depth in their order. But this Napa side, I think we've seen today that they're not quite the behemoth we once thought. Of course, they started off this morning absolutely demolishing the Nicosia Tigers, but then they've come up against both MDOCs and the Kalundars and not looked as convincing. They somehow pulled it off by the skin of their teeth against, against the Limassol Kalundars, but it's going to take some kind of miracle to win it here, as I think MDOC should be able to cruise to victory.
Well, look who they're going to. They're going to go to Ahmed. I wonder if this is a plan which the Napa Royal Kings need to rethink. They obviously believe that this is the guy, he's their finisher, because he's coming in to bowl here, and he starts pretty well. But when you haven't got too many runs on the board, and when the other team are really flying and getting to that target pretty quickly, you've got to make some changes. And I think if he is your finisher, well, maybe you could have used him to bowl probably the 5th over or even the 6th.
And this is where, as you said, they should bring the field up close for Dane and try to deny him a single.
Yep.
But we're not really seeing that.
They haven't done that at all. Dane is going out run a ball. You keep him on strike, you got a chance. I mean, even though run a ball will easily get them the victory, but you keep the big hitter out the equation. This one just worked away. That's going to go to the boundary. The fielder does pretty well. Where is that foot, though? I don't think he's quite touching the rope. But I don't think there's going to be any complaints from Docs. They're quite happy to take the single and get the old back on strike.
And that was just a poor delivery. Just a tickle down to the man at a fine leg. Can't be giving up cheap runs that easily.
I've been very impressed though with this batting performance. We were, oh no, he's going to cook him, and he's got to be out here. He will be out. The keeper does extremely well. Just what I was saying, it's been a very good batting performance. They go and do something kamikaze like that. Credit to the wicketkeeper, to Ikram Mohammed, because he's had a lot of work to do because it wasn't the best of throws. But what are the batters thinking here? I mean, you got the game more or less in the bag. And, you know, funny things can happen when you lose a wicket.
Yeah, funny things can happen, but this is just really poor running, of course. No need for that. They need to go at less than run a ball, and this cricket even brought a shake of the head from our project manager, Sam Williams.
Yeah, I mean, here's the throw, and he's trying to get back, isn't he? But he's not going to. But I suppose the only blessing is that is this Ketan Dane that gets out. Not the key batter. Well, the man who's coming out here has got a few wardrobe issues here. I tell you what I'm doing here. I'm having a look at the clock. I'm telling you, we still haven't seen this. I want to see an appeal. I want to see an appeal. Anybody listening to me out there, I want to see an appeal because he's got 90 seconds and he's already taken an age. He's having a wardrobe change before he even gets out there. The clock is ticking. 90 seconds to get in and take guard. Somebody going to have an appeal. Come on, appeal. Somebody appeal. Look, they're talking. He hasn't taken guard. He's still not ready. He's still messing about with his helmet. I want to see an appeal. Somebody appeal. Appeal, somebody. Appeal. Somebody listen to me. Appeal. Nobody's listening. Nobody wants to know. Nobody wants to do it. We haven't seen it yet on the European Cricket Network. Somebody appeal. Nish, appeal. Shout, how's that?
How's that?
Well, nobody's listening. I'm sure he's taking more than his 90 seconds anyway. Maybe they just want to play fair. Here comes Ahmed. So nicely played little shot and will get himself off the mark straight away. Does Sanap. Okay, so now this is where you would normally push your field deeper. So a couple of deliveries to come in this over.
Yeah, certainly enough deliveries left for Pritesh Dayal to bring up his half century. This one's been played away. And it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, a lot of people now will be saying, okay, what do you do here now? Well, now you push every back because now you're saying it's the last ball of the over. Let's let him get the single, let him get the single, let him go and strike. So the equation, see there's 10 required of 13 deliveries. Okay, then that's good. They'll be happy with that. You can see that Dayal reluctantly goes to the other end. He's on 41 of 20. And remember, these two teams are going to be doing it again. So let's have a quick look at where they are. Remember, one thing that we can't show you, or what can't change, is the stats at the top. And have we got the right names and the right team this time round? It looks like we have. So, Docs, don't see any change from the team that's out there at the moment. And in terms of the Napa Royal Kings, once again, they look like they are very much the same. So these two teams will go head to head one more time. It looks at the moment that it's going to be Docs that are going to be victorious here. But this over is going to be pretty key. Anything can happen. And remember, they managed to pull off a victory in the last one. Didn't look likely, but they did. Okay, that's the dot. Now just have a look at the field here now. Why still, where's your mid-wicket? Why is nobody in at mid-wicket? Why haven't you got anybody in on the offside trying to stop that single. They're just missing. Well, hang on a minute. There is somebody now, so that's better. So you see Mansoor Ali comes in close on the offside. Still somebody close on the leg side. Much better. It's another dot. This is what we're talking about now. So you see there, the man just gets the ball there. Mansoor Ali comes into that position on the offside. They're basically saying, right, no single to me here. Got the same on the leg side. So there you see, there's Mansoor there on the leg side. Probably could have mid-wicket up in the circle. I don't think there's any point having the man deep on the boundary. It's another miss. So 3 dots here. Well. Are we going to have another splash? Surely Napa Royal Kings are not going to squeeze another victory from nowhere.
Yeah, surely not. I mean, this might be a good time to bring the old ring field back. You know, just bring everyone in tight. Make sure that Sagar Sanup stays there for the rest of this over.
Sanup did get 2, but now his dots joining up. The dots go shorter, up in the air. Chance for a wicket. No, nobody gets there. Then a little flick on to try and get under the pads. They won't take 2. There's no way they're taking 2. So that's just the first run of this over. And that means there's a couple of balls to come. It goes up in the air, could have gone anywhere. What was the signal? There was some signal there from the umpire. I think that was just signaling 2 to come. Okay. Now, I get the feeling here that Prithaj Doyle is not going to be thinking single. So this is where he's thinking, right, I'm going to try and get a boundary here to really ease the pressure going into the last. He goes for the big one, and he's going to get the boundary as well. Bolle. Well, is that the killer blow? I suspect it is. Goes all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, and I just think Prithaj Dale looked at this as I've got 2 balls to try to win this game for M-Docs. And he goes and he hits a 6, and now he's really just 1 stroke away from winning it as we're just starting to feel a few raindrops.
Yeah, he
dropping.
also, with that shot, I think, he doesn't bring up his 50. There was he held up his bat there. It's like he was being applauded for something. He's not there yet, but he will probably be there because I don't think he's messing around. There's a ball to come in this one. He probably wants to do it in this ball. So this is an important delivery, 2 runs required. Important ball coming up. Khan. In he comes. And this gets played away intelligently. He's going to be 4 runs. Quattro, Carrera, Shaba, Kinna Sona, Sare Bolo, both Badaya. Prithaj Doyle, he's showing everybody his name, he's showing everybody his number, and so he should. He plays beautifully. He gets his 50. He ends up unbeaten on 51 of 22 deliveries. But more importantly, he brings up a victory from M-Docs. M-Docs now are 2-1. And the Napa Royal Kings will face and taste defeat for the very first time.
Yeah, it's probably an overdue defeat after that last performance against the Kalandars, but Prithaj Dale just telling us all to remember his name. This is a huge moment for M-Docs, of course. This side have had their struggles in the past, but they've come out strong this tournament, and they do it by knocking off one of the big fish. They hand the Napa Royal Kings their very first defeat. That has to feel really, really sweet for all those M-Docs supporters, and of course, they'll be right back out there facing this side very shortly.
Yeah, well, what a good knock that was. Take nothing away from it. He was there right from the start. They made a cracking start. We'll see that in the highlights there. Prithaj Doyle and also his opening partner were absolutely fantastic. Gaurav Sagwan. They played the ball all over the place. They played some stunning shots. But one thing that really their opponents, the Napa Royal Kings, will have to have a good stern look at. It's at the extras. Number of extras there, 12. And on 2 occasions, we saw 5 wides on 2 occasions. That really doesn't help their cause. And when you get to a game like this, which goes close to the end, and when you haven't really got too many runs on the board, you can't afford to do that. But they tried all sorts to get this wicket, and finally it came. That was a really, really good catch because that was absolutely hammered and nicely caught. You need things to go your way sometimes. Well, it did. He picks it up nicely, picks it up clean, and gives it a nice hug. Then Tanvir in the action when he took the wicket off Kampapuli as well. So at that point, it was evenly poised, because he also saw Pitaj Diol sort of go into a little bit of a shell as a new batter came out there with him. But they needed a bit of luck, and that was a little bit when Hardeep Singh, well, he bowled one very good over, then one bad, and talk about bad, that was just awful, wasn't it, from Kanavreet Singh, and wouldn't they love to have those ones back? Well, this wasn't too clever running as well, but the important thing was that it was Ketan Dane, the man who was out, and not Pitaj Diol, and Diol then, well, he went along and finished things off. Well, that wasn't quite his half century. Maybe he celebrated prematurely, because a couple of balls later, or a ball later, he did bring it up with that delightful shot. So well done to him. A very good batting performance from him and the Amdocs again. They get to a victory. And the thing is, though, is it going to be like the last time we saw them, Nish? The last time we saw them bat, we thought, hey, they batted really well. Really looking forward to seeing them batting again. And in that next match, they were batting first, and they were nothing like what we saw them in the match before. Can they be consistent? That's the question.
Yeah, and that's the problem with Napa, is they're far too reliant on a couple of stars to deliver, and whenever they have an off day, they struggle to put together the runs. And let's take a look at that bowling effort as well. Not too many good figures there. Mohammad Hamza had bowled a decent over. Saran Ahmed bowled a decent over. Apart from that, most of the bowlers went for big runs.
Yeah, they did. Hardeep Singh, the captain, will be very disappointed himself. His first over just went for 6, and then the second went magical. And then after that, things just didn't come to plan. And really, I think also they're leaving somebody like Saran Ahmed too late. I mean, he's a top player. You need to use him early. I think they're going with other bowlers, and then hoping that Ahmed is there to finish off the innings for you. But when you haven't got the runs on the board and you've got to use them early, you've got to use him early. That's something which I think the Napa Royal Kings are going to have to learn pretty quick. Well, they haven't got too much time. By my watch means that they've got probably around about 20 minutes, 23 to be precise, you see there. But the same two teams do it again. So the Napa Royal Kings have got an opportunity to bounce back and get some sweet revenge over Amdocs. But Amdocs, I get a feeling that they're thinking, no, you know what, we prefer winning to losing, as they go 2-1, and they'll be looking to do the double over the Napa Royal Kings. Well, there's only one way to find out which way match number 15 goes. That's to join me, Rico Full, and this bat when we come back in around about 20 minutes time for the conclusion of the day number 3, and it is match 15 coming your way. Volvemos in 15 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
So M-Docs win that game with an over to spare, and I'm right with the half century. And next to me, the winner of our Man of the Match award. Congratulations on your 50. I have to ask you, what was the mindset like there? You started really well, you had a little bit of a wobble in the middle, but you cruised through at the end with those two great shots.
Actually, to be really honest, I don't know about the half century unless and until my teammates shouted out. I was more concentrated on the run chase because it was a must win for us because we were coming out from a defeat, and especially coming out from a defeat, it is very difficult to bounce back. But the mindset was very simple, that we need to bat till all through the 10 overs, and we need to make a crucial win for the team.
Of course, a lot of our viewers have been very excited with your team. This is your third ECS appearance. Everyone loves your beautiful jersey. Do tell us a little bit about what this M-Docs team is, the history of the club, your company.
So it's an IT company. Basically, we are 100% sponsored, and it's a US-based company, and we deal with the telecommunication. Basically, all of the players out here are IT engineers. They are software engineers, and we got relocated from India out here in Cyprus, and we just wanted to make a team to follow our passion, and our company supported it, and here we are.
Well, how great it is, of course, that you've brought your love for cricket to Cyprus. And of course, one final question, as I know you have to prepare for your next match. You're facing the same team again. That must be quite odd. And how are you going to prepare for this?
No, we have, like you mentioned, that we are already a veterans in the ECN tournament, ECS tournament. So we already have the ability to play the same team. We have already been through same format before. So we are pretty much prepared for the same team, and I'm hopeful that our team will win.
Thank you very much for taking your time out to speak with us, and congratulations. Good luck for the next game. Thank you. So anyway, that was a great win for M-Docs, and they'll be back out there playing the same guys again, the Napa Royal Kings. Will Napa bounce back, or are M-Docs going to make it 2-2? Over to you in the comms box, Rico.
Thank you very much to Nish there. Nish with a very good interview with Pritaj Diol. And I think he batted really well. And isn't that nice? It just goes to show that he is very much a man that plays for his team, not concentrating on his own individual 50. And you could see that because when he wasn't quite there, I think they were all telling him, hey, you're close to your 50, and he's raising his bat, not realising that he was on 47 at the time. But he did bring up his 50 with the match-winning shot. Looking forward to seeing him again. Looking forward to seeing both these teams do battle once more. But first, let's join the two captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Call heads. Yeah, it is head. M-Docs won the toss and decided to bowl first.
So no change there. You can see that the M-Docs they're going to have another bowl first. So it's all about trying to keep the runs down. They did that pretty well last time with the Napa Royal Kings really not being able to get going. And one thing I'd like to see maybe is a bit more of a positive batting mood from the Napa Royal Kings. I just get the feeling that there was a couple of times when they went with the heart rather than really thinking about the team position and trying to get a win. And I just get the feeling with the news coming through here that they're going with Ali Khan and Kanveer Singh to open up this time, the Napa Royal Kings. So once again, I think the captain, Hardeep Singh, is just rotating things around a little bit. He's also listed to be behind the stumps this time round as well. Just checking the information that I have here. Well, it's not the information that's coming through here, so I think it probably still will be Ikram Mohammed that is going to be the keeper. But we'll have to wait and see on that one. But on the batting front, yeah, there is a change. They do go with Ali Khan and Kanveer Singh as the two openers. Thandani is going to open up again. Remember, he was pretty expensive in that first over last time round, but I'm pretty sure he's looking to come back with a bang here. So they don't go with the big gun straight away here to Napa. I'm just wondering how that will hurt them. Starting with the wide Thandani here. So yeah, they're not going with the likes of the very strong and powerful left-hander who can certainly make things happen for them. And Saran Ahmed is not opening up here. They're also not going for the hard-hitting Ikram. This is a much better delivery from Thandani. Gets this one in the right areas. Yeah, Ikram Mohammed still not coming in. I just think they just lose the initiative if you don't go for your big hitters in the power play. I think if teams are not realising that now, then surely going forward you will realise it. You've only got those 3 overs of power play, 3 overs when you can really take the advantage when the fielders, when the fielding side have only got 2 men outside the 30-yard circle. Otherwise, things like this happen. You can see now already the early runs on the board courtesy of the wide. A couple of dot balls in there already. As hitter Standani just continuing to keep the ball in the right areas. Welcome back to everybody on the chat. Thank you for all your support throughout the day. Thank you for all the conversation. This one gets worked away. They're taking on the fielder. They will get a single. And a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position Nish. But Nish, a nice interview there with Diol. I think a nice guy. Nice to hear a little bit about MDocs themselves and where the company, the name, and also the logo comes from.
Yeah, it was very interesting to hear their story. This is a team who've grown to really get a lot of liking within our European cricket fan base. So it's good to speak with Pritish Dale, but I have to say I'm also a bit baffled by the fact that they've gone with Ali Khan and Karanveer Singh to open the batting. There's a lot of explosive batsmen in this Napa lineup, but strange change here.
Well, this is a bit of a wild delivery, and it's a big time wide. You can see the wicket keeper just having a few issues with that as well. Yeah, very wide.
Yeah, Thadani's had a lot of issues with wides throughout this tournament. Of course, he tries to bowl that wider line, just keep it out of the batsman's reach, but you know, that's a double-edged sword. If it doesn't work, you could bowl plenty of extras. This one is slapped away towards the fielder at point. Shrikant does extremely well to get to it, and goodness me, that's always going to be a very tough throw for the wicketkeeper to collect. Lands just in front of him, but it's not going to cost the MDoc side anything. 4 runs off the over so far. Thadani quickly rushing in to bowl this 5th delivery. That's a low full toss, but it moves a little bit in the air, so Ali Khan doesn't quite get hold of it. So despite these 3 wides, 2 wides, beg your pardon, this over has only gone for 4 runs. That is a fantastic delivery. That's actually very well dug out by Ali Khan. They could easily have dismissed him as we bring this first over to an end. So it's a very cheap over here for MDocs. They sneak in a little 4-run over, and you know, this is where question marks are going to be raised about the choice of the opening partnership. I'm sure that's going to be a big point of debate on our chat. And let's take a look at the bat versus ball comparison. Of course, this one has MDocs as almost 27-run underdogs. That is quite disrespectful to them.
It's quite crazy because the match before, it actually had MDocs to be winning. So the last time these 2 matched, which was basically the match before this one, MDocs was favoured to win it, which was surprising to me because I thought, well, Napa Royal Kings, after just getting that victory, would be in front. And then here, that totally gets switched around. So I don't know what the computer is thinking, as this one is played about beautifully. That's a nice looking shot. It was over pitch and nicely put away by Karanveer Singh.
Yeah, that was a poor ball there by Harish. It's a full toss. It's outside the off stump. All the batsman needs to do is get a solid bit of his bat onto it, and it's always going to go away to a boundary. So Karanveer Singh, that'll really add to his confidence. He's not had the chance to bat much throughout this tournament. He bats a lot lower down the order usually, so Kakita just giving him a little bit of free confidence.
He's hit pretty well as well. Work to be done by the fielder. He's back paddling, which is always sometimes a dangerous move. It's better to attack the ball than to let it attack you. But he gets away with it. That's Kumpira Palu. Get the single. Yeah, so both teams making a few little changes here. I mean, you see Kakita, Rich Kakita having a bowl early on. You can see the umpires there are really trying to prepare themselves for the win. This is a delightful shot from Singh. He's right there in the slot and he whacks it away. In fact, it's time for Ali Khan to get in the action. And pardon me, Singh has already convinced Singh has already played a very nice shot, and now Ali Khan goes in the same way as well, using the wind, using the G-force to get this to the boundary.
Yeah, but I have to say that this isn't smart bowling by Kakita. He's just he's bowling everything over pitched or full tosses wide outside the off stump. He's really giving the batsman plenty of freebies here, so needs to just get it under control. He's a left armer going around the wicket. He needs to try to almost angle it into the right-hander's pads.
He goes down the ground. One bounce, two bounce, and well, a little bit of footwork from the fielder, and he does well, I suppose. Gaurav Sagwan, and manages to keep the ball in the field of play. Didn't fancy going down and getting dirty for his side. We might just see him before he gets underneath the branches of the olive trees. Good work from him. Kakita, 2 balls to come in the over. It's gone for 10 already. And that gets played out into the offside. So the batters, they're running well. As we see a few more dark clouds coming across now. The wind again picks up, but it's a very strange day. The dark clouds we've blown away pretty swiftly, and clearer blue skies following behind them. It's been a funny old day. Sort of reminds me of the days of cricket that I used to play in the UK, where you just had to wrap up warm, and you never wanted to take that jumper off to give to the umpire when you're coming on the bowl. Short delivery, that one needed to be put away.
No, and it's actually not been the best over. I mean, some of these bowling has been very, very wayward, and I think he's fortunate to get away with that, as you said. So this over cost 11 runs to M-Docs, and I think a little bit of a confidence boost as well here for Ali Khan and Karanveer Singh. We take a look at the standings. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers currently sitting pretty with 10 points. The Napa Royal Kings getting their first loss of the tournament thanks to that defeat against M-Docs in the previous game. And look at that, M-Docs are now creeping their way up the standings. This is new territory for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this match, well, it could be, that the Napa Royal Kings get a step closer to the Tigers. High up in the air, gets it over the fielder. Once again, it's the old uppercut. Once again, it goes into that backward point area. And once again, the captains are leaving it open. And I know we're in the power play at this point, but just once again, I just think that's an error. Looks like that change is being made straight away. They're almost waiting for the ball to be hit to the boundary before they make that change. So now you see that both men outside the circle are out on the offside boundary, and they're there because of this. This is what's been targeted, and that's nicely done. Good bit of fielding by the man who is out there. Makes no mistakes. Does Kumir Palipu.
Yeah, of course, and a consequence of course, putting that sweeper out in that region is that they've had to bring Long Off back in. So, again, we talk about how short these straight boundaries are. So, of course, if you try to protect one area, you leave another exposed. That's the game you have to play.
Kazi gets this one to cut away. I think this is a bit unfortunate here, Kazi. I thought this one sneaks in. He does get the ball to move away a fair bit, but what I like about the bowlers, and well, most of the players here today, no complaints. I mean, it's a tight call. He may have just caught a bit of the line, and it's been signalled, but no complaints at all from Abbas. Goes right back to his mark. And this one is even wider, so, and this one, yeah, that does get called as well. So, Kiazi, I think he's bowled very well here today, but again, I think he, like some of the other players, will be feeling that it's a long day. It is a long, hard day. No, I mean, if it was lovely, warm conditions, you wouldn't mind it so much. But in these conditions, I mean, I take me hat on some of these players. This has been blasted, and this will go all the way. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras, una exi. Well, talk about exi. This ball has exited the ground and goes over to the other side where the grapevines are.
Yeah, it was an absolutely terrific shot there. Brilliant stuff by Khan, and he's just starting to find his groove here. These two men, of course, they've never opened the batting before for the Napa Royal Kings, and this could be a good chance for them to bring some confidence for themselves, and maybe just send an alert to some of the other top order batsmen in this Napa Royal Kings side. Of course, we've mentioned what their Achilles heel is. As we'll watch this ball first. Well-directed short delivery by Kazi. Well, that's a fast bowler's response after getting blasted for a 6. He's like, well, you can hurt me with your shots. I can physically hurt you.
This one pops up from nowhere, catches him on the shoulder. But the good thing here is, at least the batter is out there with the lid, so I'm liking that, as this ball pops up from nowhere.
And of course, as we were mentioning, of course, they've often lacked the batting depth in Napa Royal Kings, but if they can get these two going for the rest of the tournament, that'll be huge.
It's going to be another wide. And one thing I've noticed here, and Abbas Ghazi is not the only player, but you'll see that he has got, this looks like cotton wool in his ears, and we've seen that from several of the other players, and I think that is just all because of the wind. This wind is so strong that it's causing all sorts of issues. And yeah, once again, credit to all the players, especially some of the teams that have had big days. And we know that Napa Royal Kings have. There's a royal effort from the fielder out there of Amdocs, diving to his right, trying to take a catch. And a superb effort, not able to get there. It's going to be 4 more runs. So these two, well, it wasn't the best of starts in that first over when only 4 came off it. But they're motoring along pretty nicely now with 33 on the board, with the ball to go in the power play and no wickets down.
Yeah, that was a terrific effort by Vinod Savant. As we see the last ball of the power play.
And this is being whipped away beautifully. It's going to be 4 more runs. The chase is on, but you're not going to get there. Under, Iba, says the fielder. Kafi the koshish kitti, but jogga lag gaya. And it is 4 more. This is a delightful shot.
Yeah, this is really well played off his pads. Great use of the wrist as well. And well, the Napa Royal Kings have quietly had a really, really good power play here. Of course, it started off with that 4-run over by Hitesh Sidani, but since then, the last 2 overs have gone for 33 runs, including the previous one by Abbas Kazi for 22. So these 2 batsmen, who we don't typically see this high up the order, are making a real impression here. And this confidence they gained from this could be incredibly useful for Napa throughout this tournament. Of course, there's still plenty of games to play.
Yeah, plenty of cricket, of course, still to play in the series. And glad to see a lot of people have been enjoying it as well. And remember, well, we are into the final match, so any questions that you have, you can put them to us. And if you're a lurker, we always like to see some new names on the chat as well. So if you are lurking, if you are somebody that's new to the European Cricket Network, first of all, let us know who you are. Let us know how much you're enjoying it. And of course, always remember to tell a friend to subscribe and just get our numbers up. I know some of our regulars will know it was sort of around about this sort of time, or slightly later last year, that we reached 300,000 subscribers. And well, we're looking to get to the 350,000, and we want to try and do it while we're in Italy again, because it was in Italy that we brought 300,000 up. So keep on telling everybody, keep on spreading the word about European cricket, and get on the button, hit the like button, hit the subscribe, tell your friends, tell your family, and make our family bigger and better. As Sagwan comes back in, and it's a better bowling, you see, sir. If you're getting the ball in those areas, it becomes a different ball game, doesn't it? And now Conveyor, who looked pretty promising earlier, is swinging and missing. And yes, the bowler Sagwan just getting this ball to move away late.
Yeah, and they've already bowled 6 wide so far, M-Dog, so we're in the early stages of the innings, but they've already bowled an extra over.
Oh, this is not a good shot at all, is it? Yes, it's another swing and a miss. And remember that it was, well, I'm not going to forget that number on his back. That's what gave it away. It was Conveyor that made that horrendous effort on the boundary in the last match, which was not a good look at all. So he's looking to make amends. Oh, this is Gandhi. Oh, this is a dangerous delivery. That could have been nasty. It really could have. There's another reason why you wear a lid, because sometimes bowlers go absolutely mental and go for you. This was, well, this was a helmet seeker, and misses the batter. I think that one just slipped right out of the hand of Gaurav, so it'll be 1 ball and a no ball. But this is a free hit. So Khan has the license to go big. He tries. He's going to have to run hard, and we'll just take just the one as it slices off the top of the bat.
I think we're just starting to see a very light drizzle come down over here. It's just start hearing some of the specks hitting the top of our tent. Of course, Sagwan's been up just 3 runs so far in this over. So, despite the wide, and the free hit, it's fairly quiet because 2 batsmen have just not been able to capitalize on the opportunities presented to them.
Is it so wide?
Extremely wide.
He's just trying to do different things here, Sagwan. I think if he just stuck to the task, what he did at the beginning, just getting the ball just short of a length, just moving it away, nipping it away, that was working fine for him. Ganveer Singh, who had that sort of helmet-seeking ball bowled at him, back on strike. And, good running between the two, but they haven't been able to muster a boundary in this over so far from Sagwan. So with the ball to go, I'm pretty sure that Ali Khan will be looking to get one over the boundary rope. And this one is going to be just another wide. So you were mentioning the wides, and they continue to be. Now, here's the last match. And I know that we had some trivia about Cyprus the other day. Have you got any questions you got lined up for our viewers? Have you had a chance to do some research, Nish?
Well, we'll pick that theme up right after this delivery, of course. Some of our viewers were very interested in a lot of the medieval history we have in this own. Of course, wonder some of our medieval history nuffies if they know that this is the same, it was in the city of Limassol itself that Richard the Lionheart married Berengaria of Navarre. So for many of you were interested in the history of the Crusades and all that sort of stuff, of course, Cyprus was a very important base for all that.
It's always interesting facts about, that's what I like when we travel to different places, finding really interesting facts. And one of the facts was, I had it scribbled down in my notes, is that Cyprus, well, though it's a country in itself, was offered to Cleopatra at one point as a gift. That was interesting, wasn't it? Well, I think you mentioned before that the legend, one of the interesting facts of Cyprus is that the local legend has it that the Greek goddess, the goddess of love, was also born here in Cyprus.
Indeed, Cyprus has also got the famous Aphrodite baths, and that's a brilliant catch taken there by T10, who makes his impact in this tournament. We saw him with the bat in hand the last time around, but this is a very, very good catch. It was popped up. He was running behind, so those are never easy to take. And M-Ducks pick up their first wicket.
Well, you mentioned Aphrodite. Well, there's a bit of love about that, wasn't it? This is a really good catch. Nothing easy about it, because not only does the rain get a bit heavier, but he still manages to take this and avoid contact with the other fielder that's running into him. That was Sagarsanap. But what a good catch that is from Ketandane. And they get the breakthrough that they want in the partnership. I just wonder if the Napa Royal Kings are going to stick with the experimental batting order, or they're going to go back to somebody that they know to try and go out there and really keep this acceleration going.
Well, it looks like we're joined by Ivan Puliak on our chat. It's great to meet you, Ivan. Of course, Ivan did some fantastic camera work here for us back during our ECS in 2021. So it's a real honor to have you here watching the game alongside us.
Oh, hello indeed to Ivan or Ivan. There's Hardeep Singh. He wants to go out there, and I don't mind this from Singh, because I think his little innings that he played in the last match was almost enough to push them past a sort of a bigger score, to have made it a bit more challenging. In the end, they didn't quite get to the 100, but it certainly hit the ball well, didn't it? 18 of 9 deliveries. So he's out to do a little bit more of the same. Sawant is the man who's given the ball here. He's going to now be bowling to Khan. And this one may have just scored that wide line. The umpire says not. It was very close to it. I mean, this ball, it does start to shape back in, but does it catch a bit of that line first or not? Very close, umpire's call.
Yeah, all these decisions are just touch and go, really. This one's a much straighter, a good length, and Khan is forced to get behind it and play a proper defensive shot. Plays it with soft hands, as of course there is Wayne, and our fellow history Duffy here on the European Cricket Network, who mentions that Richard was indeed the Lord of Cyprus.
So on. This one is being hit big, but it's a chance, and oh, it drops out of the fingers of Avinash Rani, and not for the first time today. he hasn't been able to cling on to it, and that's an opportunity. Khan gets dropped on 21. And, well, it's up there. He does everything right, does he? Does everything right. The only thing he doesn't do is hold on to it. So that's an opportunity. Khan gets a life on 21, moves to 22. Singh, he's there only to do one thing, that's to accelerate. And hits it hard, doesn't he? He's got a good eye, has Singh. But he finds the fielder. No mistakes out there from Kumidi Palupu, who's been very good in that part of the field. And that's not a bad over at all from Sawan. It only goes for 3. And, well, welcome to everybody. It is the final match of the day, day 3, of match number 5 and match 15 of the series. And it's a time that we invite you into our house. So, once again, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. I know we got a lot of the regulars on there, but I'm sure there's a lot of new people that are tuning in as well. So why don't you get on touch with us via the YouTube chat? And remember, as we say, like what you see and subscribe. Tell your friends, tell your family, and we'd love to hear from you. Send us a little message. Tell us where you're tuning in from. And if you've got any questions to do with the European cricket or even Cyprus, we've got the expert here with us, Nish. You can put them through to Nish, and we'd love to hear from you as we go back to the action here. And it is time for the captain, Vimal Kanduri, to have a bowl.
Yeah, and of course we've seen how Vimal Kanduri and Avinash Rane have been able to control these middle over periods. We saw Rane go for a few runs in the last game, but Kanduri himself has been very tight, and that's exactly why he's just been bowling round the wicket. Very tight stuff, just outside the off stump, and Khan, who looked a bit more comfortable earlier, has now whiffed at a few, as that one is quite wide. That should be a simple decision for the umpire.
Ivan saying he's got hooked on cricket, so and I know that Louis Bruce also in the chat. Hello Louis, and can I say to Louis how well he played. This one's just, I think, outside the leg stump and also a little bit too high. Louis Bruce played fantastically well for Gibraltar in that ECI series in Portugal. I hope you're doing well, Louis, and I hope that you really enjoyed that experience. There were some good performances from Gibraltar and some of the players there. And, a few more people coming in the chat. Great to hear from everybody. It's lovely to have you on the chat, and especially to some of the newer people that we haven't heard from before. Saeed Babuula is saying hello. Hello, Saeed. Where are you tuning in from? Nice to hear from you as this one is played down, and no mistakes there from Hitastandani. Makes the stop. Wayne just reminding everybody, don't get carried away with the emojis. Only 5 emojis, please, per message. You get too many, you get yourself struck off. This is a Gandhi ball. It's a wide. Kanduri just trying to squeeze this one in to finish the over. 50 has come up in this, the 6th over, so they're probably just a little bit behind where they want to be here. I think the boys from Napa. Well, this is high in the air, but it hasn't got the legs. I don't think so. Thandani is following it, wants to take the catch. He's not able to hold on to it. It's another one that goes down. The one thing I will say about the M-Dogs here, Nish, is though I like a lot of what they do, I think they've got to get their key fielders into these key positions, and I think long off and long on it's going to be really key on this ground. You've got to have a man that can take the catches there. Thandani put one down there as well. We know they've also got Avinash Rana that are there as well. They just haven't been able to hold on to those catches.
Yeah, this is that was a very tight one there. The players insistent it was a wide. But going back to your point, that's absolutely true. You do need to have some of your safest pairs of hands out here at long off and long on. We saw the Cyprus Mufflons. They would keep Gursavik Singh out at long off. Let's take a look at this. I'm almost leaning towards what the batsman's view here.
Yeah, it's. I mean, when you think of all the ones that have been called, the consistency has been there. Maybe that one just goes in favour of the fielding side. And Bhujendra Yadav is saying hello to us. Yeah, I'm very well. Thank you very much, Bhujendra. I hope you're well as well. And Wayne is saying good day to Louis the Bruce as well. And he's saying, yeah, well batted the other day. Yeah, Louis did bat very well. And even though I think if my memory serves me right, that Gibraltar didn't end up on the winning side, Louis, with his great half century, got play of the match as well. As we see new bowler Vinod Sawant come back to bowl his second.
Yeah, that was a solid first over by Vinod Sawant. We didn't see him feature much with the ball in hand in his previous couple of appearances for M-Docs, but certainly doing the job now.
It's a big swing, doesn't really get in line with the ball. We've seen this a few times from several of the players, whereas we see some of the better players are just able to take that little step across to the offside, and when they're playing that shot, it's one that you have to learn pretty quickly. Singh seems to be a little bit too orientated in hitting out on the leg, and this time he proves me wrong and does go out on the offside, and I'm liking that. That's better. It just goes to show there is value to play shots all around the ground, not just in one area. So for the first time, you see Singh, the captain, going out on the offside, and he gets it right. He gets another boundary to his name. Sawant goes for his first boundary. Oh, and then he goes for a full delivery. This will be, I think, too high. The run out could count, though. And, well, I think the two things we're going to have to look at here, we're going to have to look at the height first and then the run out. So let's have a look. First of all, I'm sure this is a no ball. And then you see the batter, he plays it and wants to think about getting the run, then has to charge back. So let's have a look, Singh first. I'm pretty sure it's definitely a no ball. And now let's have a look at this. Does he get back in time? And yes, he does. Hit the bat down, though. Oh, I want to see this again.
Yeah, I'd like another look at this one as well.
I think the bat may have hit the deck, and it hits the deck from. Now the question is here: what's important as the bails are coming off there? I'll just go back again here. See, I want to see, when does that bail come off? Let's have a look. Why is the bail coming off backwards? The bail is being dislodged. Has it been dislodged by the? Well,
I think the ball, as it's been thrown, has just clipped the top of the bail.
Yeah, that is out, and so never mind about the input from the wicketkeeper. The bail has already been dislodged from the throw from the bowler, so it will be a free hit. But of course, you can be a run out on a free hit. So it's Sawant is being given all the congrats. But there you go. That's the way sometimes it goes. You can be a little bit unlucky, so you can be run out the free hit. That's exactly what's happened to watch this. Goes up in the air, but he picks it up, has a shot at the thumb, and the bail comes off because you see, well, look, they're not even looking at each other as they clash into each other. So the bail comes off because the ball hits it. It gives it a little kiss. I tell you what, this is a case of two things. First of all, is the tail of the little kiss. So watch this. There's the throw. There's the little kiss. Well, the kiss is followed by a big jumpy boom. Well, incoming. And so, well, we don't want to into that man, not the keeper, because he's pretty key, is Pritaj Diol. So that's a wicket from nowhere. Now, this one is a free hit. So at least the new batter that comes out has got a free hit. And, of course, it's our man, Saran Ahmed. And if you said to Saran Ahmed, hey, you're the next man in, you're going to get a free hit, you can see there the bowler saying, yeah, it was a little bit too high. It was a bit too high. Either he's saying that or he's saying that Diol thumped him too hard in the chest. Anyway, free hit to come here. And it will still be a free hit because this is going to be a wide. So Sawant just losing his line slightly. So looking to see the umpire call a free hit now here again. Yeah, there we go. It's a free hit.
Yeah, he's just straight down the leg side there, Vinod Sawant, and it might have all been part of his master plan. Ball that no ball, and then induce the run out. And this one's just outside the off stump. It's going to take an edge, and it's going to trickle away for 4. So they do capitalize on the free hit, but it's not quite struck as cleanly as they would like. Saran Ahmed, who's normally a very graceful batsman, will happily take the runs however they come.
Yeah, he will, and he'll be looking to stay there to the end of this innings now. I mean, if he can do that, I think they will get past the 100 mark, and maybe the 110 is on, and maybe even a bit more if he really goes ballistic. But he's a good guy to have there at this time. And you don't bowl to him short on the leg side because he will punish you as he does there. He does the old MJ swivel on this. Just wait for it. In comes the ball. It's short. And it's, as this will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, this is a good response by Napa Royal Kings after losing a wicket. Of course, it's not usual that we would see Saran Ahmed batting this low down the order. This is a strange territory for him. He's normally the one opening the innings, but now he's going to have to play a closer's role, and let's see if he adapts his game in any way.
He swings hard at this one. Once again, look, even he, very good experienced batter, does the same thing. He doesn't really get himself outside the line of off stump when he's looking to hit big. A lot of matches coming up tomorrow as well. 5 more in the day, and we start off with this one, the mouth-watering rematch of the Nicosia Tigers up against the Napa Royal Kings. And then the Tigers, they stay on the field of play as Everest come to take them on. Everest, a team that haven't been able to register a win so far. Well, they get the opportunity against Nicosia Tigers, and it don't get any easier for them as they then take on the Napa Royal Kings as well. Then we also welcome back the Limassol Golandas. They're up against the Napa Royal Kings. We saw, of course, that match earlier today, and they finished the day with the back-to-back doubles.
Yeah, of course, it's a good rest day for M-Docs, and that's why they'll look to try to close this one out with a win and then spend tomorrow with their feet up, recovering after this game. And this one's struck away towards mid-wicket. Is this going to beat the field? This will be quite a chase for Kanduri. It will beat him as this goes away for a boundary, and we can see some children playing football on the adjacent field.
Yeah, Ali Khan, he hits it well, and there's a long, hard chase there for the captain, Vimal Kanduri, but he can't get there. It's 4 more.
Yeah, they're just making a fielding change now. So Gaurav Sagwan has actually asked a fielder to move inside the ring towards mid-wicket. I believe they've removed some protection behind square. It's a slower delivery. This one is struck down towards Avinash Rane, who we haven't seen bowl at all so far this innings. I presume this is because of how expensive he was in the previous game against the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it could be down to that, but he did also pick up some key wickets, didn't he? But I don't know whether it's that or whether it's just giving some other bowlers a bit of an opportunity. And so Juan comes in again. This one is in the slot. It's going high, and it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Brrrr. Batke mari, shakka lagya.
Yeah, this is an excellent stroke, and this is why, you do wonder why Ahmed was held back, but I think this might have just been the skipper trying to give a jolt to some other batsmen in the lineup, and he's just come out playing the way he always does, swinging at everything.
Now he hits his heart out on the offside, but they have got a sweeper out there. Yeah, and I think also, Nish, 4 matches in the day is a lot. They got 4 today, or they've had 4 today. They got 4 again coming up tomorrow. That's 8 matches in 2 days. That's a lot. So I think it's also good that the captain, Hardeep Singh, is trying to just mix it up a little bit. He's trying to give some of the other guys a bit of a match. That's fair enough. You've got a lot of cricket to play in the group stages. And remember, there's group matches all the way through for Group A, all the way up to Saturday. And then it is the top 4 will go through to next week, next Saturday's quarterfinals. The team that finished bottom of Group A, because of course only one team in Group A will be knocked out. As this one is a race is on, and the fielder does well, gets fingertips to it as he gets the throw back in. That's well chased by Ketandane. Yeah, so one team will be eliminated from Group A because there's only 5 teams in it. Group B, which will start on Sunday, 2 teams will be eliminated from Group B, so 8 teams will feature on the Saturday's quarterfinals. But this is the way things are looking at the moment. Not for the first time. Teams have accelerated well, and then once the power play is over, things start to settle out, and that's why the power play is so key. And we got a few more messages coming on there from a few people and saying, yeah, 8 games in 2 days. That is a tough task. It's a tough ask, and that's why it's very important to have a big squad, and that's why it's important to be able to rotate. And well, as we're coming to the end of the day, thanks for all the messages from everybody, and also thanks to the weather finally changing. We've got a bit of sunshine, a nice sunshine, a little bit of blue sky above us as well.
This could be Vimal Kanduri coming in to bowl this penultimate over. Just trying to turn this one into the left-hander, and I think that's quite dangerous to a man like Saran Ahmed, so he's just trying to keep it wider. and ensure he just doesn't play it with the spin and smack it over to his favorite onside.
But can they get past the 100 mark? Remember, I get the feeling that if they were able to get at least 10 more runs on the board in that previous game, that they could have ended up being on the victorious side. They finished on 97, and of course that was chased down with 6 balls to go by MDocs. So they need to go beyond that. That makes this a very important over. It's down the leg side, and it should be a wide. It is a wide. That's a good call from the umpire.
Yeah, this innings has followed a very similar pattern to the first matches, where Napa Royal Kings were at this stage just around 70 in the previous match. 82 this time around. That's extremely wide and should be a fairly easy decision for the umpire. Of course, it was those last 2 overs where they made about 30 or 32 runs to propel themselves to above triple digits. Yeah,
and that was thanks to some of that Hardeep Singh coming in, but he's been and gone, so I think this may be another wide. No, he's okay with this one. You can see the batter protesting. I'm with the batter once more. I just think that he's, yeah, that's touching the line. Of course, the umpire can't say no because he moves the other way. This time he moves to the ball and he hits this beautifully, yes. Well, 1 minute I'm talking sunshine, next minute I'm talking rain, 1 minute I'm talking dot ball, the next minute I'm talking a 6. What a hit this is. And this time he says, you know what, all right umpire, if you're not going to do it, I'm just going to come down the track and hit it big. And he just hit it big. That's a great shot, 6 runs. Yeah, big hit. So, okay, he's going to come around, and this is hit the other way, and there's nobody is stopping that. Well, that is bombastic. As you see a shot there of Dana Oroz with her burrito, taking some more shots. But that was absolutely cracked. There's Diana there. Snap, snap, snap. Smile, please. And, well, he's, what a knot this has been for Ali Khan. He's motoring away now. He's into the 39. 93 on the board, a ball to go, and this is sliced up, and he will go. So throws everything at this one, but gets a little slice, and that man there has taken another very good catch. I think that's done it. So well done to him. And also, I'm going to say well done to Ali Khan. He's batted very well. 39 of 28 deliveries. And this time, though, doesn't get any luck, and a good catch taken.
Yeah, this is solid stuff by Tane, who's been inserted into the MDocs lineup for today's action, and that will bring what has been a very handy innings by Khan to an end. And now Napa Royal Kings are at 93 for 3 with about 6 balls to go, so that 105 plus is really what they would be realistically looking to attain. And fortunately for them, Saran Ahmed will be on strike to start this final over, so he'll be looking to play as many balls as possible in this over and club anywhere between 2 to 3 boundaries minimum.
Yeah, Saran Ahmed, yeah, and the rest, I reckon he knows the importance for these 6 balls to his side. And it's going to be Thandani to bowl it now. Don't forget, it is Thandani, though he's a very good bowler. He's had a few issues as well. He's gone for a few, hasn't he? But this time round, his first over was a good one. Only went for 4. Oh, that's played right into his own foot. So it's a dot ball to start with, so that's good from Thandani.
Yeah, we saw Thandani go for a few runs in the last game, but again, he's an experienced player. He can have an off day, but he's now just about found his form back, and this is why MDocs have been so keen to keep playing him, despite him having a few difficult overs and a few difficult spells during this tournament. Took a lot of pace off that ball, and I think this is a very good outcome for MDocs. They've managed to negotiate Saran Ahmed with just 1 run off 2 balls. And this means a new batsman's going to be on strike. This is well played by MDocs.
The new batter is Singh, so let's see what Cyprus Singh can do. Cyprus, I think if I remember last time, was the sort of batter who was swinging, and then hitting. But there was probably too many dots than hitting. Well, that will really help. And this one, what will it be called? As the throw comes in, and they're going to take 2 wide. So obviously just catches the edge of the strip. Let's have a look if it just catches. I think it just does, yeah. It's a really awful delivery, though, isn't it? I mean, gets it completely wrong. So that's 2 wides from nowhere. And it means that this man comes back on strike. You've got to run hard here now. You've got to try and push for 2. That's one thing where they've let themselves down. I think They're one team, I think, the Napa Royal Kings, that probably could learn a little bit more from one or two of the other sides they're running. They're not pushing hard. I mean, they get fortunate to get Ahmed back on strike, but they're certainly not trying hard enough themselves to keep him on strike.
No, that was a big opportunity Napa Royal Kings missed out on.
Well, they'll run again here, will they? No, it's being well dealt with by the keeper. So Diol does well, and he's certainly looking to do well again in the innings when it comes to batting in this match. Okay, Thandani, 2 more balls to go, 97, so they're at the score where they got to last time. What can they elevate to with 2 balls to go? High up in the air, and the chase is on, but they're not going to chase it. 4 more, so they get past 100 with the ball to go in the innings. 101 for 3.
Yeah, the batsman has absolutely no clue where that one is going. It's a wild swing, which catches his top edge, but you're going to go for it. Throw the kitchen sink at it and hope you can draw some good fortune, as there's just 1 delivery left now in this innings.
It is fairly well, and let's see how they do with the running. They do come back for 2. Should be out if the bowler can take it cleanly, and he can take it cleanly. Well done by Thandani. So he's got a smile on his face, and so he should have, because I think he's bowled really well. He'll only go for just 13 off his spell, and they will finish with 102 for 4. So they get a few more than what they had last time, but is it going to be enough? That's what the question is going to be as we get ready to have a look at the highlights. So they made a slight change, didn't they? Did the Napa Royal Kings. They went with Ali Khan and Kanveer Singh to open up. And I have to be fair, give credit to both of them. They gave them a good start. And Ali Khan, he finished with 39 of 25. Kanveer Singh made 13 of 12. And he was caught well by Dane off the bowling of Sawan. But they needed somebody to give them a bit more acceleration. And to be fair, it didn't really happen the way that they wanted. They didn't get too many out of the strap. And even Saran Ahmed couldn't really get going. But they would have been helped once again by extras. 19 extras in this one.
Yeah, that's very unlike Docs, who've been pretty professional with their extras so far. We just saw Gaurav Sagwan though with a beautiful bit of footwork, and it's that region behind point, which you keep pointing out, that has been very productive for all sorts of batsmen here in Cyprus. Take a look at some of these good strokes, of course. Ali Khan and Karanveer Singh had a 44-run partnership, and they were scoring at just under 11 and over, so this little tactical change worked out, and what a great catch there by Ketan Dhane running behind. Those are so difficult to take.
Yeah, that was a very, very good catch, because that catch was taken just at the point where the weather just started to turn as well. It got very extra windy. The rain also started to fall for that moment of time. So that was a top quality catch. But this one was great work from the bowler. I'm not talking about the ball. I'm talking about the extra run out. And then he gets thumped, barged in the shoulder as a result of it by the wicketkeeper. But it was all about the throw when the ball just gave the bail a little kiss on the way through and knocked it over. But it was the same sort of story here for the Napa Royal Kings. They did play some nice shots, and they did get the ball to the boundary. At the same time, there was a lot of dots, and I think for them, there's a lot of runs which they're turning down when they're not running the singles hard.
Yeah, they're a team who are really obsessed with power hitting and trying to smack everything. And sometimes that means they sort of negate some of the smaller and finer sides of the game.
Yeah, well, they have experienced their first defeat in this series, and that was in the match before this, and it was to the opponents they're playing against here, the Docs, and they certainly would love to get sweet revenge over them, and they want to go back to winning ways and maybe close the gap on the Nicosia Tigers, who the team sitting right at the top. And then don't forget, they tomorrow morning have an opportunity to once again play the Nicosia Tigers and get another victory over them, and maybe start to make inroads to go right clean at the top of the table. But to do that, they really want to go into that match with a positive win here, and that means they've got to defend 102. Just have a quick look at the scorecard. Ali Khan really led the way.
Ali Khan was fantastic, and really replacing what Saran Ahmed often gives them at the top of the order, as of course Ahmed batted much lower down the orders. We take a look at that Docs bowling card. Solid stuff by veteran bowler Hitesh Sedani, giving up just 13 runs in his 2 overs. And of course, despite that just one rather expensive over by Abbas Kazi, it was a pretty solid effort by Docs The one cause of concern, though, will be the 15 runs they gave off wides. They really need to cut down those extras. Without those extras, this could have been a completely different ball game, and that doesn't even take into consideration all the extra deliveries they had to bowl.
Absolutely. Well, it is the last match of the day, match number 15 and day 3. That means we normally have a shorter break as we get ready for the conclusion of the match and the second innings to start. So join me, Rico Paul and Nishbat, as we'll return in just under 10 minutes' time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the middle for the final time at the Ipsona Cricket Ground here at Limassol. And looking forward to this one. It's a rematch of match number 14 when the Napa Royal Kings put 97 on the board, but it wasn't enough as the Amdocs batted superbly and got to the score with 6 balls to go. And it was all about Pritaj Deol. Well, we've heard from him before the start of this contest. It's a lovely guy and told us a little bit about that knock of his. And he was saying he wasn't concentrating on his own personal score at all. It was all about thinking about the team. And I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to be thinking about here once more. He did really bat beautifully. He played beautiful strokes all around the ground. And let's see how he gets on this time round. So he will be opening again, and it will be his same partner, Gaurav, who will be out there with him. These two, when they do bat together, they bat so well together while they're there. But when they get separated, then things get a little bit different. They start to panic a little, but they're still, last time round, held on to get the victory. And this time they're looking to do the same again. And so welcome to the final innings of the day. Rika Full here, and alongside me is Nishbat.
Yeah, absolutely. I would reiterate your point. It's that if these two get separated, that's where things can get a bit worrisome for Amdocs. But the important thing is that one of them is there till the end. As long as either one of these guys is the anchor for this Amdocs innings, they have a solid chance of picking up this win and making it back-to-back wins against this Napa Royal Kings side, who many of us thought was formidable on Monday.
Yeah, well, we get ready to go here, and it's interesting what start they go for. I thought, well, maybe, I just think to myself, do you go with somebody who's bowled really well, Hardeep Singh, to open up to see if he can get the breakthrough straight away? He certainly has been quite a dominant player, quite a key player, but he didn't have the best of last time round. So they go for Ali Khan, and this one gets hit out on the offside. Well, what a tremendous hit this is. There's no messing around, and they leave the offside open, and you can't do that. And this is where I think this is where the captain has to show whether he's learned anything from the match before or not. Now that field has been put there now. The question for me, Nish, is why wasn't he there before? You know what you're going to get from these two.
No, certainly, and that means they brought the long off in to accommodate for the new fielding position.
Wide ball, and yeah, they're ready to call there. This is a good stop from the keeper because this one hardly comes off the ground. They've got a different man behind the stumps there. There's no Ikram, so Rahul Bahel is behind the stumps and makes a good stop. High in the air. Is this catchable? Yes, it is. Will they take it? Yes, they will. That is huge because the man who is instrumental in probably single-handedly getting the victory last time for Amdocs, he will go. He plays a dashing shot through the covers for 4, and then he gets done by the short ball. A very good and very important catch taken by Hardeep Singh. But I think in the process of taking that catch, I think he's done some damage to himself because he's making all sorts of signals to the bench. So I wonder what he's done here. I mean, he takes a catch, and then at the last moment, he looks at his hand. I mean, there's nothing here at the moment. But then at one point, you see him making all sorts of signals to the bench. And I'm not sure exactly. It looks like a bit of the freeze spray is coming out. So he's obviously taken that badly. But the key thing is that they get the wicket of Deol. And it is going to be the bowler. And I thought it was going to be a choice between Ali Khan or Hardeep Singh, to be honest. But Khan gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, this is a very, very important wicket. Of course, Pritaj Deol just coming off that sensational half-century. And, well, Pritaj Deol and Sagwan have always got Amdocs off to a good start in these power plays and both their victories. So this is going to be some uncharted territory for Amdocs. They're going to have to find runs from elsewhere. Now, Vimal Kunduri is a very accomplished batsman. He has had a solid ECS career.
Oh, this is going to be pretty close, you know. I think they decide against it. Let's have a look first of all if there's any. Well, leg by signal. So it's got to be that it just pitches outside the line off the leg stick. Let's have a look at this again. It's pretty full. Yeah, good shout from the umpire. Just pitching outside the line or leg stump. So no matter how how much it comes inside. Can't be out. Oh, big swing. The wicket keeper once again not able to take it cleanly. It's Rahul Bal. So dot ball. As Khan walks back to his marks. So 6 for 1, and the wicket that's gone was the man that did all the damage last time round, Prithaj Dayal. This is hit beautifully in that vacant area, and it will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, lagya, delightful shot, hits it on the up, and it will go all the way. That's a powerful hit out on the offside, but once again, as we know today, it's wind assisted. And Gaurav Sagwan says, don't worry boys, this time it's my turn. It's short and it's hammered. This one will also go to the boundary, so back to back. Manos arriba, 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 árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. 6 more, una exit. And, well, that's the way to do it. It is the end of the over. As you see, clearer skies above as the sun is shining and caressing this cricket ground here in Limassol. 110 matches since the golden ball. And, well, who knows? Maybe we could finish with a golden ball. I always said that the score between 100 and 110 on this ground, it's very likely. 18 off the first over. Amdocs, they have lost a very important wicket, but in terms of runs, they're up and in front. Ali, this time they're going with the likes of Manzoor Ali, will bowl over number 2. Short, and this one is going to go to the fielder. Does well, comes across really well. That's really good work. You can see Manzoor Ali applauding the fielder. It's a quick, sharp delivery. Catches the top of the bat. Goes all the way to the boundary. But it gets stopped. Pereira is saying good start from Amdocs. Yeah, it is. Even though they have lost that one wicket.
Yeah, that was a really spicy delivery of Manzoori, and a very nice greeting to Vimal Kanduri. This one's a deft touch there by Gaurav Sagwan, and nice fielding by the fielder out of third man. He plucks that one-handed. He's really making a great mark out there, Sarpreet Singh.
Well, he's doing superbly well. We just saw him. Well, he's doing a bit of everything. He runs to the left, he runs to the right. Well, and he fields it. That's a great stop. One hand stop. Gets the throw in pretty quickly. So he's saved already there, I think. He saved 3 and 3. Oh, this is a sharp delivery. Once again, it's right at him. I heard, well, it didn't sound like bat to me. This sounded like helmet.
This is absolutely nasty stuff by Manzoor Ali. He's bringing these back. This is some old school bodyline bowling. Take a look at this. Woo.
Oh, that is when you say, well, have a sniff of this, or do you want a little bit of Dan Chin music? Well, he's Dan Chin to that, right on the chin. Thank goodness he's wearing the lid. And this one, though, is going to be worked away, but he doesn't quite get it right. I think this is all about he's being softened up a little. So rather than play this full-heartedly, he's just quite happy just to get anything on it. Doesn't play the shot with all the assertiveness that he needs, so just gets a single. Kanduri. Well, he gets some of the short stuff, and this gets put away. And Kanduri, the captain, says, you might be able to bowl that to my boys. You can't bowl it to me. Bowl it to me, and you're going to have to go fetch it. It's a beautiful hook shot. 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And of course, Vimal Kanduri is a great hooker and puller of the ball. And this is a very good competition. I'm enjoying this one. It's just some old school cricket, isn't it? Something that we don't see enough of in T10.
Well, you see, as soon as that was bowled by Ali, he was not happy with the delivery, but he's bowling in, and it looks like he's going for the short stuff. Let's see what he does here. Well, he goes short again, and he's going to get punished away. This is not intelligent bowling at all. It's another one that gets put away. It's 4 more, and that's not a good end to the over. It's just not thinking about what you're doing. It's almost like, well, I'm going to keep trying the short stuff no matter what. And I think that one probably just sneaks into the goal as well. I'm going to say that's gone in the bottom right. So that's going to be a goal as well from the batter. And 2 overs down. And they're absolutely racing along to this target. That rate now goes below 10. It is just over 9. As we have a look at where the team, well, we had a quick look at where the team's eyes come back again. The Nicosia Tigers sitting pretty at the top. But looks like MDocs are wanting to join the Napa Royal Kings there in second place. And MDocs, if they can get a victory here, well, they got a day of rest tomorrow.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, just going back to that over, I mean, Manzarelli, the short ball is good if used as an occasional weapon, but you keep banging in, you start to get predictable. The batsman can lean back and just wait for the shorter one. As we see Hamza come in, he seems to be trying something similar as well. Looks like there's an asserted strategy by the Napa Royal Kings to sort of target that region around the rib cage and the elbow.
Yeah, it looks like that some of these players are starting to feel the effects of this long day. 4 matches they've had to endure today. They've got 4 more matches coming up tomorrow. And this is where the depth and the skill of your players come to track. That's a better delivery, that's a better line. And also you can see that, no disrespect to Rahul Bahel, who's behind the stumps, but you can see he's not really a natural keeper. He's a bit of a stopper. He's been asked to do a job and he's going to do the best that he can. So they're going to miss the likes of Mohammad Ikram behind the stumps as well. They certainly would have missed him with the bat. So it's going to be a difficult one, this, for the fielding side, and when you're not executing your lines right, it's going to get harder. But I still go back to the fact that one thing that the Napa Royal Kings have to do from somewhere, they've got to find a spinner, they've got to find a slower bowler, because otherwise they're just a little bit too predictable.
No, certainly the case, and Amir Patel making that point as well. If you're going to bowl that length, set the right field for it.
He's played away to the offside, and one thing that MDocs did so well in the last match, and they're continuing to do this one as well, is almost like they're playing tip and run. Bat onto ball and they go. And what we've seen is that 99% of the time they get there. There haven't been any issues at all. What about Hamza there, his action? I mean, he's coming around the wicket. Would you prefer him to come over the wicket and try to angle across? Because what he's doing is, the way he's playing at the moment, he's just angling down the leg side, and, well, it's just easy pickings. Just a second. Well, we've seen 2 overs in a row now where they bowled short deliveries to the likes of Vimal Kanduri, and they obviously haven't done their homework, because this guy loves it there.
No, he certainly does, and he's also not even bowling to his own field. I mean, the sort of field setting he's placed, I mean, it's exactly as you say. He needs to be bowling over the wicket, going across the right-hander, but very bizarre stuff here from Napa.
And he continues with the round-the-wicket approach, and this time he might get lucky because he's sliced up in the air, and the catch has been well held. No mistakes this time from Jasdeep Singh. Holds on to it, and he keeps his trousers up at the same time as well, which is also a good look. Well, we don't want to see. Don't show us. No, only kidding. Jasdeep, good catch. Now, the only difference between this delivery and the other ones, though it was short, it was outside the off stump, so he's not able to pull it away. So, though the score is moving along nicely, the Napa Royal Kings do pick up another wicket.
Yeah, that's a real bummer for MDocs. Vimal Kanduri was looking really good over there after having struck 3 boundaries. Has to depart. And now this is starting to get really concerning for MDocs. They've lost 2 important batsmen inside the power play. But the key thing is Gaurav Sagwan needs to stay there for as long as possible. He needs to be there in the 8th and 9th over, deep into this innings, trying to guide this MDocs side. Otherwise, if he departs, I think this game will start to slip away from this MDocs Cricket Club.
Yeah, well, Hamza picks up a wicket. Let's see how he deals with the new batter. And he plays a beautiful shot. Oh, this is just exquisite. Top draw from the batter. Rocks back and he plays the perfect cut shot. 4 runs, but guess where it goes?
Yeah, and you've been calling for a sweeper all day. And we've seen how many times Shrikant's made runs there. I mean, just earlier today, he hit about 12 to 16 runs in that region alone. And it doesn't seem like these Napa Royal Kings have decided to react to that. They seem adamant to stick with their tactic.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. There's not too much forward planning or forward thinking here. It's almost like they're just, even though they played this team in the match before, It's like they're just going on the field of play and just saying, yeah, okay, boys, you go there, let's go, rather than thinking about who they're bowling for or to and thinking about what's happened in the match before. That over does come to an end, and though, again, it does bring a wicket, but it is the end of the power play. Though there's 2 wickets down, the score on the board is healthy for M-Dogs, 41 for 2.
Yeah, very, very solid economy rate. Of course, the required currently is below 9, which is very respectable from an M-Dogs point of view, but it's just a question of wickets because they've lost 2 important men. As long as Gaurav Sagwan can continue to anchor this innings, though, they should be able to cruise to a good victory. As once again, I think the skipper himself, Hardeep Singh, he's made this 4th over his over. We consistently see him coming in to bowl right after the power play, and how often has he broken crucial partnerships at this stage? And keep in mind, he's going up against Gaurav Sagwan, so this is a good move. This is a good tactical move. He's been able to get a lot of wickets, and he's saying, I'm going to go take on M-Dogs' star man myself.
Yeah, it's a positive move. Let's see how it works for him. He bowled, well, it was a story of 2 tails in the last one, but this, he starts with a bang. Jagdeep Hunte! Hardeep Singh, the captain, starts with an absolute screamer, and maybe there was 1 or 2 that were doubting him. So when he knocks the stumps over, well, those stumps, they've been blown away. They've been absolutely detonated. It's almost like there was a stick of dynamite under him. We go, boom, Jagdeep Hunte style, they go over. And Hardeep Singh just turns around and looks at 1 or 2 of his players and says, there you go, boys. It's as simple as that. Just aim at the stumps.
Yeah, that was exactly his plan. That's what he intended. That's why he brought himself in this 4th over, knowing he was going to face Gaurav Sagwan this first ball. And guess what? It took him just 1 ball to turn this match on his head. And we said that Sagwan needed to be there till the end of this innings. This is going to be tough now for M-Dogs because where are they going to get runs from? There's a lot of batsmen in there who are extremely inexperienced and don't have as many runs on their belt. I'm looking at Shrikant now. He's going to have to be the main man and try to guide them to a victory.
Yeah, actually, very good delivery. And, of course, he's the man who's played a part in getting both the openers. He took the catch to remove Pritaj, and now he's ripped the stumps right out of the ground as he's knocked Gaurav over. The captain, maybe he is leading the way, but still work to be done. And what I was about to say is that last time he bowled 1 great over number 1, but he let himself down in over number 2. But at the moment here, what I like about him, just look at the difference in the length. Just look where he's bowling compared to where his other bowlers have been bowling. They've been bowling short, and he's pitched up. Look at this ball. We often say a good ball is that is going to probably go on and hit the top of the stumps. And that's exactly where Hardeep Singh is bowling here at the moment.
Yeah, I find it strange that you instruct his bowlers to do anything differently to what he's doing himself. He's leading by example.
That's a good delivery again, and Chase is on, and, well, would you believe it, where it goes? Can he save it? No, the goalkeeper is in place. He gets in goal. He thinks he's coming. Don't worry, I got it, says the goalkeeper. I'm going to make the save, but he's not able to. He goes into the back of the net. It's going to be a goal, and I'm going to say that's probably a little bit of an own goal, but it's also an own goal from the fielding side, because when will Napa Royal Kings learn to put a fielder at the backward point area to save some of these runs?
Yet again, Shrikant's more than happy to just open the face of the bat and run these along, and there's a chance for a second run. Of course, there's an old cricket saying, don't run on a misfield, and in the end, M-Dogs opt to just stick with a single.
Yeah, stick with a single. So, ball to go. So just like the first match between these two, Hardeep Singh's first over looks like a good one. Only 6 off this, but he's picked that crucial wicket up. Can he finish well as well? Darn it. Plays a delightful shot. Watch the bounce. The fielder does well. And just keeps it to the 1. So 7 come off the over. The score moves on to 48 for 3. And Hardeep Singh, the captain, looking to make the difference in this one.
Yeah, and of course, both Mayur and Kroom 111 reiterating your point on the chat. They keep mentioning, keep pitching it up, good bowling, take no to the length. Fuller, and he was rewarded. We completely agree with you guys. As we take a look at that graph, of course, ever since that wicket of Pritish Dale, you notice a bit of a nosedive in that M-Dogs run rate, and wickets keep coming at regular interval, and this is really hurting their run rate, which has dipped substantially. It was well over 13 near the beginning of the power play, but now it's down to 12, and it's going to be very important to see how M-Docs navigate through these middle over stages. A boundary every over is basically what they need to see out a victory, but that's a lot easier said than done, as looks like the batsman is just readjusting his gloves here.
Yeah, Seven Ahmed coming into the attack, and maybe that's one point they have taken that I was making. There's no point leaving him too late. They've been asking him to come into bowl over number 8 and 10. That's their plan. But sometimes it doesn't get that far. Sometimes the game is done before then. So he's coming on the bowl a lot earlier here. This is a good move. Seven Ahmed, and almost straight away gets it through the defences. They think about the run, it's not on. Yeah, because what the Seven Ahmed does, he gives you, they haven't got the variations that some of the other teams have got. For example, M-Docs have got those 2 very good spinners, the captain himself and Rana. They don't have that, but they have this man, and he's left arm, and he's got a sort of left arm slingy action. So he goes pretty wide, and look at the angle he's getting that ball to come in from. That's well hit, but he's hit that too well. It's going to go over the infielder. There's going to be 4 runs. Just gives him a little bit more room here. Just watch this, a little bit shorter, so the batter is able to get a good free swing at this. 4 runs.
Yeah, great catch and throw by our match referee, Nilkesh, as well over there. As Dane gets a boundary, he really needed that for his confidence. He scored a run of ball 13 in the previous M-Docs win against the Napa Royal Kings. And that's basically the formula, as we said. Just get a boundary every over and rotate the strike.
Oh, this is not a good delivery. He tries to go too far across. Well, no signal as yet from the umpire. So what does this catch? They must have caught something on the way through. And I must admit, I didn't see it myself. So still no call. So it must have caught a little bit of the trouser or something as it goes through.
Yeah, I don't think the batsman protested the decision much as well. Is that just because how humble he is, or did it really just did he feel like it caught something?
Yeah,
because Ahmed's reaction indicated that would have been a wide.
Yeah, it was. This one, it just helped away, and it's caught. Can you believe this? This is just unbelievable. I'm the first person to probably say, well, that fielder, I don't know how much part he's going to play in the match. It's a Gundy delivery. It really is the gundiest of Gundy balls, and the batter, he has just swiveled this straight into the hands of that fielder. How about that? Well, I can tell you how about it. It's out. Seven Ahmed picks up a wicket, and Ketan Dane probably can't believe how he's just got out.
Yeah, this very wide leg slip position has been useful about 2-3 times today. Somehow some of these batsmen have played a few poor strokes and found that fielder maybe just hiding outside their eyesight, and they just completely miss him.
Well, we saw it, yeah, you're absolutely right. We saw Mohamed Farouk take one early in the day, and he was only there because he's injured and he can't run, and he ended up taking a catch. Well, there's another one taken. Sarpreet Singh takes the catch, and, well, Dane will go for 6 of 7 deliveries.
And M-Docs, wonder what they're going to go with here. They're going with Kazi. This is interesting. So Hitesh Thadani has been held back. Of course, we've seen him come in late over stages in the past for M-Docs and play a late slogger role, but I think the important thing for Kazi here is to be a good supporting partner to Shrikant.
This is just being floated up there. It's the attempted slower ball, but it ends up being quite a wide one. Tried to do something different there just to outfox the new batter. So Ahmed, though it's been far from his best over, but just by having that change of angle, he's picked up a wicket. And now he gets another one through. So dot ball. So starting to put the squeeze on here. Just 5 off the over. And at the halfway point, the score 53. The thing is, though, the same way in the last match, if you double what they've got, you'll end up winning the match. So that's what they're looking to do. But they've got some of the key batters that have already bat. They haven't got Pritaj Diol to get them the winning runs this time. Gaurav has also gone. So you're going to have to rely on somebody different to keep on going and get them the win. That's what's going to be different here. That's why this is going to be a good test for the M-Docs, and I'm looking to see just how they deal with it.
Yeah, for me, that match winner has to be Shrikant. I mean, he's the one who's shown the most class so far for them in this ECS tournament, especially his ability to just open the face of his bat and run it down to third man. And as long as these Napa Royal Kings refuse to put a fielder there, I think he'll just capitalize on it all day long. And of course, going back to that Ahmed over, again, not some of the best deliveries, but that slingy arm action has been quite challenging for batsmen to deal with. Of course, remember, the Nicosia Tigers yesterday with Toma Laminul, they had a lot of success as well.
Yeah, really. So, okay, they go back to Hamza rather than go to Singh. Let's play it into that. Quite interesting, isn't it? Because you see a lot of bowlers that will bowl right arm around the wicket to try to imitate the left-hander that's coming over the wicket, right? And what you see there is probably the first time that I see a left-hander that's trying to imitate. So he's coming around the wicket. He's trying to imitate a right arm over the wicket bowler going wide of the wicket and angling one ball in. So it's not often you see that, but when he executes it, it's actually it's very difficult to play. And of course we know that there's a lot of left arm left arm round spinners that we've seen on the European Cricket Network that do very well and make it very difficult for batters. Well, we've got in terms of Saran Ahmed, we've got a pacey bowler who's trying to do the same thing. Hamza, Gandhi ball, but he gets helped by the batter who, rather than just step inside it and take the wide and make it into a difficult take for the keeper, walks right into it. Don't forget, they've got to play on the part that you haven't got the normal keeper behind it. I think anything that goes behind the stumps is going to be a difficult take for Rahul.
Yeah, you've got to take as many freebies as you can, because we've seen that all these MDOX batsmen in the lower orders struggle to stroke boundaries. So any bonus you can get, just latch onto it. Don't make it harder for yourself.
Oh, that's a really good delivery, and it's a play and miss. And the question in the chat from who was it, Mayo Patel, saying where are the fielders positioned? Okay, I'll tell you, because maybe you can't see it on the screen, but you're absolutely right. Well, what they've got a very fine third man, because you don't have your normal keeper, so they're giving him some protection. You've got the one sweeper out on the offside, then you've got the three routine fielders. You've got the square leg back and mid-wicket, sort of mid-wicket and long on together, and then a pretty fine man on the offside, straight offside boundary, so long off, long on and mid-wicket. And as I said, you've got a sweeper on the offside and third man right back, sort of acting as a backstop. That's a good bit of fielding there, and did well not to get his feet or any part of his body on the rope. Hamza. Hit down the ground straight, but it's a fielder there. Well, there's one of the fielders I was talking about, and he does his job really well. So that's the man at the very sort of straight, long off position. Not a bad over there from Hamza, not a bad 2 overs. Just keeps it at 14. So after a blistering start, after a very good power play, you can see over numbers 4, 5, and now over number 6 really do belong to Napa Royal Kings, as they're starting to put the squeeze on. 56 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, it's interesting. Shrikant's been out there for a very long time, but he's only faced 5 balls. And that's a full credit to Napa, because what they've done is they've made sure that Ketan Dalni, Abbas Kazi, and all these lower order batsmen are stuck there and are not even able to rotate the strike. So good plan. And again, they took a single off the last ball. That means Kazi's back there again. So Shrikant is just stranded at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and only 9 off the last 2 overs. And it should be stopped by Ahmed. It is. So yeah, this is what I'm talking about by Ahmed. So we've seen a lot of left arm around the wicket spinners, and I know that the Roma CC, hello to anybody that's watching from Italy or from Roma CC, they've got a hatful of them, but we haven't seen too many quickies that do this. And with his slingy action, he really does go pretty wide and really dart that ball in. So that's what he's using in his favour as the batsman. The batsman just needs a little bit of help sorting out his helmet. That's Kiazi. But yeah, Kiazi at the moment is chewing up a few deliveries, isn't he? 8 deliveries, 4 runs. This one is right through the gate. But once again, you see, if he steps inside it, it would be a wide. So ends up being another dot. This is quite, looking at that background there, those low clouds, it makes it look like we've got mountains in the back there with snow on them. I know that there was talk of, from Mohammed Hussain, part of the federation here, he was telling us that there was snow forecasted for the ski areas here. This one will be a wide. Yeah, it is. It just doesn't get this to come back enough. So I wonder if we had that ski around some parts of Cyprus. Some ski or some snow, even better. The people would have enjoyed doing the skiing. I'm sure there's a few people that are off on holiday. And now he overdoes it, and credit to the keeper. And nice to see the man there at on the 45, who's already taken a very good catch, was there backing him up. Yeah, just letting himself down a little bit here, Cyril Ahmed. You can see the disappointment on his face. He's bowled 2 consecutive wides. Don't have to try too hard, I don't think, to Kiazi. Just about getting his ball in the right areas and trying to peg him down. But there again, it's another indication of where, when you've got a batter who's not really scoring too quickly, you can really put the squeeze on him and the opposition by having fielders closer in and not allowing the single.
Yeah, and Shrikant finally on strike after a good 2 overs, because he's just been stranded at the other end watching helplessly. Let's see how he's going to play with Ahmed. Of course, we know how good he is at opening up that region behind point, but that's going to be a lot harder against left arm bowling around the wicket.
Well, he goes aerial. He's going to get away with it. It'll be 1 bounce and dealt with by the field. And liking these 2 men at long on and long off, they're really supporting each other well. So Hamza goes to the ball. You get a fielder that's backing him up as well. So just a single. So Kiazi back on strike here again, but no change in the field. They're not really putting too much of a squeeze on him. Well, he hits this pretty well, but he's going to find the fielder, and they do. And just like that, the man I was talking about, that have been pretty good, pretty exceptional out there. We said earlier, didn't we, especially when Amdocs were fielding, we said you've got to have your better fielders out in those positions. And they seem to do that, because I think I just mentioned Hamza was really good out there, and he was supporting both the fielders, long off and long off, supporting each other very well. And then Hamza, when called upon to take the catch, takes an each catch, and that will be the end of Kiazi. Kiazi will go ball number 11 for 5.
Yeah, this is really, I think, a wicket that Amdocs will take. In a sense, Abbas Kazi was not helping their cause at all. He was almost playing good innings with the Napa Royal Kings, no longer at a strike rate of 45. And there's Hitesh Sadani now. Has he come in a bit too late? Of course, we've been calling for him to come higher up the order. He's shown some of his hitting ability in the past. We saw here in the Cyprus Night Series, he made a fantastic quick-fire 50 against the Sri Lankan Lions. Of course, we will see taking part in Group B action next week.
So Hitesh Sandani, he's got a ball to face of Ahmed. And he plays it pretty well, but he wants to run straight away. The fielder does so well. Tandani is eyeing up the area where a lot of runs have been scored, but the fielder deals with this brilliantly, because it pops up and him takes a little bit of a Tortuga bounce, but he deals with it well, and no run. So that's a really good tight over there once again from Ahmed, as we have a look at the matches coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that Nicosia Tigers Napa Royal Kings match first up tomorrow. The Tigers, well, they'll be licking their wounds, but I think we'll see a much better fight back from them tomorrow. I think today's performance doesn't really reflect what a quality side they are. They'll now have a chance to regroup, and then of course we get to see Everest a couple of times as well. I know they've had a tough time with 4 losses in a row, but trust me, that team has a lot of quality. They've had some tough losses, and finally, luck needs to favor them eventually.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like what Everest's done. I just hope they come the same way that we saw him last time, upbeat. That's a good delivery. He's right in the block hole. It should be just a single, and it will be, as Hardeep Singh comes back into the attack. This is a very important over, because that rate has just progressively moved up, up and up. And if Hardeep Singh can get another good over in here, I mean, you can see the rate being around about 15, 16. Look how keen he is. He's talking to all his players saying, look, calm, keep it calm, tranquilo, tranquilo, don't throw anything away. Just follow the game plan. I think this is going down the leg side, so not out. But once again here, just want to keep things nice and calm. That's what he's saying to his boys. Every time he bowls, he's looking at everybody saying, hey, keep calm, boys, keep calm, and let's try and get this win.
Yeah, that one was certainly sliding down the leg side. That would have been a very tough call to make. Of course, going back to that point about how many runs Amdocs made in that region, 15 runs so far behind points, so
yeah,
very productive for them.
take the run as the ball just spins away from the fielder coming in, but plenty of bodies attacking that one. And you can see here that Kamiri Palipu, though he is probably the recognised batter and one that probably should be taking control of things, he's not really been, he's not had too much of the strike. Secondly, when he's got it, he's not really been able to get too much away. But unfortunately for him, he's faced a fair few deliveries from Singh, who has been, well, on fire in this one. Really good delivery. That's such a good ball from Singh. You can see Thandani looking to go for the big shot, but he gets beaten by pace. And really, he's quite lucky to see his stump still standing.
Yeah, and I like how the captain immediately asked the ball to be thrown back to him. He wants to make sure there's absolutely zero chance that his side gives up penalty runs. Of course, everybody has their eyes on the clock right now. They should be fine, though.
Oh, this one won't help. He goes a little bit down the leg side. And maybe a little bit predictable Singh sometimes. What I haven't seen Hardeep Singh do, and maybe that's why when batters get used to him, he does go for a few runs, the variations. So I think we've seen him try a slow delivery, but he's not 100% au fait bowling it. Sometimes he gets it wrong and it ends up being a full toss. But one thing he doesn't bowl is the short ball, and he's got a fair bit of pace. Like the batter here is looking for it to full. And he swings viciously at this and gets it completely wrong. It was there for the hit, but he's trying to hit it too hard. And I'm liking that from Singh, and saying, one more, right, umps, one more. What a fine bit of bowling. He let himself down, I think, in the match before this one when his second over went really expensive. He went magical, and to that really then there was no way that they were going to get back into the match, and they ended up losing with 6 balls to go. But this is what he's there to do. Tight, good bowling. And just like that, that rate has accelerated viciously. This one gets played away. He'll want to keep it to just the one. He makes a good stop, and in comes the throw. And I've got to say that Justdeep, he's played his part really well in this one as well. Remember, they're without 2 key players in this match. There's no Tanveer playing. There's no Ikram Mohammed either. And I think without those 2, if they can get a victory, they'll really be very happy with the performance that they put in here, the Napa Royal Kings. And right now, that rate, I can tell you, has gone up to what Vinny Sandy would say is the point of no return. They need 19 per over to be victorious here, as the score 65 for 5. And I've got to say, after over 4, the last 4 overs have been absolutely sensational. And just looking at that, I think they've only given away something like, 17 runs?
Yeah, certainly, and all the graph nuffies will certainly point out that, of course, as soon as the lines start to bisect, that means things are getting very worrying for the side. And Amdocs now just getting 19 and over from here. This is going to take something fairly miraculous. This means we need to see 3 to 4 boundaries in this over. And Manzoor Ali went for 11. This means the skipper will probably bowl. Ali Khan, who went for 17 in his first over in the final one. Is that a glimmer of hope for Amdocs?
Well, it all happens in the 9th, they say. They're asking about this one. I think it's King called a wide. Now, he's in his upright position, and yeah, that's a fair call. Even though he's ducking down to try and hit it, it would have clearly gone over his head, even if he stood upright. So, wide ball. And, all happens on the 9th, so that's 1. They're needing literally magical overs all the way through from here, the last 2. That will help. It has to be bowled again, and this time you see Manzoor Ali just stops himself as he runs through.
Yeah, of course. Just keep an eye on the clock, though. I mean, it's down to 4 minutes and 35 seconds, of course. Granted, that's enough time to bowl, but of course, Manzoor Ali has a very long and slow run-up, so there isn't too many extras in this over. Penalty runs could play a factor.
Yeah, that one is fine. Let's just see side on this, because if it's over the shoulder, it technically should be called a no ball. Let's see how high this is. That's okay. That's a good delivery. So he's it's brave to bowl that from Ali, because if he does go too high with the bounce, it would be called a no ball. He can't bowl another short delivery. This one's his clever batting, nicely dealt with. But oh well, the fielder, who's been pretty good out there for so much of the time, Sarpreet Singh, he gets there, but the ball gets away from him. It's going to be 4 runs. He's going to be disappointed here, the fielder. He wasn't able to push this in the fielder's play. So it was a good shot, though. I like the way he got into position early. 4 runs that keep this game alive.
Yeah, M-Docs have been the only side so far this tournament who've been willing to play some of the unorthodox shots. We saw Vimal Kanduri go for a scoop shot 3 matches ago, and Thadani is someone who isn't reluctant to pull out those either.
And now he goes big outside the off, and it's 6 runs. Oh yeah, game back on, folks. Game back on. Well, 4 and 6 really does open that up again. And Hitesh Thandani, just as you said, Nish, is a man who's up for the task.
And of course, keep in mind, each one of these boundaries just extends the time it takes to complete this over. They've now got just about a minute to get every ball. You'd think that would be enough, but M-Docs, well, they better use all their guys, their nows, to try to find a way to extend this over.
Oh, well, hang on. What about the height here? What about the height? Be interested to see this one again. Has he managed to just sneak it in? If he has, he's lucky, and he's been pretty brave. I mean, he comes down. Oh, you know what? I think if he's standing in his upright position, that could have just gone over the shoulder. It doesn't matter whether the batter comes out charging or not. Oh, he could have got away with that one. You know, that's a big call from the umpires. And okay, he goes up in the air, but this time he's going to get himself out. He tries to get imaginative. He tries to get funky. But this is good bowling, I think, because this time you see Manzoor Ali follows him. He doesn't allow him to get inside the ball and play that shot again. I don't mind that from Thandani, but I think this is clever bowling. He follows him, and he's only able to just get this into the gloves of the keeper, and the keeper, Rahul, takes a good catch.
Yeah, this is a little game that a batsman and bowler will play against each other. Thadani, he tried to go for that shot again behind fine leg, but the bowler expected this time. He just followed him exactly as you said, and that's a wicket. Look at that. That's Manzoor Ali pointing right at the batsman and telling him, sorry, mate, you're out.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a battle between those two. Thandani played him away beautifully once when he got the 4, and then he followed it up with a big 6 outside the offside. Look, one thing he has done, Thandani, he's given them hope, but I think with the ball to go here, the incoming batter has to really play a big shot. He needs to get a boundary, otherwise I think it's just going to be too many to get of the last over. It's still a big ask, but look, they could get a few extras go their way, and who knows, it could open the door to them. Well, he's a big unit that's coming in here, Avinash Rane, but can he go and play the big shot?
Yeah, this ball has to disappear to keep M-Docs in this game. Of course, 27 of the last over would be close to unattainable, but he'd still be in with a shout if it was 21.
And it's a dot ball. It's more of that short stuff, but he's managed to get the knack, hasn't he, of getting it short but just keeping it below the shoulder. It's small margins to execute, but he's executed them well. It ends up being a very good over, despite the fact that he was hit for a 4 and a 6. But they needed a lot more than that as well. And you saw Mahir Patel, he's saying unfortunate, because, yeah, I think he's talking about the shot that was played there by Thandani, trying to get underneath it and execute another funky shot. So 27 required in 6 deliveries. So it does look like that Napa Royal Kings are going to fight back and go back to winning ways, and they'll need that, and they'll want that, because remember, they got a big day tomorrow ahead of them as well, and the first match will be against the Nicosia Tigers. So the Napa Royal Kings are looking to end the day the way it started, with a victory. And well, one thing we can say about M-Docs, they're pretty predictable as well, their pattern. They win handsomely, and then they fall, and quite cheaply, you have to say. They did the same thing when we saw them in the first time. They were emphatic in victory in game number 1, and then really in game number 2. Once again, it was the openers that didn't click, and the same thing here. The openers don't click and they struggle. This is well hit, and the fielder, well, he chests it down, but he does save the boundary. So he doesn't take the catch, but well, now there's all sorts happening out there. It's a little bit of carnage, and it's going to be a run out. So this is about the fielder taking it on the chest, but getting the throw in straight away. A little bit of miscommunication from the batters. Let's watch this. First of all, let's watch the stop. It's on the chest, and then what he does well is he doesn't ponder too much, and then he says, yeah, come on, and then, well, he's a long way out. It's a crazy run to be taken, You can sort of understand it. I think this is one batter saying, well, look, I'm more likely to get the big shot in than you. But I do have to say that, well, Kumiri Palupu may be thinking that, but he hasn't done it all the time that he's been out there. So he could have maybe have left it to Rane. Rane now goes back to the other end. He's given some advice to his non-striker, or to his new partner, I should say. The man is on strike, but really from here on in, it's almost impossible.
This was a wider delivery. The batsman could have left it alone, but he will get a boundary. So he's just about keeping them alive here, Avinash Rane. That's a nice stroke. Good follow through as well with that shot, and that was beautifully stroked away. And of course, the most startling thing is that, of course, Shrikant has been out there since I should say, since the 2.4 over mark. He only faced 10 deliveries.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are. Well, like I say, that boundary takes it to a different equation. So 22 and 3 balls, and that one going nowhere. So you may think about taking 2, but it could be more suicide, as it is Singh that makes the stop. Just Deep Singh. So game over really here, unless they make a no ball 6 or something like that happens, which I don't think Khan is going to do. And Khan bowled very well, hasn't he? I mean, remember, he had his problems in the first. He went for 18. But what he did wrong in that one was he just bowled too short. And you can see there, he bowls this one short. But it's just amazing what you can get away with depending on who's doing the batting. So, final delivery of the day. And it will be back to winning ways for Napa Royal Kings. This is nicely played down the ground. It should be an easy stop. A little bit of a Tortuga bounce. And the ball comes back. And, well, it's a nice moment there that it is Hardeep Singh that gets the ball back and makes the last touch, because I think he's been sensational. He's led his team well, hasn't he, Hardeep Singh? I know that he's captain here today. Jasdeep Singh has also been the captain at points. But Hardeep, I think he's bowled really well. He just had the one bad over in the day, which could have been the one that maybe cost his side victory in the match that he made a good contribution in with the bat. I think they still have their little frailties, do the Napa Royal Kings. I think they really could do with a spinner in the side, somebody that changes things up. But I think as long as they got Saran Ahmed in their side, who we've seen here can be very valuable, not just with the bat but with the ball as well, that they will always be competitive. And they've got some good pace bowlers in there as well, but I think they are missing that spinner and maybe a little bit of stability with their batting. But congratulations to them. They get a victory. And another team that really have a bit of work to do, and that's Amdocs. Amdocs got to find a way to get to scores when their openers don't click.
No, they certainly will have to do that as we take a look at these highlights. Of course, Pritish Deo played that very good shot early, and we thought this would set the tone for the Amdocs innings, but then he was out in a rather soft dismissal. This one popped up for the skipper, Hardeep Singh, taking that early catch and setting the tone for what would be a brilliant bowling inning. And this was the largest partnership Amdocs had all innings, which was just 32 runs. They really couldn't get any major partnership going because the Royal Kings keep getting wickets at regular intervals. We see some nice pull shots here by Vimal Kanduri. He struck 3 pulls as, of course, they kept going with that short ball strategy to him, the Napa Royal Kings. Probably the one flaw you could have from this bowling performance. Yeah,
I think you're right. I think they bowled too short, and then in came the captain and says, hey boys, I keep telling you, pitch it up. That's where you have to be. And he bowled really well. He bowled well. He led by example. He got the ball in the right areas. And he looks like he's a good leader as well. They're starting to listen to him. They're starting to follow him. And I also like what he did in this match, Nish, in the way that he changed the batting order. He knew that there was no Ikram Mohammed in the side. He knew that Tanvir wasn't there with him as well. So he changed the batting order around a little bit, and Ali Khan came out and he worked a treat for him, didn't he? And then with the ball, he stuck to the normal players. I think he left himself down a little bit lower. But one thing he did do, he brought Ahmed up the order, and I think that, that proved dividend. It just goes to show he's a classy player. He's got to be up there earlier. Tandani, he came out, he played some good shots. He gave him some hope, didn't he, after hitting that 4 on the 6. But Manzoor Ali got him in the end when he tried to be just a little bit too funky, and then we saw this run out. And well done also to somebody like Rahul Bahel. Look, he's not their regular keeper, but despite that, he did very well behind the stumps.
No, this was, take a look at some of these nice strokes. That was a good 4 over there by Avinash Rane, but it was all too little too late as the Napa Royal Kings returned to winning ways, beating Amdocs Cricket Club by 18 runs, as we'll now have a quick look at this M-Dog scorecard. Of course, Pritesh Dayal was dismissed after hitting that early boundary off the second ball. Popped one up for the skipper, Hardeep Singh, and then of course we had that 32-run partnership between Sagwan and Kanduri, which was just about the only partnership M-Dogs managed to string together in this innings. But then the captain came in, he stuck himself in the fourth over, and he got that big wicket. His ability to back himself, the fact that he led by example, meant that the rest of his side followed. And there's a very healthy bowling card.
Yeah, very healthy bowling card indeed. Ali Khan, as I said, he went for 18 in the first because he was just a little bit too short. But he come back well with the second over, though there was a different caliber of batters in at the time. Mansoor Ali, I think he bowled really well. So it was a good spell there. Another thing I can say there about M-Dogs, maybe M-Dogs on the side. I mean, we know that in terms of the two of their openers, Gaurav Sagwan and also there of Dole, they are good batters, but I'm just wondering if what they could do maybe is have somebody like Prithaj Dole as opener, have somebody like Thandani up there with him, and that means that you're not gonna, that your two big batters aren't there straight away, and you could always have somebody like Gaurav come in even at 3 and 4, so just be a little bit experimental. Otherwise what's happening is when those two go pretty early, and normally at the beginning of the innings you're gonna have your better bowlers that you're going to be up against. So maybe if they just change it around a bit, have something like Thandani and maybe some other batter that can come out there earlier, and then when you've got the lesser bowlers bowling, you can have something like Guru up there and he can maybe just add a bit more value there rather than having both of those up at the top. Because what certainly we've seen so far is when those two go, they find it very difficult to get going. So maybe Kanduri could probably go high up the order as well, just to allow a little bit more strength and stability in the middle order.
No, certainly they've got to put their thinking cap on. They've just been brought back down to earth after that sensational win earlier against the Napa Royal Kings, but the story of today has to be Napa. They played 4 games in one day. That is tiring, that is exhausting, and they come out with a 3-1 record, which I'd say they would take that.
Yeah, you will take that. That's superb. And the other thing I like about it as well, and they'll like about it as well, that in that last match, and though there were little periods at the beginning part with the ball when you thought, okay, they've had a long day and they're starting to show that, very quickly when they picked up those key wickets, you know, the energy levels came back, and they were quite dynamic out there, and they were, like I said before, they were well led by Hardeep Singh. And also I'm looking forward to seeing them tomorrow. They have another big day tomorrow, but once again I do believe if they can start the day with a victory over the Nicosia Tigers like they did here today, it'll be a big day for them. And I think also that will give them the motivational factor to say that they could end the day pretty clear at the top of the standings.
No, certainly, but I think we'll see a very different Nicosia Tigers side tomorrow. This is one of the teams that we've had listed as the favorites for the tournament. Everyone's been talking about them on this island, and tomorrow I think they'll come out hungrier, they'll come out more passionate. I think we'll see some runs from Mazumdar, and it should be a very exciting day. I can't wait to be back here tomorrow.
Yeah, let's have a look at the fixture for tomorrow. You mentioned Mazumdar. Yeah, he didn't have the best of days today. I mean, they didn't bowl him. So I want to know, one thing I want to find out tomorrow morning from the Nicosia Tigers is if there is an injury there, because I want to know why somebody who is such a key bowler doesn't bowl. But I think you're right. I think Mazumdar, I think Zishan, and I also think the likes of Jamon are going to have a big day tomorrow. Those three have to perform well if the Nicosia Tigers are to go back to winning ways and go back to sort of keeping somebody like the Napa Royal Kings behind them in the standings. And I'm also looking forward to seeing Everest again. They're a team that really did excite me. They didn't get any victories going their way, but I love their players, I love their supporters as well. Let's see if they can pick up a victory as well tomorrow. Well, it's been an interesting day. We've had the wind, as we know, we had the rain at the beginning of the day, and at one point we thought, well, maybe we're going to have a washout, but thankfully, even though it was a testing day for everybody, we got all the matches in. So credit to the ground staff, credit of course to the crew here, I mean credit to everybody. I think the umpires were superb. They got a difficult job to do. Remember, they're out there all the time. Their concentration levels have to be up there all the time. So well done to the umpires. Our men in black, led today well by Nilkesh Patel. Good job by Nilkesh. Well done to our very own ECN crew who have to put up with these elements like we have to as well. So well done to the ECN crew. And of course, to one team that we quite often forget, and those are the camera crew that are here, and they do a fantastic job. We know how windy it was down here. Things were blowing away all over the place. Can you imagine the likes of Richards and also Valentine being up there in the tower where the camera is? We've seen several occasions that the camera's been moving around. It's been a tough job for them, and as I'm talking, that wind, well, you want to know how strong the wind is? Here you go, Nish, that's your stuff, by the way. It is literally that strong. Stuff is flying around everywhere. So look, well done to everybody, and of course, like I always say, well done, and thank you very much to our viewers. We know we got the best audience in the world.
No, we certainly do, and we've had some great questions coming in. Today was just, I love the quality of the discussion. We had all kinds of debates. One of the big debates was about helmet safety, which I'm glad that a lot of our audience understands the importance of wearing protective gear. Of course, out there, our thoughts are with Shah Khalid. Hope he recovers from that. But again, we here at the European Cricket Network, we encourage all batsmen, it matters, to wear their helmet.
Yeah, and the one thing, look, I always say that, come on, boys, you know that the women like men that wear protection. Put it on. But anyway, it's been a great day. It's time for us to say good night. Thank you for watching. And like I always say, take care, look after yourself, be happy. Hasta mañana. Adios, mi familia. But he's picked that up beautifully. He's sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka. That was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There we go. She sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what what
You
you've
mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.